or something. I don't know.
Oh.
Who has a better head on their shoulders?
Well, I mean, with all due respect to people who believe it, I mean, to me, NASA is literally Santa Claus for adults. Like, it's complete lies, and people believe it's real. It's like it'd be like if someone says, "Hey, you can come work at the North Pole and be one of Santa's elves or whatever." Like, people that work at NASA, they think it's real, but they're just being deceived.
Also, I just like to add that NORAD has a Santa Claus tracking satellite. Thank you.
No, now we have the Elon Musk tracking Twitter page.
Wait, there's one for the what? Is that the Starman or shit, whatever the fuck it's called?
Some kid, the kid that Elon paid $5,000 to stop doing that shit.
Wait, stop doing what though?
Elon tried to buy out some kid because some kid like keeps track of Elon Musk's like private jets.
Okay.
He posts the location of these jets.
Oh, we're talking. Okay,
and Elon Musk tried to pay him to stop doing that.
Wow.
Because I guess Elon Musk thinks it's like annoying or something. I don't know. Maybe it's just a publicity stunt for both of them. I don't know.
I guess he didn't bribe him enough, you know? He should have went with more monies. Should have been like, hey, I'll get you
something else.
Yeah. Crazy.
I'll buy you a Nintendo Switch.
Nintendo. Let me see. Flyer 13. Yeah, it's getting kind of late. Maybe I should just wait till tomorrow to fucking do some debating. I was like earlier, I was like ready to just throw down, poke some holes in some arguments. But now I'm just
I seen you in another server earlier. Where were you earlier? The Asylum or something?
Yeah, the Asylum probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know me. I'm just kind of chilling out, waiting for some, argument to pop up so I can be like, no, you're wrong. Like that's what I do.
You're the best debunker on the internet. Yep.
No, not the best debunker. All right, I like poking holes in arguments because.
Bro, the globe's a sieve at this point. We've poked so many holes in it.
I don't know about that.
It's a sieve.
No, the holes you think you poked are holes that like you poked hole. You poked a hole in it, but it wasn't like an actual hole, like you thought you did. But
it's an apparent hole.
Yeah, it's apparent. No, it's like okay. It's like I don't fucking know. It's like
you didn't adjust for the curvature. You got to adjust for refraction, and then you'll know, Jeremy, that it's not actually a hole. Okay.
Sure. But you guys think you poke holes, but you guys ain't poking shit. All right. Get fuck out of here. I gotta chill out. Yeah, this is live stream stuff. Making a fool of myself right now. No, but I mean, you guys aren't poking any holes. Like, what are you guys talking about? Like, every time
so he says we're not poking holes in the globe model, and we're not poking poop. He understands that the globe model is poop. They are equal. Got it.
No, that's a false. What would that be? A false equivalent? How are you even like equating that? Get out of here. That's not logical. All right, you're assuming.
You said the words. Okay?
No, I said you ain't poking shit. That's what I said.
I'm basically instant replay on you, son. That's all.
Well, I can instant replay myself right now because this is being live streamed. I said you ain't poking shit. Or did I say you're poking shit? I don't know what I said, but I'm pretty sure I said you ain't poking shit. So you ain't. So you're poking shit. You ain't poking shit. So if we were to wait a minute, you poking shit. You ain't poking shit. So you're not poking shit. So if you're poking at the globe, I'm saying you're not poking it. Look, fucking, I don't know. Right?
I remember yesterday, 2 globe earthers admitted that they have had their hand shoulder deep in a cow's ass. So,
well,
these are the guys that are.
Isn't a flat earther on you guys' side who drink their own piss? So I mean, I wouldn't be talking, man.
There's nothing wrong with that. That's
Oh,
therapeutic.
okay.
That's
So
been done
shoulder
for-
and ass of a cow,
yeah,
but then
it's
drinking
been
your own
done for
piss.
thousands of years. Yeah, to drink your own urine, that's just different than having your
Well,
hand.
why were they shoving their shoulder, the arm in the cow's ass? I'm sure there was a reason. Were they trying to pull shit out of there?
You got to ask them. I think it was Left Lane and Ruhif.
Okay, well, maybe you should give context because I think just drinking your own piss just because oh, I think it's good. That's I can understand if you're in the desert and you need to get some water. Like you drink your piss because you want stay hydrated. But if you're drinking your piss just because oh man, I'm
All right,
thirsty.
So do you know anything about urine therapy?
What now?
Do you know anything about urine therapy, or are you just like making fun of it out of ignorance?
Well, let me see. It depends. Let me real fast look up shit. I mean, I know I'm doing the whole thing where it's like, oh, you're googling shit, but I'm pretty sure urine is. If I was to drink my urine right now, that's fucking toxic. Let's see. Urine toxic.
Why is your urine toxic right now? Are you on drugs right now?
Well, urine. I mean, it should. I mean, why the fuck are you pissing it out for? I mean, if your body needed it or wants it, it would be fucking exiting it out. I mean, that's the stupidest shit. I mean, come on. Urine is not okay. Hold on. Okay, so that one's saying it's not toxic because it's there's no suspicion of it. Drinking urine good for you. Benefits urine contains waste products that have been filtered out of your body. Okay, it's saying they're toxins, but they're not necessarily toxic per se. All right, fair enough. But like, they're still not like necessarily good for you. Urine is composed of fluid waste products. Ammonia, urine extract, kidney, extract.
I mean, it's probably not good if you're drinking like Red Bulls and you're fucking shoving back Twinkies and Ho-Hos and, maybe some SpaghettiOs or oodles and noodles and all this shit that they feed us.
You're shoving down Twinkies, you're shoving down food that's almost 10 years old.
Yellow dye number 7 or whatever the fuck.
Wasn't there that rumor that like that yellow dye like made your dick smaller? Wasn't that the
Dude, they were giving us aspartame. Right, just said aspartame was safe. Yeah, this one group okayed aspartame, fluoride, and asbestos. They're like, yo, it's okay to use. Called the Mellon Institute. They're like notorious for getting shit wrong and saying it's okay.
Dr. Fauci said it's okay.
Anything them guys have okayed for public use, I would take a second look at.
I think it was Yellow 5. Yellow 5 was the ball shrinking chemical.
Okay, so let me real fast just say, from what I've seen, it's not nearly as toxic as I thought it was. Still wouldn't drink my own fucking piss. A lot of these sources are still saying it's not advised, but I haven't really looked into it. So maybe there is some urine therapy, but I mean, I'm not drinking my own fuck. I'm not drinking my fucking piss. What the fuck? Anyway, go back to what you're saying. You guys were talking about shit before I jumped in with urine.
Just don't drink your own piss.
Yeah, of course not. Why you don't gotta tell me? Well, I'm not drinking my own piss. Yeah, drink my own piss.
Well, the understanding of how it's medicinal, there can be some toxins in your urine because if you have toxins in your bloodstream, obviously some of those will end up in your urine. So you may recycle some of those. But let's say you have some mercury in your bloodstream because you ate some fish or whatever, and that ends up in your urine. If you reconsume that, it would sort of be like eating a little bit more fish. I mean, it's not something that's like the end of the world. It's good to not have those toxins recycled, but that could be a small part of it. I think there are some like you wouldn't want to do this like every day, like nonstop. For example, there actually was a woman. It was on this that show called like My Strange Addiction or whatever, where people like did all kinds of weird like drank gasoline and shit. Anyways, but she drank like only her own urine. Like that's all she did was drink urine. That's definitely not good because there are some toxins in it that you don't want to have that much of. Constantly in that way. But the reason it in general people understand it to be beneficial is that in your urine, there's certain enzymes and peptides, certain factors that are part of your blood that end up in your urine. So if you consume those, it allows you to recycle those and get those back in your system, therefore raising those levels of peptides and enzymes that can have various healing benefits. Like I have a friend in particular who was diagnosed with like stage 4 cancer. Like literally the doctor told him you're going to die in like a month. And he drank his own urine about 1 cup a day, along with taking high doses of vitamin C, and completely resolved his cancer, completely cured it. The doctor was absolutely shocked that he'd never seen anything like that in his life. So you can laugh at it or think it's funny or whatever, but the thing is that there are actual real benefits that people get. And like I said, it's because you're recycling those compounds, in your body, allowing your body to have a higher level of those. And then instead of your body being low in those or having to desperately try to make those to keep up with the disease, you're able to kind of compound those and give your body more strength to fight whatever it's trying to fight.
Well, I mean, obviously, if we're going with this whole narrative that they're hiding shit from us, right? Then obviously we'll never know if urine does that shit. But I think the only time I'll ever, if I'm gonna drink my piss, all right, I'll have to find at least maybe some like, I don't know, like maybe I go out like really far off, like off the grid. This is like a town where people drink their piss and are like really healthy and shit. And then that would be, I would have to use that. Like I'd be like, okay, clearly they're drinking their piss, they're healthy. Then maybe I'll drink my piss. Maybe. I mean, I would, what I'm saying? Like that would be the only way for me to do. Because otherwise, I mean, like what the fuck? I mean, this sounds very like, like it could be kind of bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
A shit test.
Or maybe not bullshit, but like bull piss. You know what I'm saying? Okay, no. Yeah.
Well, there's actually people use camel urine. There's a lot of healing benefits of camel urine. So yeah, there's other types of urines that have medicinal effects. Well, nobody's asking you to do it. I mean, if you were deathly ill and you wanted to try, or if you were trying to fight a disease or something, perhaps you might. But I mean, if you Google it, you're going to find some mainstream sources that are going to try to put it down. But if you actually look into like Ayurvedic medicine, I mean, this has been done since the dawn of time. I mean, this is not something new. And I'm not saying that it's something that people do. Like, it's not something you do all the time. It's not something you do for enjoyment necessarily, unless you have some kind of sexual thing with that. But I'm just saying it's not generally not what it is. It's usually something that's used as a medicinal support, if needed. Essentially, it's using your own body to heal your own body. It's actually pretty like beautiful in that way.
All right. Well, this is that's pretty crazy. I'm gonna go back to flat Earth debate because this is some piss poor.
Yeah, I didn't think you wanted to
combo.
debate I didn't think you wanted to debate urine therapy, but
Yeah, it's
There's all kinds of weird shit people do to themselves just to stay alive. Like a lot of people like inflict pain on themselves. That's like, to me, that's weird. Like the people that cut themselves and like fucking drill holes in their heads and shit.
what the fuck?
Yeah, people do that shit.
Oh wow, they're weird. It's crazy. Better not get
Some
anyone
people
here saying,
think they
"Well,
need to like self-harm just to survive. Like a weird like psychological, I don't know what you call it. I don't know what that kind of psychological disorder is.
That's usually people that have tremendous internal pain from various traumas. They want to exteriorize that pain, so they like cut themselves or hurt themselves because they're trying to exteriorize the inner conflict. If they were to resolve if they resolve the inner conflict, then they no longer want to do that. But it's kind of like they're trying to equalize the inner with the outer. So if they feel such inner pain by cutting themselves, believe it or not, like making that pain external, it actually like they're trying to balance it in a sense. They're trying to kind of equate it and try to get the inner pain to go away by causing, cutting yourself or whatever.
I see."
Yeah, it's weird shit. Burning themselves, all that shit.
Yeah, believing the Earth is flat is fucking crazy. Why are they hurting themselves?
That's like intellectual cutting.
I'm just fucking.
Why is it crazy?
It was a joke. All right, I was just trying to be funny. I know it's not funny to you but it's just, Just trying to throw some shade. But yeah, though. Anyway, yeah.
Yeah, somehow the natural status of Earth that we all experience, somehow you guys want to call crazy. Could it be you're projecting your own craziness on people?
No, because there's a lot of evidence that shit ain't flat. All right. Like the opposite words of Neil deGrasse. Was it that stuff is flat? Is that shit
Yeah,
ain't
but I
flat?
mean,
Right?
there's a lot of evidence that Monsanto's Roundup Ready is not bad for you. Meaning that there's stuff you'll find on the internet. Oh yeah, Roundup is no problem, but then there's also massive evidence that it causes cancer, and it's been proven to cause cancer. And there's been billions of dollars of lawsuits that Monsanto has lost. So you can find quote unquote evidence for all kinds of things that are false.
Yeah, true. But I don't know. I mean, it's also a credibility kind of thing. Like, I mean, I'm not trying to be, like an asshole, but like, there's a lot of people on the flat Earth side that just destroy the credibility of flat Earth because they have their own crazy theory, and none of it logically flows. You got Lemon and the Lemon Vision. I'm gonna call it that. And I know this is kind of I'm not talking smack about. I'm just saying that I just disagree with his whole idea of how perspective works. You've got, I don't know, what was it, the Bob and Alice like little thought experiment that doesn't flow either. There's just a lot of these things that just discredits flat Earth. You know what I'm saying? So like, I guess that's not really proof, or that's not really. But
Well, those are individual people that are sharing their thoughts. I mean, this is why I think the term flat Earth is problematic in certain ways, because people then link it all together and then they try to make it seem like there's some flat Earth thing that's up against a globe. I mean, that's a term that's been used, but what about just going off of the information directly, like what the Earth is, instead of trying to lump it in and say, oh, well, this person, like, seems like you're trying to make like it's like football teams or something, rather than the information itself. Like each person is their own individual person, right, with their own viewpoint.
Yeah, fine, but I mean, even then, if I'm going off of my like this, me and my myself, I feel like there's still a lot of inconsistencies that I've seen. Like I've recently, I think in the asylum, I debated. I was doing I was playing devil's advocate, and I was actually playing the role of a flat earther, and I had a bunch of arguments that I felt were the strongest arguments for flat Earth. I was trying to avoid the Lemon perspective because I really hate that argument about how Lemon believes perspective works, but I was throwing out arguments that I felt were kind of the strongest for flat Earth side. But even when I was doing those arguments, I noticed I knew that there were inconsistencies in them. Like, for example, the whole argument about, oh, if the horizon is apparent or whatever, then how can you tell, if it's round or whatever? That could, it could easily be a flat surface, where, shit is moving up and down. Because there's like videos where if you look at the horizon, like you'll see it'll move up and down throughout the video and shit. But yeah, sure, that's a good argument. But when you really look into it, then you start to see, there's issues with that. All right, like for one, all right, you have to accept that, light is bending, and then if you accept that, then it's obviously refraction. And if you assume refraction, you have to assume that it is reverse. At least I call it reverse refraction, but it's a flip gradient. All right, where things are sinking now. All right, and from what I understand, that's kind of rare, or at least that's not as often as normal refraction, where the gradient is, and I forget how the normal gradient is, but it's not quite the same, so there's that issue. But there's also, what was the other one? There was another one I think I had, I forgot what it was, but yeah, I don't know, it's just there's a lot of inconsistencies. I'll have to look up real fast what normal refraction, like the gradient, looks like, but yeah, I don't know, there's just a lot of inconsistencies.
That makes no sense whatsoever, because if the conditions of the light of the medium you're looking through is causing the light to do one thing, then the opposite conditions will cause it to do the opposite just as much, right? You've just heard on YouTube that sinking doesn't occur that much.
No, not. Well, no, I mean that's not. Well, it's not that I heard that. It's just.
Well, then, what studies have you done yourself?
Well, okay, well, not on YouTube anyway. I mean, I've heard it from like either the chats or maybe on like online or whatever. But
yeah, that's
even then,
what I've heard too. Like looming is more prevalent, right? But why are you repeating that?
Well, I mean, you got to think about it logically, though. I mean, so
I just did, and I asked you, why are you just repeating that as one of
Okay.
your main inconsistencies? Actually, the only one you told us, and you
Okay.
haven't even checked it out yourself. You're just believing other people.
Okay, so hold on. So let me real fast look up the conditions of normal refraction because I forgot which it is. Which one is it? If it's hot on top and cold on bottom, or cold on top and hot on bottom. So let me real fast look up that.
Yeah, I'll get out of this conversation since you don't even know, and you're just spouting off stuff. That was the point that I wanted to
No,
make.
I'm not. No, because okay,
You
because
don't even know what
No,
conditions
'cause-
called what, and you're
no,
telling
because
us what happened.
I did at one point, but I forgot though. So I'm still working
Yeah,
off of
maybe go
that
research
original
it
point.
before you come back and try and tell us what light is doing more prevalent than other times, even though the
Okay,
conditions
well, I'll
change.
pull it up and then I'll show you wrong. Anyway, so let me real fast pull this up. I don't need you,
The
talking
more dense
nonsense.
medium, right? But isn't cold air more dense?
Yeah, so let me try to figure that out real fast. I forgot. I know there was a point in time where I remembered this.
The
I have
cold air is more dense, and as you rise in altitude, cold air is more prevalent. So why wouldn't the light be bending upwards?
Let me figure that out real fast. I knew this at one point, but this isn't what I like. I do other things with my life, so I forgot what the conclusion was.
Besides
That I
coming
came up
here
with.
and try and tell a group of people what you think you know is more prevalent, and you actually don't. Like you just
Give
said,
me
you
like a minute.
pretended to be a
Give
flat
me
earther.
a minute. Give
You
me a
have all the
minute.
time you
God,
need,
man.
sir. I'm still going to tell the audience and what I got out of what you just said,
Refraction.
which was a bunch of rambling around. Of you said this is
The
the
answer
number
is
one thing.
relative density.
Take your
Yes.
time.
So hold on, help me out here. So, okay, so what are normal refraction conditions? Like for example, okay, hold on. So I'm getting real objects. So it's cooler air on top, less warm air, warmer air, hot air. Okay. So we got the hot air on the bottom and the cold air on top. All right.
Is it the normal one?
Actually, I'm not sure. No, that's inferior mirage. My bad. So that's inferior mirage. My bad. Okay, so
Because the thing is,
superior mirage.
I think we all would agree that denser things sink and less dense things rise, right? That's how we describe the buoyancy, how they describe as relative density, right?
Okay,
And if that's the case, you would expect the atmosphere to have denser air on the bottom and less dense air on the top. That makes light bends downward because you have the denser medium in the bottom, and light bends towards the denser.
Yeah. Okay, so here we go. Yeah. So superior mirage is you have cold air on the bottom and obviously warm air on top, right? And obviously inferior would be the reverse of that, cold air on top and hot air on the bottom, right? Now, if I'm correct, if I remember the explanation or whatever, I believe, on a normal day, like over the ocean or whatever, right? You're going to have, cold air, I guess, towards around the surface of the water, and obviously warmer air, as you go up, whatever. And I believe the cold air, is closer to the water because, well, the water is cold, obviously. But like I said, though, I'm not too knowledgeable on this, but that's from what I remember, though. All right.
Can you repeat one thing you've said? Because you've just rambled and said a bunch of things that I don't even think you can repeat.
Okay, so what I was basically saying is that, so we have a superior mirage, which is basically warm air on top, cold air on the bottom, right? And so what I was saying is basically I believe that, the normal conditions you would have is obviously, cold air on the bottom, warm air on top, because, if you're looking over an ocean, right? Usually I believe ocean, the ocean, the water, whatever, that's usually, that's pretty cold or whatever.
Jesus, bro.
I don't think.
You
I
might
don't
want
think.
to stop right there, man.
I don't
Let me
think a
just stop.
gradient in a single direction can give you miraging. I think you need two of them. For example, if it's consistently getting let's say the refractive index is consistently getting smaller with the higher you go, you're gonna get the bending, but you're not gonna get a mirroring. Like you're not gonna get the image twice, right? You need you need it. For example, like in mirages of, let's say, hot roads, the air is pretty hot close to the surface, so it starts less dense and then it goes up and cools down. So the gradient inverse. So first it starts less dense and then it gets denser, but then as you go higher, it starts to get less dense again. So
I
you
know,
have
by the
the
way,
two.
you're just describing optical illusions. You're not describing any shape.
So I wasn't the end of describing it. So because you have the two gradients, then you can see the flipped image and the actual one at the same time, because you can have light coming from both directions. So if you only have like one of them, I don't think you're gonna have mirage.
Okay, so
But before you go on and ramble too, it's just optical illusions, right? We're not talking about anything concrete or physical. We're talking about optical illusions created by temperature variance and other
The
things.
refraction.
yeah, that's
Yeah, we're
fine.
talking
Yeah,
about
so
refraction.
So what's your point? Yeah, we all
Yeah.
know we have optical illusions.
well,
That's
so
not necessarily optical illusion. I don't think there'll be
No,
optical illusion.
most definitely mirages are optical illusions caused by the atmosphere.
okay,
That's the very definition of a mirage.
okay, whether it is or not, yeah, the whole original discussion was, which ones I was saying, which one was more, happened more often. All right, that was the whole thing, right?
No,
Or which one?
the
Which one was
original
more?
discussion whether you could prove or disprove, you were playing flat Earth and saying you found, even in the arguments that you were trying to bring, which were optical illusions, how you viewed something over distance, which was what you said.
No, my argument was that there's like holes in arguments, and then I said in the flat Earth arguments, and then I was saying how I was saying with the horizon, that there was a video where obviously it's changing throughout the video, but I was saying how at first that's like a good argument on the flat Earth side, but then when you think about it, it doesn't hold up too well, because I was saying that not maybe not superior mirage, but basically there's one condition, right? That's more what's the word? Hold on, let me reword that. Basically, for you to have things sinking, whatever, you would need the cold air on top, the warm air on the bottom. And I was saying that doesn't happen as often from what I understand anyway, as cold air on the bottom and warm air on top, at least over the oceans or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So I was saying one was more one happened more often than the other. That's what I was trying to. That was the whole point. And then you were saying, well, I forgot what you were saying exactly, but that my whole point was that one happened more often than the other, or one's more.
I asked, have you proven that, or is that just something you've heard or read on YouTube?
Oh, right, yeah.
And you went immediately to what you've heard or read on YouTube.
Well, it was that,
and then
I
fumbled about on that for a while.
Well, it was that. Well, it was that, and also me saying, well, if logically, if you think about it, it kind of makes sense, because I was saying that usually, like if you have a hot day, right, the water is going to be colder than the actual air or whatever, because there's like a lag. There's a lag between the temperature outside and then the temperature of the water. Right, the water takes a lot longer to kind of get that heat, because of how water, like if you try to boil water, that takes a while. That's just kind of that's the properties of water. It takes a while to get the heat in it and also get the heat out, I guess. So there's that lag. So on a hot day, you're usually gonna get superior mirage, at least from this diagram that I have. It may not be by definition a mirage, because I know Bacon was saying that mirage it's more like you get like two images or some shit. But the point I'm trying to get at is, on a hot day, we would expect the refraction that I was talking about.
You're proving mirages and optical effects.
No, all I'm saying is listen.
I'm telling you that's what you're doing.
Okay, well, the whole point that I was trying to bring up is that one condition happens more often than the other, and that is cold air on the bottom, warm air on top, right? And
what does that have to do with the shape of the surface again?
So I was just saying that there's like kind of holes in this argument. If we're gonna say that the horizon, no, would you just listen? Like,
holes in what argument?
The argument light is bending to cause the horizon, for things. Okay, so on the flat Earth side, right, whether, you have things disappearing behind the horizon, all right? And so you have to, obviously chalk that up to, light bending.
Who has things disappearing behind their? I don't. I have things
There are
disappearing
buildings,
into the
there are
horizon.
boats, there are
Yeah,
buildings,
obstructed
boats.
bottom up.
Yeah, obstructed bottom
That's
up, all
called an
right?
optical illusion. Yeah.
Yeah, so you would need that. That would have to be light bending. That would have to be light bending, one way or another.
Or obstruction of light.
With if it's obstruction, there would be a physical thing. Unless the light was bending, that would be a physical thing.
And you're saying we see things obstructed bottom up more often than others, but the way that the density layer affects light, you don't think that happens more often than others. Is that what you're saying? And that it has to be a curve? I don't even get what you're arguing.
But that's kind of my argument. My point is, right, if we're gonna assume light is bending on the flat Earth, right, then we should be expecting we would expect it to be basically, we would expect to see kind of like a bowl kind of shape where basically the horizon would be lifting up higher than it appears, but we see the horizon lower than it should be.
No, we see everything just like we see it.
You say that,
due to the
but
conditions of the day and the way our brain interprets the way our eyes see things.
you say that,
No
but,
matter what.
but you're not really giving me any reason to believe that. You're just saying that's how it should be. I'm saying that if we were actually on a flat Earth, right? Assume. Let's first start off with no atmosphere, right? No atmosphere. Flat Earth's horizon should be almost spot on eye level. Almost. There's a small like a small amount of degrees that it would be tilting off, dipping a bit. It'd be like 0.00001 or some shit, but it would more or less be almost exactly eye level, right? But what we see on Earth is a dip of 0.04 degrees. All right, so far that is a matchup. So let's obviously this is assuming a flat Earth with no atmosphere. So let's throw on the atmosphere, right? Let's allow light bending, all right? Because if we allow light bending, then sure, you can have a horizon that doesn't quite line up. All right, I'll give you guys that. The thing is, though, for that to be the case, you need the conditions that I mentioned earlier: cold air on top, high air on the bottom. Right? I'm saying that doesn't happen so really often. All right. I'm saying now that cold air on the bottom, but warm air on top is more. That happens more frequently. All right. So, yeah, you could argue, okay, we'll have to prove that this happens more often. You know what I'm saying? And honestly, I can't really prove that because I don't really go out to really measure, air temperature, like, I don't know, maybe 2 feet off the ground versus 10 feet off the ground. All right. I'm not doing those measurements. So at the end of the day, I can't really prove this, but it does seem to be the case that cold air on the bottom, warm air on top is more frequent. All right. So if we do assume that this is the more frequent, condition, all right, then we would expect things to be lifting up, all right? So we would expect this sort of bowl kind of shape around us almost, you know what I'm saying? Maybe not quite a bowl, maybe more like a weird like plate that kind of, dips in a little bit in the center, but the point is we would expect the horizon to actually be rising up around us a little bit, and we don't see that. So for me, that's maybe not necessarily a hole per se, but it doesn't quite line up with, a lot of things. I know I kind of rambled on a little bit, and I probably, maybe confused you because, I'll be honest, I'm not really clear with my words, but I hope you got something out of that.
Yeah, you really taught me a lot. It's amazing. But have you ever measured curved water yourself?
Curved water, no. Like I said, I haven't really done any measurements.
Okay, that was the question, and you answered. So, why are you trying to figure out what light does over a surface you have no idea what the surface is?
Because it does. Because we could still assume. We could still make certain conclusions. No, we could still make certain conclusions. If
you assume a curve, you can assume that light does X.
Okay, well then. So then we can let's try to find a shape where it does the opposite. And honestly, I can't think of.
Or we could try and determine the shape by measuring it, not assuming.
Well,
How
okay,
would we do
that's
that? That's where
well,
we
that's a
should
good
be, right?
well, that's a good point. But another way to look at this is, well, are there any shapes that will give us
Oh boy.
another? Well, think about it. If there's no shapes that are
Okay,
going
let
to
me
give
put it
us
to you
an
this way.
outcome,
Well, please let me put it to you this way. Somebody puts a box in front of you, a square, and a
Yeah.
ball and a triangle.
Yeah.
And they go, tell me these three shapes. And you go, well, let me get a light and see how it acts. At distance, over marine layer, using a telescope.
I don't think that's quite analogous to this.
Or let's get a measuring tool and measure these shapes. You don't
Yeah,
think
that's
that's a good
fine, but
analogy? That's exactly what you're doing. You're saying, I'm on a ball. This is what I assume I'm on. This is what I assume light is doing. And I'm confirming that I'm on a ball because I assume those two things, and there you have it. Most of the time it does this. But on the
well,
other times that it doesn't do this, it's what we know as perspective and refraction and all the other things that reality dictates.
Well,
So strange, man.
I'm gonna tell you why I don't think it's necessarily analogous, or at least I don't think why this is a good example. Because here's the thing, right? I get your argument, but you're telling me, okay, let's go measure it and shit. Like, the thing is, first off, okay, I'm never going to be measuring this, right? Because I don't have the tools or the time
Yeah,
for that.
yeah, you do.
All right. Okay.
You don't have the time. You spend multiple hours on here
Okay. Well,
rambling.
I don't have the. Well, then I don't have the tools or the
You can
the
rent them
budget.
for like $40.
Okay. I don't have the location. All right.
Where do you live? You live on Earth, right?
Yeah, but I mean, the
Yeah,
point
any
is,
body of water. Any body of water.
look. Okay. Okay. So how do you propose we measure this body of water, this curvature, real fast? How do you
Well,
propose
that's
we
what
do
we
this?
need to figure out, right?
Okay.
Wouldn't
well,
that
before,
be more logical to figure out the shape of the water that
fair
you're
enough.
viewing stuff over than
Fair.
to
Okay.
say how light is acting over it from distance, looking
Yes.
through an
Fine.
optical tool?
Okay. That's
What's
fair
more
enough.
logical?
Okay.
He
Fair
just
enough.
said, "How do we measure this curvature?"
Okay. Fine. Yeah. Sure. Fair enough. We can figure that out, right? But with that being said, let me real fast just finish my point on to why I didn't want to go down this route. All right. Obviously, it's going to take a lot longer, all right, to actually do some thinking and what on how to do this, and that's fine. We can do that, but I just wanted to basically real fast, get an answer, a conclusion, from what I was mentioning earlier, right? So, if you really logically think about what I was asking earlier, like what shape would give us, what we see, right? Then we can go through all the shapes and logically think about it, and obviously if none of the shapes give us what we see in reality, then we can conclude, okay, well, there you go,
No,
right?
you can't.
Well,
You would
okay,
have to
so
measure it.
no, okay, so the point I'm trying to get is, okay, so with a ball, all right, and let's say you throw refraction on it, we have an idea of what that would give us, all right. With the flat surface with refraction, we have an idea of what that would give us, all right. With a bowl shape with refraction, we have an idea of what that would give us, right? If we go through the shapes, all right, we can at least know what shapes don't work. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of what I was kind of going on about. And you kind of wanted to just be like, well, let's just go to measure it, but you didn't.
I really wanted to go to logic. What you're doing was not logical, is what I was trying to point out. Like,
I would, what do you mean?
using what we see long distance over the marine layer to determine the shape of what we're looking over is not very logical. You would want to measure a shape to determine the shape.
Well, hold on. Mine, I would say mine is pretty logical. Like, if we know refraction does a certain thing, right? Like, if we know it. Okay, so obviously we have to assume some things first. We have to assume that the light is bending, downwards, I guess.
In measuring, you don't have to assume. That's the whole point. You take the assumptions out of it. You go X, X, X. This gives me equals, right? This is it.
Okay.
And then you go, now I can try and figure out why the atmosphere blocks things bottom up most of the time over a plane surface.
Okay.
Well, what do you know? That's the way our eyes work with perspective and the angle and the light source and the gases that are being produced, the whatever, evaporation of water rising up, the thermal conductivity that's coming out of the ground,
Okay.
the electromagnetism. You can throw
Okay.
in whatever you want then into the stew pot. But until you know the shape of the surface by measuring it, all you have is assumptions. That's where you're stuck. Why are you
I have a question
there?
for him.
Well, you gave me 3 excuses. You don't have the time, which I debunked that right off because you spend hours on here. You don't have the tools. Well, if you got $40, you can go get the tool that every planer surveyor uses. And I don't know what your third excuse was, but it was pretty lame too.
Well, okay. Well, the thing with time, all right. I'm not just talking to you guys. I'm also doing stuff as well. Like, I'm also, animating and whatnot. Like that's, what I do. I animate whatever. So, if I was to be doing this, like going out and actually doing the tests and whatnot, I won't have obviously the time to be doing the stuff that I'm also doing on the side. So, I talk to you guys, but I also do stuff on the side as well. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, like it's not just a hobby. I mean, it's more like just something to listen to, like as you're working, So there's that. But also, with the tools, I guess, obviously if I have a budget, if I have money to spend, personally, I don't really want to spend, money on this. I mean, I'm just logically, I'm like, what I'm saying? Like, I just kind of just either, poke holes in an argument or something, or that's it really. That's all I really do. I don't try to
I have a
do
question
these
for you.
tests,
You said that cold air is on the bottom and hot air is on the top. How do you even know that?
Well, okay, so here's the thing, right? I personally don't. I'm sure people could easily measure this though. But logically, it would seem that this is the case. So, like I said, with water, like an ocean or whatever, there's like a lag, all right, where if the day is hot, right, the water doesn't immediately just become hot with the the air, right? Like it takes time to heat up. You know what I'm saying? There's a lag, all right. And so the idea is that on a hot day, you're gonna have hot air, on top, whatever, and then you're gonna have the ocean, and then any air that's gonna be, above the ocean is gonna probably cool down. All right, it's gonna cool down. So there's gonna be naturally this gradient of cold air on the bottom, all right, and then hot air on top. All right, that's my understanding anyway. All right, so logically, this is pretty normal condition. These are pretty, this is the pretty. This is like the average condition you're gonna get, on a
So in the
average day.
morning, in the morning you have a cold on bottom, hot on top, and then in the evening you have hot on the bottom, cold on top. Is that what you're saying?
In the evening, because it would start to heat up afterwards. Maybe. I'm not quite sure
It would
if the
flip. Wouldn't it be? It would be like reversed, right?
I'm not too sure like how. It also depends too on because it's not like it's while there is a lag, it's not like it's gonna be like 100% like okay, whatever the peak of the heat was, like whatever the peak heat of that day was, it's not like the water's going to also peak at that. It would obviously it's weird. I feel like at best, there might be what you're saying. It might be
You ever
the
go
case,
into
but
a swimming pool or an ocean and it's a little bit warm, the water?
yeah, a little bit warm, yeah.
So in
Yeah.
that case, hot on the bottom.
Yeah, so you're probably right. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, that there is that. So, but then obviously we would expect then later in the day, maybe the reverse. I'm gonna call it reverse refraction, but basically the gradient is flipped.
Because
Probably,
let's say it just started getting cold, right? So it should be cold in the air. If it just started getting, the sun just left, then all that heat throughout the day should be stuck into the water or in the earth, right?
Yeah, but but that only assumes though that the water really got to the point where it was hot enough to contrast with the cold later later in the day cold air. You know what I'm saying? Like it could be that the water never really gets hot enough to really do that. Like I said, I don't really know this too well. This is just my basic understanding of how it works. Is that there's a little bit of a lag. I don't think it's 100%. Yeah.
My second question: what effect do you think cold on top, hot on bottom or hot on bottom, cold on top? What effect do you think that will give us in observation?
So, according to what I've seen online, cold on bottom, hot on top, what happens is light wants to pretty much bend downwards, right? And so that means the image will be raised up. The way you can think of it is if I was taller than you, or maybe I was, maybe on the second floor and I throw a baseball down at you, right? You're looking up obviously to the baseball, right? That I'm throwing down at you. So if light is traveling down, the image is going to appear up to you. All right. It's going to be appearing to rise up. Right. So cold air on bottom, hot air on top, light is bending downwards. All right. Now with the cold air on top and hot air on the bottom, light is bending upwards. All right. And now in that example, that means the object is going to appear lower. All right. This is the same thing as, for example, a midget. Okay. Or I don't know, maybe like a kid. All right. Throwing a ball up to your face. Okay. You're looking down at the kid, okay? But, the ball is obviously going up to your face, okay? So it's the same thing with light. Even though the light is bending up, the object is going to appear lower to you, okay? So those are the two examples. Yeah.
I'm trying to think if we observe those in reality. So we should have both.
Yeah, and we do obviously. It's just like I said. I one is definitely more rare than the other though, because when you have the hot air on the bottom and the cold air on top, right? You get that on like usually like surfaces. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're on land, that's really easy. You get that with the cars and shit. Like you're driving on a road and you can see that. Like that happens really easily because from what I can tell, ground heats up a lot faster. Like you ever like barefoot, the fucking sidewalk or whatever, or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like it's fucking hot, you know what I'm saying? That heats up quickly, and so in that case, the ground is hotter than the air, all right, and that creates, that inferior mirage. But over water, though, that seems to be, not as it doesn't happen as often. It does obviously happen though, but it doesn't seem to happen as often though. So that's why I'm like, for the flat Earth to work, like for this light bending thing to work on the flat Earth, it would have to be something else than refraction, because refraction is telling me that we would probably see the horizon lifting up on the flat Earth. That's my whole like logical like thing that was kind of going on about. That's why I don't quite buy it. Yeah.
I'd like to be able to test that and prove it if things are lifting up.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be hard to prove. I mean, really, if I was to go out on a boat or whatever, over the water, and I don't know, maybe take the temperature of, I don't know, like literally the air above the water, and then I don't know, maybe it's like a tall boat, maybe there's like a little crow's nest on top. I don't know. All right, and I'll take the temperature up there. I'd imagine there won't be too much of a temperature change difference, but I imagine it would still be there though. If I can do that, and to prove, at least in that area, that there was a gradient from cold to hot, and then I was doing some do some observations, maybe we can conclude that all right, we should expect to see a superior mirage or whatever where things are lifting up. But I don't know. Point is, I do believe that superior mirages would be they would happen a lot. On a flat Earth, that just we would see something different than what we see in reality. That's my whole thing. So.
And can you tell us how light bends down over, let's say, 10 miles? Why would it bend down and lift the object up?
Yeah. So the idea is that if you're on a ball, right, obviously down is going to be around the curve. So that seems to check out, pretty well, if you like kind of, like think about it, whatever. But also, depending on how high the object is too. If the object is high enough, and the light is bending down, yeah, no, I guess that only really works over like a curve or some shit. Really, I mean, that's yeah. I mean, that's work over. It usually works over a curve. I am trying to think about this one example. I remember watching a video where they did this over like a curve, but it wasn't quite like on a ball of earth or anything. It was just over like a hill, and they got the thing to rise up. But then in that scenario, though,
Have you seen the Earth curve calculator?
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
Do you think that's legit?
I mean, the Earth curve calculator pretty much, assumes. I mean, if you're doing like, I think the basic math is assuming no atmosphere. Like I've made my own little Earth curve calculator too. Yeah, but that assumes like no like atmosphere at all whatsoever. Like if we had like an atmosphereless Earth, then it's pretty accurate. Yeah. That's what that calculator is. Although I know there's other calculators that also, kind of do the math for like refraction and shit. But yeah, I don't know about those. But if you wanted, you could also make your own Earth curve calculator, just using but like I said, without assuming atmosphere. Obviously, it would be an atmosphereless Earth. It's very simple, and like it's very simple math. It's very intuitive too. Yeah, it was fun when I made it.
Well, we
Anyway.
can control for refraction, so like we can go out and take observations when it's coolest and when it's driest, for example. That'll limit the amount of refraction to a minimum.
Yeah.
So that it won't affect the observation.
Mm-hmm.
And anybody can go out there when it's hot and humid and not see past 4 miles, nothing.
Yeah.
So does that make sense?
What, say that again? You said people see past 4 miles or what?
What we can do, we can't. First of all, no observation is perfect, right? Granted, right? But we can control for refraction, right? So we can go out and take observations when it's the coolest and when it's the driest, like in the evenings or in the early mornings before the sun heats things up, and that will limit refraction to a minimum. Atmosphere and being cool and dry, so that way the refraction won't manipulate the observation. And like I said, the opposite. Anybody go out on a hot day and a humid day and not see nothing past 4 miles. It's just all blurry.
So it's just blurry.
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
And if you see, there's just an object, they'll be all stretched and they'll be all like
a little
bit all refracted.
A little bit like the black swan that you, not you, but the flat earthers, have pushed. That's
you think the black swans? You think the black swan? The black swan is a pretty clear picture. It's not stretched
it is clear, but it is clear, but it is also stretched in a lot of ways too. Though you got the crane that's bending a little bit. I believe there's plenty of images where they show, at least Zanuck anyway.
Well, hang on. The crane is bending, right? But that does not mean that the whole picture is lifted up 50 feet in the air, right? So the crane is bending. That's refraction, right? But where do you come with the idea that the whole picture is lifted 50 feet in the air? That's what I don't get.
Well, I think because we're assuming that
it should be behind most of it, half the. I think at 1 foot, there's about 50 feet of hidden target, right? So half of those rigs should be behind the curve, right? But they're not. We see the bottom. So you're saying 50 feet of what we see is lifted right up in the air and lifted up so it appears actually flat. What you're saying. And how can that be related to a crane that's a little bendy? Yeah, the crane is bendy, but that's like a bendy arm, right? That doesn't mean it's lifted up in the air 50 feet. You see what you're saying?
Yeah, well, hold on real fast. I want to know where you got this number. You said 1 foot was 50 feet or something. Like, where did you get that? Is that how the Earth curve calculator goes?
Pull up the Earth curve calculator, right?
Okay.
The first rig is 6 miles. Second rig is 9 miles. Okay. Yeah. Observer feet is 1 foot.
Yeah.
So look at the object hidden feet. It'll show you what's hidden behind the horizon on the Earth calculator. You want me to pull it up for you? You want to do it?
No. I just want to make sure that because I thought maybe you were.
And it's around 50 feet. I mean, I can
50 feet, okay.
see.
No, I believe you. That sounds about right.
I'm gonna just pull it up just so to make sure, because the farther rig is about 9 point something miles. The closer rig is 6 miles.
Yeah, I mean it might even be a little bit more, honestly. But Yeah, okay, that sounds about right. Yeah, I think yeah, it's being lifted potentially
Let
50
me
feet.
let me put it in. Okay, if you believe the camera height, which I hope you do, is 1 foot. You can do your own
Yeah.
distance to the first rig. I'm gonna say it's more than 6. I'm gonna say I think 6.2. Okay, miles.
Okay.
This shows 16 feet of hidden curvature.
16
So
feet. Okay.
just the bottom right, can't tell that much, right? But the second one is 9.2 miles.
Which would be a lot more, yeah, because it's like almost
Then the hit
exponential.
on the 1 feet observer height. Here I got I got 42.41 feet of hidden curvature.
Yeah.
Now we know the rig is 109 feet tall, right?
Yeah.
So 42 feet, let's say almost half of the rig,
Yeah, almost half.
and we can see the feet in the water.
Yeah.
That's the real problem. So you're
Yeah.
saying that the whole thing is lifted up 42 feet in the
Yeah.
air.
That's
But is that
fine.
related to a bendy crane? I mean, the bendy crane is still there. It's bendy. But
Yeah.
why are you saying it's being lifted up 42 feet? This I don't get.
So this is how I see it, right? Because it does seem to be that the refraction isn't like 100%. Like it's bringing the stuff up, but there's still like issues with it, right? So I'm thinking, most of the crane is being lifted up, just using simple numbers, 42 feet, and maybe another part of it, like higher up on that crane, is only being lifted 41 feet, right? And so while the crane looks like it's being bent left to right, it's really being bent top bottom, and because the crane is angled diagonally, right? When you kind of squish it like that, right, the crane ends up looking like it's kind of bendy. You know what I'm saying? So I'm thinking, yeah, like most of that oil rig is like lifted up 42 feet, and maybe some of it is lifted up 41 feet. All right, and that's what's causing that weird warpiness. All right, that's my whole theory on what's going on with that. I wouldn't necessarily know how that would be explained, using gradients, but that's my theory, is that some of it's being lifted up more than other parts of it. If I had to sum it up. How does that sound? Does that sound good?
Well, in your defense, there's no perfect observation without refraction. But what you want to do, I mean, if possible, I mean, I don't think it's possible, but you want to prove that these objects are being lifted up. I don't know how you can do that.
Well,
just because you're saying light bends down, you need to actually show that, not just say it, and not just. They also give. The Globers also put a fish tank in there. Look at the fish tank; it's moving down in sugar water. Not happening in reality. So not a good example.
Well, that's a good argument until you realize that the crane is bending, though. So we have to explain that. Why is it bending?
Hang on, though. It's bending because of refraction, but like I said, why are you saying that it's bending? Okay, I accept that. Why would you say that it's moving up 42 feet? You see, as far as if it's bending, they can go left, right, down. Also, why not? Why would you need to move up 42 feet? Why can't it just be like where it is? Or it can go, in your case, it can go down, left, or right.
Well, I wouldn't say it would go left or right because of how refraction works. It's strictly a top up down thing. At least in these scenarios, right? Because the gradient is from top to bottom. So the left and right thing wouldn't be right unless there was like a really hot object, like a really hot object, like nearby, like to the right or left of the oil rig. That could cause maybe some left to right refraction, but that's obviously not the case. All right. It would strictly be up, top down. But let's real fast address the bendy crane though. Still, so let's first go over what you think is causing that, and then I'll go over my thing, because we have to address that it is bending. You know what I'm saying, right? Like it is bending, and that's obviously light. That's not a physical thing. So
the crane's bending, light's bending. But it's there. It is where it is. It's right there, bending. It's there, a line of sight. That's what I'm saying. It's not going up, not going down, not going left to right. It's refracting to the exact point that the crane is moving, with let's just say a few feet left and right. but not. I don't get the whole picture is being lifted up off the ground.
Wait,
If that was the case, listen to this. If that was the case, where is the space that's above that rig? Where is that space? Like
okay, so I'll get to that in just a second. Let me first address the first thing. So you said that you believe the crane is where it is, and it's just you said it was like what, like shifted left or right? You said is that what you said? Are you saying you believe it's actually bending left to right? Hello, Patrick?
sorry, my daughter knocked my phone. I'm back. I missed that last thing you said. What was it?
So you're saying that in your situation, like in your what's happening on the flat Earth is that the crane and the oil rig is right there, but the reason why the crane is all bendy is because it's bending. You said left to right. Is that correct? You said it was bending left to right or something. Like how do you?
Well, you can say we'll say up and down for this case because you're saying it only goes up and down. Right? You say it doesn't go left and right.
Yeah.
So we'll say it goes up and down. Yeah, and it bends with refraction just to the point where it shows us. Still line of sight. It's bending probably a few feet at the most.
All right, but in that scenario though, if it is bending, if the crane is bending up and down or whatever, that means that the part that is bending is technically not the correct location. I mean, you could agree with that though, right? Because if it's
The
not
part that's bending.
okay,
So the difference is maybe a few feet, 2 or 3 feet,
yeah.
right? Because the crane is there.
Yeah.
It's just not straight. So the part that is not straight is a refraction, not that the whole picture is shooting up in the air.
Okay.
That's my point.
Fair enough. Okay.
And for example, let's say there's a building. Let's say we can get a building behind the crane, right? That's bigger than the crane.
Yeah.
If what you're saying is true, that it's shooting up in the air 42 feet, what we should see is let's say another object behind that crane. The space that's above that crane, where did that picture go? So is that also shooting up in the air even higher, or is that going to be like smushed?
It would be like smushed, yeah, because refraction.
So that would be like a confirmation on what's happening. If you have if that space above the crane is smushed, then that would make sense that the bottom is being lifted up, the top is smushed, kind of like one of those funny mirrors and those
Yeah, I know
special
what you're talking about.
rooms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really
Because
warpy looking.
you have to account for the missing space above the crane where it should be there. Where is that space going?
Yeah, fair enough.
Like if a bird flew into that space, would the bird like be smushed or would it be elongated?
Probably smushed if I had to guess. Yeah, probably like
you have to account for that missing space.
Yeah.
In this case, 42 feet is missing.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's true actually. I'm trying to think. So
and that's why I say you guys would have to prove that it's really moving those objects upwards, not just say it must be bending up. Because in essence, you're assuming a globe. You're assuming it must bend, and you're assuming this is what would happen.
Yeah,
but with no proof.
That's a fair point. But I do believe I do believe even if we assume a flat Earth, you have to at least assume that image of the oil rig, because you were saying that just the bendy crane part is being lifted up, but I'm saying even on a flat Earth, you would have to assume that the oil rigs are also being lifted up. Maybe not a whole lot, but still a little bit, because if you look at those images, right? And Zanuck has posted images of this before, but basically, if we're assuming the camera height is 1 foot, right, and understanding how perspective works, right? If you look at that image, the horizon, all right, goes above. There's like a swimmer in the water, right? And the swimmer is probably no more than like a foot or two above the water. That horizon goes above their head, right? And so the idea is that if the camera is 1 foot in height, right, anything that is 1 foot in height will line up until infinity, all right, which would be which would be the horizon, all right, more or less. And the horizon in that image seems to be above that, right? So if you think about it, this means that the black swan, at least in that image, right, the black swan, the horizon is higher than it should be, all right? and that could be due to, obviously refraction. It's being brought up, right? And so
It doesn't really mean it's higher though. All it's saying is it's bendy, right? And if the crane is bendy, it's refracting. That doesn't mean the rest of the rig is refracting, because the rest of the rig is there.
Well,
now, if the rig is if the rig is bendy, then that's refracting, right? But doesn't mean it's shooting up in the air 42 feet. That's what you lose me.
Okay, so I guess I guess I'll try to restate this, in a different way. So basically, in that image, we would expect the horizon to be more or less lined up with the top of that guy's head, but it is above that, right? So with that being said, right, not only is the horizon higher, right, but obviously, the oil rigs, I guess it wouldn't really be on the horizon, because in that image we see the horizon behind the oil rigs. But basically, the oil rigs are also higher than that guy's head and whatnot. So knowing how perspective works, those oil rigs aren't actually where they're supposed to be according to perspective, is basically what I'm saying. In that image, the oil rigs appear to be higher than they should be. And I'm saying that is caused because of refraction. You're saying, maybe, actually, I'm not sure what you're saying, actually. How do you explain that? Like, why the oil rigs are higher than we expect them to be in that image?
I'm not saying the oil rigs are higher.
Okay, so you're saying they're not higher. But okay, but understanding how perspective works, though, those oil rigs they're not supposed to be that high. What do you say to that? Do you say maybe my understanding of perspective is wrong? Are you saying maybe I'm just misunderstanding the image in general? What do you have to say?
Explain what you mean. Why would it be higher?
All right, so maybe I should pull out Blender or something, or maybe some kind of something.
I've seen Globers put fish tanks with sugar water and say, look, the laser is going down. And that's like a flash example, right?
Yeah. Okay, hold on. Here, I'll show you real fast. Are you on phone right now, or are you on PC?
I'm on my phone, but you can put in Livestream. You can put some in Livestream.
Okay, so you can still watch Livestream. Okay. So I'm going to show you what I'm talking about in terms of perspective. Once again, this is assuming, perspective, our understanding of perspective is correct. But basically, all right, I'm going to real fast model this real fast. I just said that twice. I'm going to pull out a plane. Let's go 100. Let's get my camera. Okay. I'm going to go with distance. There we go, 10,000 distance. There we go, 10,000. Check it out. Okay, so the idea is that basically, I'm going to get my cube out real fast. The cube is going to be, the cube is about 1 unit tall, and I'm going to have it stand, 1 unit tall above the ground. So I'm going to set my Z to 1, right? Now this is just Blender is, obviously this doesn't represent reality 100%, because Blender treats everything as if it is in a vacuum, all right? Like if there's no atmosphere. So everything I'm about to show you is obviously assuming no atmosphere, all right? But so here we go. I'm going to have my cube at 1 unit tall, all right? I'm going to put another cube, still 1 unit tall. I'm going to just bring it further away, and I'm going to keep bringing these further away. And I'm going to show you real fast what happens when you have objects of the same height, just kind of in the distance, all right? So copy, paste. I'm going to do one more really, really, really far away. I'm just going to kind of move that a little bit. Bam. All right, and now I'm going to take the camera now. I'm going to line that up also. I'm going to real fast set this to 90, 0, and I'm going to set its Z, or its height, as the same thing as this cube. So I'm going to set this to 1, all right? Hold on, okay. It's not the right height, hold on. Okay, so this is at 1, but I believe this, okay, so hold on. It's not quite right. Let me put that Z at 0.5. And set that to 0.5 missing. Okay, Blender's a little weird when it comes to freaking the whatever. Okay, so that's about right. Okay, so let me real fast. Okay, I'll set it back to 1. It's just Blender's weird. For whatever reason, the scale starts from the center. So you just sorry about that. Just give me a little bit of time. All right, so technically the camera's height should be at 2, okay? And I'm losing people in this call, so I gotta fucking hurry up. All right, so here we go. So let me move this to the side. All right, let's check it out. I'm gonna rotate the camera. Nope, wrong direction. Rotate it. All right. So, as you can see in this camera, right? Pretty much the camera is at a height of 2. These objects, these cubes are basically their center point going up and down is 1 unit up, 1 unit down. So these cubes are essentially 2 units tall. And as you can see, having the camera lined up with these objects, right? They line up indefinitely, all right? So as you can see, because my camera is at 2 units tall and the cubes are 2 units tall, any object that is also 2 units tall in the distance will line up indefinitely, right? That just keeps going on and on and on, right? So what I'm saying now is in the Black Swan image, right? We have the supposed height of the camera at 1 foot, right? And we have someone in the ocean, right? Swimming like a person, right? Swimming in the ocean. And that's the person above the water is going to be no more than 1 foot or 2, right? Above the water, right? So the argument is, all right, knowing how perspective works, right? How come the horizon is above that person in that image? All right. So I guess
let me stop you right here. Okay, I don't mean to stop you, but your graphics aren't reality. Okay.
Well, yeah. Okay. So like I said,
on these graphics, what you want to show is like dominant on the ground. Everything vanishes into the horizon. Okay, so you have like step. It goes like in steps. It would never be in the same height. It'd be steps going up, and then in the air, if you had like buildings sticking up from the ground at the top of the building, the skyline, buildings the same height going down farther. It's like steps down. So in the sky, it goes down into the horizon, and in the ground, it goes up into the horizon.
Yes,
and you're showing the same level, so that's not reality.
Well, no. Well, that's the thing. That's because these objects are all the same height. So obviously, real fast, if I change my elevation, all right, we can get
There you
that
go.
steps.
There
Yeah.
you go.
Yeah, but that's what I'm showing you. I'm showing you that when we have it at the same height, all right, objects of the same height, if they're all the same height and my camera's at the same height as those things, they will line up with the horizon. The thing is, whenever we get the step effect, all right, that's because there's a difference between the heights of these objects, the heights of my camera, or the person viewing these things. There's just a lot of inconsistencies. But
the objects are the same height.
Yeah. So when the objects are the same, yeah. So in this example, when the objects are the same height and my camera is also the height of those objects, right? Then they will all line up. So here's the thing, right? Even if you don't want to buy this argument, right? This is very, unnatural. This very, this we don't really see this happen in reality because frankly, we don't have objects of the same height like lined up like this, right? Fine. All right. Let's set this up very similar to the Black Swan image, right? I'm at 1 foot tall, right? I'm at the height of the camera is 1 foot tall, right? Let's assume the person in that image is, let's say, greater than 1 foot, above the water, right? Let's say like 2 feet, right? So let me take this cube and let me raise this up to 2. Hold on, 2. All right. Oh yeah, 2. There you go. Okay. So now in this image that I have here, right? As you can see, I have pretty much this object above the horizon line. All right, it is actually above the horizon line because this object is taller than me. If I'm at the object's height, which is going to be, I guess it would be 4. Well, actually, it would be like 3. Blender is weird. All right, it's kind of hard to explain the fucking units. But if I'm at the object's height, though, right? So let me real fast zoom into it.
Is this Blender program?
Yes, it's Blender. Yeah, but as you can see,
let me ask you this: do you agree that on a flat plane, distant objects would vanish into the horizon? Do you agree on that?
Yeah, I mean they're gonna, as you can see. I mean, even in this
at the limit of your angular perception, when that vanishes, you can't see it anymore. Then it blends into the horizon.
Well, yeah, I mean that's an
I'm
angular
saying that
res.
because a lot of Globers tell me, "Oh no, you can see to China, you can see to Mount Everest. You know, where's the ice wall? You know, they act like they can see that far
It
because they think
assumes
it's a flat plane."
it really depends on your resolution, right? So what it comes down to is, your eyes or camera that has a limited resolution. You have but so many cones in your eyes or rods. I forget which one it is, and you have but so many, receptors, in a camera or picks, whatever you want to call them, the ones that actually pick up the light. So it gets to a point where the object becomes smaller than the pixel, and obviously it's not going to pick it up at that point. But if you had enough pixels, if you had enough, uh, if you had enough pixels, enough receptors, whatever, right? In theory, you could potentially pick it up, but that really kind of, that's another topic, though.
Well, but then you also have the atmosphere you're going to get to contend with, right? That's going to
Fair enough.
block like
Fair enough.
steepness.
Yes, fair enough. You have the atmosphere, which will make things kind of hard to work with, because there's going to be that sort of bluish tint to it, because you look, it's kind of like a fog effect that you kind of get when you look through more atmosphere. Like the farther, I'm pretty sure you noticed it, but far away objects like mountains will appear almost bluish because they have that atmosphere in front of it. It's like a fog effect. So yeah, I imagine at some point, if you're looking really far away, the atmosphere might even just straight up just fucking block it out. Maybe. I don't know. It really depends, but that's neither here nor there. My whole point, though, is that in that image, that guy should be higher than the horizon. But what ends up happening is, I'm going to show you right now. What ends up happening is this cube right here being the guy. What ends up happening is we see this instead. All right, we see the horizon above the person. All right. The only way this is possible is if my camera is above that guy. All right. If my camera is the same height as that guy, then the guy lines up with the horizon. But if my camera is above that guy, then suddenly the horizon seems to lift up, all right, above that guy. All right. So here's this. There's two things. Okay. There's two scenarios. All right, for the black swan image. All right, or at least that specific.
Hang on. But wouldn't this also depend on how far the guy was?
Well, no. Okay, so for example, let me bring the guy. Where is he? There you go. So if I bring the guy farther and farther away, he gets closer and closer to the horizon, but he never actually touches it, though. He'll keep getting closer and closer, as you can see. All right, this is all using perspective. If the understanding of perspective and whatnot. If I am above that guy, he will have to rise up to the horizon. Now here's the thing. Now, if the other way around, now if I'm below that guy now, right? If I'm below the guy, all right. See, so if I'm below him, now what's going to happen is, let me, by the way, move this out the way. What's going to happen now is if I start to bring this, where is it? Yeah, if I start to bring him further and further away, God damn it, where is it? Yeah, there we go. Then he's still going to move towards the horizon, but as you can see, it's the center point is going to be, moving upper and upper, but it really depends on how low I am. All right. So if I'm like, let's say, there we go. Okay. So if I'm like way below, then he's moving downwards though. All right. See how he's moving down towards the horizon? And I can even go even further than that. And now the guy is, the farther he goes, the lower he becomes. It really depends on your eye, your height. All right. Your
Now,
height.
can you show me one thing to show me just a smidgen of reality? Can you show me that any of these objects are going to vanish into that horizon? Which is what actually happens.
So he's getting closer and closer. And so if I zoom out a little bit,
that one's above, but how about one that's below? Will that vanish?
We mean, I mean below. Oh, okay.
Like will that box vanish?
Well, I could bring it. Okay, well that's real fast. Hold on, let me real fast make this a larger fucking. That's cheating if I do that. So let me real fast do.
Put it like on the water, so it's I guess so it's below
50,000. 50,000.
halfway.
Okay, so that's actually clipping into the ground, so I can't do that. I got to make sure it's like 1. There you go. All right, so if I bring this out further, what's going to happen is I could put, let's say, negative 5,000. Negative 5,000. All right. technically I can keep zooming in, but if I zoom out, yeah, visually you're not going to be able to pick it up anymore. As you can see, it's practically gone. All right, but that's once again a resolution issue, right? I literally don't have enough pixels to display that
That
cube.
I'm saying that happens in reality. It does
Wait.
not.
Well, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, but obviously, if you zoom in, you bring it back, though. But it's not like it's coming. It's not coming up from behind the horizon, though. It's just that I literally didn't have enough pixels to resolve it at first. As you can see, it's tinier than the
Yeah, but
pixels on my
this is what
screen.
we see. We see objects vanish, and then we take binoculars and repeat 100, and then we bring that picture back in view that has vanished.
Yeah,
Yes,
but there are also images where
and
you
it's
have.
happening now in your art program.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I mean that's that's not debatable. That's
And our eyes are similar to a program like this. There's, like you said, resolution, right?
Yeah,
Bars or whatever.
Yeah, that's
and
fine.
once we lose that resolution, there's nothing to see.
Yeah, I mean, no one
What I like
argues
to
that.
say is that these objects at a distance become smaller to the size of a tiny dot, and then they vanish into the horizon.
Yeah, that's fine.
Is that
That's
correct?
fine. Yeah, that's
Okay.
no one argues
That
that.
would happen on a flat plane.
Yeah,
correct.
that's fine. Yeah, no one
You don't
argues.
need a sphere globe for that to happen.
Yes. Yeah.
But the argument is, I'm going to help you out. Aristotle observed boats going over the curve, and this proves they're going over the curve, right? But as we're seeing here, this also happens on a flat plane, so not proof of a curve.
Well, okay, so that's the thing. So yes, so things do disappear, right? Visually, because they get so small that your eyes literally just can't pick it up. Same on the screen that I have here. It gets to the point where it's literally smaller than the pixels, all right? That we're messing with. But that only explains that, all right? That doesn't explain images where you have half a boat being cut off, or the majority of a mountain. Let's say a good like 50 or 6. No, let's say like 60%, because obviously 50% would be half. We have like 60 or 70% of a mountain being cut off. That doesn't explain that. This effect only explains like like a scale, like a size thing, like it's literally just too small to pick up. But we have images where boats are cut off halfway, So
okay, so that's a different effect.
Yeah, that's a different effect. Yeah.
So, but let me explain. That's not Earth's curvature.
All right, fair enough. All right, yeah, that's what
is when distant objects, when they vanish, when you lose that resolution ability to see them, they will begin to vanish. They begin to vanish from the bottom up. Okay, and this is just common sense, because if they were going to vanish, if they were going to get to the point where you can't see them, where they, like I said, like we keep saying, vanish into the horizon for being small and distant, they wouldn't vanish from the top, okay? They would vanish from the bottom, because the bottom is the one that's going down into the horizon. You see?
Well, this is where I, kind of disagree with you. I mean, I've been agreeing with you with a lot of points, but this is what I was talking about earlier about Lemon's perspective. This is.
But hang on, the top. You can see the top because that's unimpeded by the horizon, right?
I don't buy that.
You can see the top. The top wouldn't disappear, first. If something's going to vanish into the horizon, it would mush, like we used the word mush earlier. It'd mush from the bottom up. That just common sense to me, because that's where you lose the resolution.
Yeah, and that's described by perspective, right? The thing you're trying to
I don't know.
describe
I mean, that's just my really layman example of what's happening. That's my example.
Right.
Perspective. I mean, you can say perspective, but I don't want to get all sciencey. I'm just giving you like a real basic example of what I see. And like, what doesn't make sense to me is you guys like do agree that this object would vanish on a flat plane. But if they did vanish, listen, here's the catch: would they start to vanish from the bottom or the top? Think about that.
They would never start
Obviously
to vanish
from the bottom, because
Godric.
That's the part that's mushed into the ground. It mushes into the ground. It's an
But
angular optical effect.
But when things disappear, they don't start disappear by a certain part of them. So if something
Yes,
is
they
getting
do.
too far, so
Yes,
if
they do.
something,
And hang on a second. I think what you just did, you just disagreed. Who am I talking to? Who's this guy I'm talking to, by the way?
Bacon.
Bacon. You just disagreed with Bacon, by the way. He just agreed that distant objects would vanish on a flat plane, and you're saying no. So here's the thing. Like,
that's
you
not
gotta
what
get
I'm
on
saying.
you gotta
That's
get on the
not what
same
I said.
page.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. I didn't say they wouldn't
Okay.
vanish.
Do
That's
distant
not what I said.
objects vanish on a flat plane by optical effect?
Yeah, regardless of the plane. If they're too
No.
close, so you can see.
On a flat plane, would a distant object vanish into the horizon? Yes or no?
Yes, but that's regardless
Okay.
of a flat plane.
Good.
Like with
Because
a flat
some
plane there or
warblers will
not.
tell you, "Oh no, we can see it infinity." That's what they tell you, and that's obviously wrong.
Yeah,
Right?
but
So at least
that's
we
not
can
what I'm
agree on
saying.
that.
That's not what no one's saying here. So the thing
Go ahead.
is, when
Make your
something
point.
starts, all right. So when something disappears because it's too far, so it's too small that you can't resolve that. It
Very
doesn't
good.
start doing that by a part of it first. So, for example, if a person is
It
too
would
far,
have to. It would have to.
why? Because we were talking
That-
about angular size.
like
Like
I don't know if you ever had art class, but there's these cool cartoons in art class where you go over I go over a hill, and then you see like the building that comes up, and it gets bigger, 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 and then you can go backwards, right? The building shrinks down, and it vanishes into the horizon.
yeah.
So the effect is, and that's not saying that the Earth is bending. That's saying that there's a resolution effect happening. Okay, so like I said before, if an object was going to vanish because of resolution, because of optical effect, we call whatever you want, perspective, okay, it would do that at the horizon line, and it would start from the bottom of the object upwards.
No, that's not. There's no starting point. This angular size of the thing you're seeing is going to start to get smaller and smaller and smaller, and you can always see it if it's big enough that you can resolve the resolution of that. So if there's nothing in the
You're
way,
contradicting yourself right now. You just said you can always
how am I
see it.
contradicting myself?
Because
Yeah,
you
no,
just said you can always
no,
see it.
no,
We
no,
already
no.
agreed that they're going to vanish. And you said you can always see it.
That was the first half of the sentence. The second half was as long as it's big enough that you can resolve it. I didn't say you can always see regardless. I said you can always see as long as the angular size is big enough that you can resolve it.
If you can resolve it, then you can see it. There's no issue. We're talking about when they vanish.
Well, you're not
when you
paying
can't
attention.
resolve it.
Try to follow what I'm saying. You're not.
You just told me if you can resolve it, you can see it. There's no issue. No argument.
I'm not
The argument
arguing
is
against
how
that
it
logic.
vanishes when you lose the resolution. That's the argument.
Yeah, but if the angular size of an object is too small that you can't see, you're not going to see the object. If it's big enough that you can wait until I finish. If it's big enough that you can see, you see it. If it's small enough that you can't see, you can't see it. There's no point in which it's in the middle, so now I only see the upper part. There's no reason why the resolution would give you the upper half of the object.
Okay, so
But we're closer to the floor, though.
No.
If we're looking at the all sides like a square, 6 feet up, down, left, and right, most of the compression would be toward the ground, wouldn't it?
No.
Come again?
This is lemon.
If you look at vision like a square scene. 6 foot up from the level of the eyes, 6 foot down from the level of the eyes down to the floor, since you're around 6 feet tall, 6 feet to the left, 6 feet to the right.
This hurts.
You're closer to the ground. So the ground is going to be closest to you 6 feet away, while everything else will expand away from that point. You're going to get 100 feet to the left, 100 feet to the right, and 100 feet up.
That would be a problem for that. That's going against that, because if the thing that is at the ground is the closest thing to me, and the other ones are a little bit further,
it's not.
They should.
You have it backwards. You're above the ground looking down at an angle. The smallest part of the angle is on the ground, and that's what Lemon's saying. The smallest part of the angle is on the ground that's farthest from you.
No, there's no.
If you were under the water,
One second.
if you were under the water, then you would see the bottom last. But you're not under the water. You're above the water looking down. The smallest part of the angle is at the horizon from you.
And
the biggest part of the angle is on
I'm
the top
trying
of
to
the
respond to that.
object. And that's why you see the top of the object last.
I'm trying to respond to that. So
okay, Bacon. What were we saying?
Okay, so let's say you're 2 meters high, and there's a cube that is also 2 meters high. You're both above the surface. You're both above a flat surface, right? And on top of that cube, I'm going to put a different cube. So let's say the first cube is red, and then I'm going to put a green cube on top of it. So now I have a red cube the same size as you, and on top of that, I have a second cube, which is a green one, right? Your distance is closer to the red one than to the green one, correct? Always.
The distance up and down from the level of the eyes that you need to count. If the distance up and down from the level of the eyes is equal, yes, I get what you're talking about. So you're talking about 3 meters or 2 meters. I forget the number already. But 2 meters up and down from the level of the eyes.
That was a yes or no question. Like, you try to answer
then
my
ask the
implications.
question again. If your question is so
I
freaking
only see
important,
one
just repeat the
green
freaking
block. I don't
question.
see a
Repeat the
red
question,
block.
please.
Hang on. You have to show both blocks.
Why did Lemon have to show up? Lemon, come on, we were gonna
Hold
talk
on,
about this.
dude. Shut up for a second. Repeat the question, please.
He didn't even speak for a second.
Please repeat the question, or I'm going to deem your question unimportant.
I asked if the cube on top of the other one will be always further from you.
I responded about it
I'm
being
not sure
further
what he's
from you,
saying.
and that your
Okay, I'm
question
gonna
was
draw it.
badly
I'm
formed.
not sure what he's saying.
The distance
Yeah, I'm
from
gonna
you
draw it.
is irrelevant. It's the distance up and down from the level of the eyes that is relevant. What else do you have to
I
ask?
don't care. It didn't get an answer. You can, if I use that answer to say something that is a non sequitur, you can address that. But I need the answer anyway. And I wasn't asking you. I was asking Godric.
Godric?
I don't understand your question.
Yeah, that's why
Please
I'm going to
repeat
draw
your
it.
question.
Yeah, I'm drawing 1 second.
All right, and as Bacon draws this, I will say this. All right, Godric. The only time you get the bottom fusing it with an object, right? This would only ever happen at a pixel level, right? And I'm gonna show you real fast what I mean. Okay, so I'm gonna real fast print screen this.
That will also happen at the top of it and at the side of it.
Well, okay.
No, it wouldn't.
So
No,
hold on.
it wouldn't. There's no obstruction.
Hold on. So let me explain what I'm talking about. All right. So I'm gonna real fast. I'm gonna screen share my MS Paint. All right. So this effect that you're talking about, this would literally be at a pixel level, and this only happens, all right, because once again you have a limited, just fucking limited fucking pixels, right? So in this example, all right, you have parts of the object and parts of, the ground occupying the same space as, in the same pixel, all right? So so let me real fast scale this up real fast so I can show you what I'm talking about. This would only happen because they're occupying the same space, the same pixel. So let me scale this up. I hope you guys are looking at this. As you can see here, all right, because, in this pixel, the object is occupying the same space as the ground or the water, whatever this is. Yeah, they kind of blend, but this also happens with the top part. This obviously the top of the object is blending with the sky as well, okay? As you can see in this example as well with the yellow cube, the top and the bottom are blending, but that's only because they are literally occupying the same pixel, all right? Once you can resolve it, though, however, once you can resolve an object like this green square here, all right, if you have enough of it, if it's large enough, then it's not gonna fuse a whole lot. It's only gonna fuse like a pixel's worth of information, all right? So this whole argument that you can hide a fucking...
But that's how our eyes work, though. It's basically in pixels.
You can't hide a boat, all right, half of a boat from the ocean. You can hide a pixel's worth of boat with the horizon because they're occupying the same pixel, but you can't hide a fucking boat.
Eventually, it will fuse with the surroundings. When an object goes away and disappears down to a vanishing point, it is the same thing as saying that the surroundings have essentially enveloped the object, and all you see is air, or all you see is the surrounding surface. You no longer make out the object separated and resolved separate from the surface or the surroundings anymore. It's the same principle.
And I don't buy that. So listen, all right.
Why not? It's
Because
logical.
it's
Why
not
don't you
logical.
buy
Far
logic?
from, it is far from logical. Just saying.
What's illogical about it?
It,
Other
it
than you
literally,
saying, what's
it
illogical
literally,
about it?
it literally goes against how perspective works, right? How angles
You're
work. All
just
right.
repeating your premise. You're not saying what it goes against. And
It
what
goes
way
against
is it
perspective.
problematic?
It
Be
goes against
specific.
perspective, like actual perspective, like how angles and whatnot. You know how things work. If you actually measure an angle to an object, there's an angle we expect to get, and this lemon
There's
vision
an
of
angle that
yours.
we expect to get, but what we actually get is different in the real world.
Yeah, an illogical thing, an illogical result. That's what we get. That's why
And
I
it's
think it's
even more
illogical.
illogical to say that you're going to see an object forever over a surface because you don't have equal visual distribution. If you're 6 feet high with your eyes 6 feet off of the ground, you do not have equal visual distribution up, down, left, and right. You have at best 6 feet equal distribution, 6 feet up, 6 feet down, 6 feet left, and 6 feet right. Past that point, things get very tricky. And that is why
says
stuff
you
is
though.
disappearing bottom up.
I've never seen anything about this except from you. That's it. All right. So
that's what Life is Short is showing, and Raichi 50 and these other people when they get closer to the surface. They're making effectively
they have to make a bullshit to make it work.
Let me
So you don't have even coverage left, right, up, and down as you get closer to the surface.
Let me bring a very simple
Let me
example.
offer one more thing, guys. This is for everybody, by the way. How about something you missed? How about swells of water in front of the object?
That's it.
A swell of water, let's say, at 2 feet, at 2 miles, can cover a building that's 20 feet at 20 miles. Do you understand?
Well, it depends. Once again, I've mentioned
this.
So
let me finish. So swells of water would also interfere with those pixels as that object is depixelating, is vanishing. Those swells of water will come up and mesh with that object, and that's why we only have the boat.
That is correct. So effectively, we have a focal point, gentlemen. A focal point at which all of these idealized ratios do more or less hold. But past that focal point, gentlemen, past the horizon, things are getting very crazy.
No.
Yeah, it's pretty, like, if you picture the simplest camera of all of them, which is like just a pinhole camera, right? You can choose any point on the image of that camera, and you can just use perspective to trace back where the point is coming from, which is the same thing as the rendering is doing. So the renderer is just tracing back for each pixel of the rendering image, where is that's gonna come from in the scene that you're creating. And same thing goes for a camera.
But
so
there's a lot of stuff that we have to learn. There's a lot
as you go.
Let me answer Bacon.
Well, I didn't make a question.
Let me say one thing to Bacon. Bacon, you there? I gotta go in a minute. You there, Bacon?
Yeah.
Is Bacon there?
I am here. What do you mean? I was speaking so far.
I wanted to say that the reason why I'm saying that, not because I'm guessing, not because I'm doing math or science, okay? The reason I'm saying the advanced depth of the horizon because I can take a P900, focus on an object that is too small to see. Are you hearing me?
Mm-hmm.
Bring that object back into view, and guess what? When you bring it back into view from being vanished, okay, for real, the first thing you see is the tip of the sail.
So what?
As you zoom in, the first thing you see is the tip of the sail, not the whole boat. And then you can see that as it grows bigger, as it comes off from that mushy point, then you can see the whole boat. That's why I'm saying that. I'm not doing math or science. I'm just going by a proven thing.
Roderick, we're not. You're not getting. We're not disagreeing that things disappear bottom up. We all agree with that. That happens. We're disagreeing on why. Because if you try to come up with perspective to answer that doesn't do it. That won't do it.
Perspective does it just fine. The thing is,
no, it doesn't.
You have even coverage 6 feet up, down, and left and right from the level of the eyes. Past that point, you're going to get visual expansion beyond 6 feet. To the left, you're going to go out 100 feet, a mile, 10 miles, 100 miles. To the right, you're going to go out infinitely 10, 100 miles. Up, you're going to go 10, 100 miles all the way up. But down to the ground, you're going to bottom out at 6 feet. So because of the lack of symmetrical coverage in your visual scene, a line will form.
Lemon, didn't I break your perspective last time we argued?
No,
I
the
literally
logic that you used to try to break it was just as abysmal as it is now. You didn't really prove anything. So since you don't have equal coverage in the
pretty sure I
visual
broke
scene,
it.
you're not getting even convergence, and your line is forming behind which things appear to set because of the limits of vision. That is all.
Well, anyway, I don't know. Bacon, you have fun with us. All right, I'm gonna go. All right, but not because I'm like, oh, I'm bored with it. But I it is getting late though. You guys have fun. I don't know. Peace.
So anyway, you're a level line that you're trying to make everything
Thank you for
converge
the
toward.
discussion.
Your level line, like a coin in front of a car, is obstructing a lot of stuff beyond the horizon. And so past this focal point where everything is converging evenly, you're getting some really weird relationships. That's why I'm talking about the focal point of the horizon where everything appears to converge more or less evenly 6 feet up, down, and left and right. But past that focal point, things are out of ratio. You have 100 feet, up, left, and right, but 6 feet down. A mile up, left, and right, but 6 feet down. And the ratios are just off past that focal point at the horizon. And things are appearing to set bottom up. So the level line of the observer is more accurately a zone of convergence where a lot of visual information is being crammed. Just like the penny in front of the car, the level line or the horizon obstructs huge objects that are beyond, huge, because of the lack of a symmetrical visual ratio beyond that focal point.
Okay, so Godric, I'm making a drawing here for you, if you don't mind. Let me see if I got this right.
What are you putting the drawing?
I can stream it. One sec. Let me. This might not be accurate enough, but I'm gonna try it.
You can see the concept of the focal point when you look at a bottle. A bottle has one small opening toward the top.
So
And
Godric, can you join the live stream?
Okay,
a
I'm
bottle
in.
A bottle has one small opening toward the top and a bigger lip at the bottom of the bottle. But if you hold the bottle close enough to your eye, the smaller opening will appear to be bigger than the bigger opening at the bottom of the bottle. That shows the concept of a focal point, a distance past which the bottle will attain the proper ratios, where something smaller will appear smaller than something that it's physically smaller than, and or the ratios will be reversed and something smaller will appear bigger and vice versa than what it's actually sized at or whatever. And so the focal point appears to be the
can you
point
pause
at
for a
which
second? I was trying to have a conversation with Godric and just not being able to anymore.
there's silence going on. Godric, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay,
I'm trying to upload a picture to see if it helps a little bit.
Can you see the drawing? Can you see the drawing I'm sharing, Godric?
Yeah, give me one moment. I'm gonna go back to the drawing. Hang on 1 second.
Sure.
Okay, while he's uploading that, the focal point effectively is the point before which and or past which the object takes on its proper ratio. Something smaller appears to be smaller than something that it's physically smaller than, and or these ratios reverse. The horizon appears to be no different. Even though something is towering above smaller stuff in the foreground, it appears to be obstructed and below smaller stuff in the foreground. And the horizon line is no different. It is a focal point past which these ratios invert and look totally off. And so we need to talk about the focal point of the horizon as well, the point before and after which these aspect ratios of size appear to be in proper proportion or go out of proportion.
Okay, so can you see it, Godric?
Okay, go ahead, Bacon.
Right. So this red dot here would be where the lights of the light rays cross each other. This would be like what's happening inside of a camera. So on the back here, that goes the same for your eye. But on the back here, you have the sensors. So for example, there's a grid of sensors here. One for this pixel, let's say, one for this pixel. Each one of those areas here are going to measure the color of a pixel. Right. So the amount of light, for example, the light is coming from this direction. It's going to enter the camera. There's like a tiny hole here. And it's going to reach, let's say, this part of the camera. So if there's blue light coming here, because that's the sky, it's going to be read by this pixel here as blue light. So that's the most basic idea of how cameras work. It's a bit more complicated because they have lenses, so they can get.
Are you going to make your point about how the cameras receive light?
No, I'm going to make the point on there's no thing being obstructed. I mean, what happens to the bottom happens to whatever. So, for example, this is the boat, right? So below the boat you have water, and if the water is within this range here, it's going to reach like this pixel here, and this is going to register this as blue because that's the color of the light is coming from the water. And as you, let's say when the boat is close enough,
you're making a fallacy here. Can I tell you what it is?
What the fallacy is?
You're not showing the horizon correct. That line you have there.
That's not supposed to be the horizon. It's just a surface.
We should be looking at objects on the horizon. That horizon is not one line. It's it's like a strip that smushes these objects, and it starts from the bottom and it goes to the top.
This is not. This is just the water, right?
That's the discussion we're having.
No, yeah, but you're saying that,
and you're showing something else. You're showing something that doesn't happen in reality.
What the hell are you talking about? Don't boats go? I mean, that's just a camera. That's water, and that's a boat. What is realistic about having a camera, water, and a boat? What's the problem with that?
I'm explaining to you that horizon line is not that.
That is not a horizon line. It's just the level of the water.
The level of the water is like the horizon, is it not?
If you say so, but this is just meant to be the water.
Well, finish your point. I don't think you see this in reality. Is what I'm saying. It doesn't look that way.
What's not in reality here? Because this is a boat. This is water. Like you can extend that how further you want. This is just a line.
That line is fallacious. You need to show a body.
How is the line fallacious? Isn't this line a line?
No, you have to show a body of water like a swimming pool or an ocean or a lake.
That's this square.
Then you put those.
This is water.
You put that green and red boat on top of that, not a blue box, and then you can see more of what's really happening.
What should I put here? What should
show
I put
it like
here?
it looks in reality. There's no point drawing pictures.
What am I missing here? What am I missing here?
You're not showing what it looks like in reality. There's no
that
line is not that line is the horizon line is not clear cut like that.
This is just the surface of the water. So it's not clear cut, so you want some waves here? Is that what you want? Like you wanted some waves
that would be a start. You wanted to put some waves. And then does the water go from that distance to us, or does it go on the other side?
What?
Where's the observer point of view?
What's this? This is the observer. The observer is here.
But is the observer to the right of the boat?
No, he's looking there. This is the back of the camera. So this is the field of vision of the camera. Right?
Well,
yeah, that would happen. Hang on. That would happen if you're 10 feet in front of the boat. But if you go 3, 4, 5, 6 miles, what'll happen is that bottom of the boat will smush with those waves, and it'll start disappearing.
Yeah, except that if you're okay, so you're saying the waves are obstructing it, or is the if there's no waves?
One, it's then like I like what was the other guy that I was talking to? I got it mixed up. I thought he was Bacon. What's his name?
Arma.
Arma?
Yeah.
What Arma was saying we agreed on is that because the pixels could not rectify the object being so small, they started diminishing to the point where it vanished.
That's what I'm trying to get to.
Okay.
This is
So that does happen.
This is exactly how the rendering works, and this is how cameras work, and this is how your eye works. So this is supposed to explain exactly that. What happens for the pixels to start diminishing? Let's say the bottom of the boat. And if you saw on Arma's stream, on Arma's pictures, it also happens to the top of it. It just blurs the whole thing. So the thing is, if each of those areas here are going to be read from some sensor of light here, right? So the picture here is going to be generated upside down. So if you have a pinhole camera, you can see the image upside down. It flips the image. So do your eyes. So do cameras inside. So the image is registered upside down, and it flips again when it's processed. Okay, so what you should expect to see projected here onto because this is where the image comes from, right? So if you're seeing blurred pixels, it's gonna be the reading of some of those sensors here. That's where the color of the pixels come from, right? Are you following?
No. Why are you showing?
Oh no, I don't care. I don't care. I give up.
Why does it matter? Why does it matter if the camera is upside down? I don't understand that part. We see what we see.
Well, he's talking about the camera obscura. He's talking about the camera obscura, Godric. It's basically a box with a hole in the wall where the light pulls through the hole in the wall and appears to flip upside down the image that you see on the other side of the hole in the wall. This is the principle off of which we derive cameras and how we know that the image flips and inverts when it hits the back wall, be it the eye, the box with the hole in the wall, or the camera. And so they use the way that light appears to focus and pull through this hole in the wall of the camera obscura to make cameras and stuff like that. When the
does the objects really flip backwards and we're looking upside down? Is that what you're saying?
No, but if you looked at the back wall, you'd see the image upside down. They used to make these things called camera obscuras. Camera is an old word for wall, or I mean a room that is obscura or dark.
With all this, what is he getting at? What is the point?
He was trying to make some sort of point about most of the compression being, or the compression happening evenly, top and bottom in the boat, not just toward the bottom of the boat. He's trying to say it would happen on all, sides of the boat or something like that. That's what I got. Was that your main point? He probably dipped out, but was that your main point, Bacon? Yeah, he's gone. So he was trying to say that the compression would happen at the top of the boat and the bottom of the boat, not just the bottom of the boat.
Okay, well, here's the thing. There's nothing obscuring the top because the top is air, right? But there's something obscuring the bottom because the bottom is swells of water and waves and water.
And notice how those angles that he was drawing for the top and bottom of the boat have different amounts of height in them and different amounts of visual information compressed into them. The bottom angles are going to be stretching along a surface. So eventually you're just going to be representing 6 feet down from the level of the eyes down if you're 6 feet off the surface. And all you're going to be looking is along the flat surface in those angle packets. That's all you're going to see. But the top from the level of the eyes up is going to expand out into greater and greater height, whereas the bottom doesn't have that luxury. It bottoms out at 6 feet. So he's drawing, a drawing that doesn't quite encapsulate everything that's going on. The bottom is now just looking along a surface that's flat and just looking at a surface that's 6 feet away and just looking out along the surface now, as opposed to looking at, height and breadth and depth like the top of the visual field is seeing from the level of the eyes up. So the compression is happening in the bottom very quickly from the level of the eyes down. So the boat would just eventually merge into that surface and become unresolvable. Because when we're looking out from our eyes outward, like a pie slice that's expanding or a triangle that's expanding from our eyes outward, we're taking in more visual information. And objects of the same size are going to be compressed, seemingly compressed, into a smaller and smaller space, because up close you can see like maybe 1 foot of visual information, and a 1 foot object would take up the whole scene. But as you go twice as far or 3 times as far away from the eye, now you're seeing 6 feet of information, and that 1 foot it now looks smaller as it is now crammed in with a bunch of more information. Even further from the eye, now you see 3 miles, and that 1 foot is hardly resolvable because it is surrounded by 6 miles or whatever of increasing visual information. And eventually it will just become unresolvable. And this will happen with the bottom part of vision faster than the top because we're closer to the surface. So there's a bunch of stuff
Because
going
the
on.
angle is closer to the surface than let's say you're looking at a building. It's farther from you on the surface than on the from the building.
Yeah.
Because of the angle of your eye to the ground.
Yeah. So
And
the
also this,
angle
you
up and
mentioned
down.
this, but there's
Yeah.
light. The light that allows us to see is not coming from the ground. It's coming from above. So it makes sense that we see the object, the top of the object, because it has light, and the bottom of the object is not. Is gonna diminish first because there's no light down there.
Yeah, I mean, there's
Does
a
that
bunch
make
of
sense?
different things going on here. I mean, it's close to the a level of the eyes. The level of the eyes up and down appears to be where we make our angles from. When we look down a hallway, everything appears to converge toward the level of the eyes, as if that's where the angles start when you try to see if the object is resolvable or not, up and down from the level of the eyes. And the wider angle tends to be from the level of the eyes up as opposed to from the level of the eyes down. Now, if you want to invert this relationship or flip this relationship or make this relationship backward from what it normally is, get close to the ceiling. And all of a sudden, stuff will start to disappear, I guess, top first, since you're closer to the ceiling or the wall or whatever. But the same thing appears to apply. I'm going
But
to
also
send you
have to
some
count
stuff
the
on.
light. There's light coming from the air, usually from the air, not from the ground, and that plays an effect. Right, the light does mainly come from above, right?
Yeah, most of the light appears to be coming from above also, yes.
So that would allow us to see the top better than the bottom when it
Yeah.
diminishes.
I'm sending you some stuff about camera obscura. You probably already know this stuff, but I want us to be on the same page when we use these terms so that we know what each other is talking about and what we've, been exposed to in this discussion. It's basically, you see the pinhole in the room over there to the right, and the light is coming through that pinhole, and the image is flipping and inverting on the back wall. I'll see if there's some real life examples of this so you can see why people made these cameras based off of these camera obscura.
Are you dimming me or are you putting a live stream?
I'll put it in your messages, but I'll put it in the live stream when I get a chance. Yeah.
Okay, I got it. Camera obscura. I got it. Oh, I think that was a fun discussion. I mean, I think Bacon was frustrated at the end.
It takes some time. I mean, we should let them get it out if they wish. It is frustrating that they feel like they have to just, take over the discussion or just, keep talking without really listening. But let's try to listen to each other as much as possible to keep things from getting too frustrated. I know we sometimes, dogpile some of the Globers, but let's try, I guess, to listen to each other as much as possible.
Agreed. I was talking to I was discussing a Glober, and he had a video that showed supposed plumb lines, and that showed that the lines weren't flat because they're creating angles at a distance. And I wanted to run that video by you if I could get it, but Like, let me see if I can find it.
Take your
the
time.
lines supposedly not parallel over distances.
I'll take a look, but based off of the way these discussions tend to go, I have a pretty good idea of what they're talking about, and it just appears to be fallacious. Basically, what they're saying is we have these idealized triangles with a certain length of sides and certain angles that should preferably add up to 180. They're not doing that when we sight them with a theodolite or whatever over the Earth. When we hang a plumb bob to some sort of zenith angle, we expect all of the length to be there and all of the angle to be there for a perfect 180 triangle, ideally. But we're not finding that. But the reason why we're not finding that isn't because there's a hump of Earth curve in the way. It's because of this stuff, the diffraction limit or something visual, where the lengths are being lost, the angles are being lost, and everything is just merging together without the need for Earth curve. And so you can do those measurements all day, every day, and show how you're missing angle, you're missing sides or whatever. But the reason for that is just visual and optic. Eventually, visually, two separate light sources will merge into one unresolvable light source. You will lose length at that point, you will lose angle at that point, and your idealized 180-degree triangles will not hold. So yet again, we only have these idealized math relationships at best all the way up to the focal point. The focal point where more or less you have 6 feet up, down, and left and right from the level of the eyes, or rather an equal amount of visual space up, down, and left and right from the level of the eyes. Past that point where more visual information is packed in, especially up, down, left, and right when you're outside, those relationships are no longer going to hold, and you're going to get very weird stuff happening visually.
I sent Jessica Kowalski article, I guess. I just wanted you to comment on it, how he's getting these measurements. And you're saying it's optical fallacy.
Very optical, yes. And these idealized triangles they're talking about only hold at best up to an equal distance up, down, and left, right from the level of the eyes, to the point where 6 feet vanish if you're 6 feet off the wall, or whatever the length of that visual space reaches a vanishing point. Past that, the ratios are just off. Past the vanishing point for a 6-foot zone of visual space, you get a vanishing point for a 6-foot zone of visual space around 3 to 6 miles away. Past that focal point, if you will.
How many miles?
Based off of practical observation, a 6-foot object vanishes about 3 to 6 miles away. So one would logically assume a 6-foot block of visual space would vanish around that distance as well. So the block of visual space you're looking through, 6 feet up, 6 feet down, and 6 feet left and 6 feet right from the level of the eyes, would seemingly vanish around then. And at that point, you have a vanishing point or a focal point. Past that point, the ratios are no longer 6, 6, 6, 6. It's more like 100, 100, 106 if you're going top, left, right, and down. And then it just gets weirder from there. A mile, 6. 10 miles, 10 miles, 10 miles, 6, it just bottoms out for the bottom part of vision. And the ratios are off.
It seems they're making triangles, I guess, like in free space, and they're saying they're larger than 180 because the Earth is bending.
Yeah.
Follow me? Anyways, I sent that to you in the DM if you can run through that. It sounded like he's taking measurements. And is he really doing plumb lines?
Let's see. Jesse Kozlowski, WordPress. My surveying observations. Let's take a quick look at this. Measurements and pictures, my YouTube channel. Looks like he's got a picture, 1 mile level line. Note, taking photographs through surveying equipment telescopes is not standard surveying practice and is not to be confused with making surveying measurements using those instruments. That's because you can't use these equipment beyond their optimal range. I think they're only best used within like 300 yards of that. Past that, the ratios are going to be off, especially if you're really low to the ground. Measurements using these pictures were taken only to share the view as observed through the instrument telescope. Measurements of curvature in 1 mile. All right, looks like he's at ground level. Observations made in November of 2015 between milepost 27 and 28 on New Jersey Route 206. Flat Earth reality presentation for the Truth Explorers meetup group. Jesse Kozlowski, geodetic surveyor. He's a Glober. Started surveying in 1978. Okay. Professional license 1990, worked around the world. My first video, geodetic surveyor straightens out the flat earth. Hooray, geodesy to the rescue. Nope. Measurements of curvature in 1 mile. He's got his book there. 6 sets of near real-time reciprocal zenith angles were measured and recorded. Reciprocal means at least 2 places back and forth. Reciprocal zenith angles were measured and recorded. So they're trying to basically make a square. They're measuring straight up, preferably to like toward 90 degrees straight up in one area. And then they're going to a second area and trying to measure straight up at that area. And they're getting kind of like a square box between all these points, these 4 points they're trying to measure. And they're saying on a flat earth, we'd have all our sides, all our angles, and all of this stuff would work out perfectly. Let's see what they record. From point to point, zenith angle, instrument height, target height. So they're going from point 27 to 28, mile marker 27 to 28. They're measuring a zenith angle of basically 90 degrees, which is like 90 degrees straight up and some change. The mean, 90 degrees, 0 minutes, 10.67 seconds. Standard deviation is 4.80 seconds. And the SEM, whatever that is 1.96 seconds under the zenith angle column. Then it's backward reciprocally from point 27 to 28 to 27. And then they just do a backward measurement and compare. I think they're saying that the same angles and the same measurement should be at both places, but they're off slightly. So they're concluding that it's a ball, basically.
They're greater than 90 degrees, right? That would make it bending. Is that what they're doing?
I think some of that is there, yeah. I'm not a surveyor, but one could infer most of what they're talking about here. They talk about the measurements of curvature in 1 mile. The sum of the 2 angles is greater than 180 degrees. How do these results fit the flat Earth model? These results do agree very well with the ellipsoid model, where approximately using L equals R times theta, where L is 5,280 feet and R is 20,906,000 feet. That's what you get for 20,000. That's what you get when you multiply the radius of the Earth times 5,280 feet. You get 20,906,000 feet from the center of the Earth, supposedly out. In radians, the angle subtended at Earth's center, theta, is the length divided by the radius. Multiply that times 206,265 seconds per radian to get theta is approximately 52 seconds of arc in 1 mile. My measurement is within 19 seconds of the estimation.
When it says 19 seconds, that's arc seconds.
Arc seconds, yes. 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in a degree.
But is that based on a circle the size of the Earth?
Yes, they take the size of the Earth and basically break it up into 360 degrees. So the circumference of the Earth is like 24,000. and some change. You divide that by 360 to get the number of miles per degree, roughly 69 miles per degree. And to get the number of minutes per degree, you take 69 miles and divide it by 60 minutes. And you'd get like 1 mile a minute.
I think they're
mile
using nautical miles, which is 60 to 1 as opposed to 69.
I think this dude's using regular statute miles, just regular miles, not nautical. But if it was nautical miles, we'd use 60 instead of 69. But if we use nautical miles, it would be 60 divided by 60 minutes for 1 nautical mile per minute. And then you take that 1 nautical mile and divide it by 60 seconds to get whatever that is, 1 divided by 60 for the number of miles per second. It would be like
So what is he showing? What is he showing the deviation between flat and round is, or the deviation in his measurement? Is it go by seconds or minutes?
I think it's at the 90-degree zenith angle. He says that the zenith angle basically should be like 90, but it's like 90 plus some more. So there's extra stuff to that angle, making those red lines splay out and not point up perfectly straight like he'd expect on a square. That's like flat. So it's a deviation from 90 that appears to be shown here.
But 90 degrees is 90 degrees. You know, it's not 91 in other words. So why would it be evidence?
We need to see what he's measuring his zenith angle to. Like something's making this angle and we need to see why it appears at 90 degrees in 18 seconds as opposed to like 90 degrees overhead for what reason.
So it's 90 degrees in 18 seconds and he says that that's proof it's bending. Is that what you're saying?
Basically, in that measurement of curvature in 1 mile where you get the red lines, he's has so one side 90 degrees, 1 minute and 1 second. Yeah. And at the other line, he has 90 degrees and 10 seconds. He says that they're not quite pointing perfectly up like a square. And then when he subtracts them, he's getting 1 minute and 11 seconds of quote unquote, I guess, spherical excess or whatever. And he's saying that that would go with a ball as opposed to a flat, squarish angle.
But I noticed the measurements aren't equal on both sides. You have one like in the tenths and one in the hundredths. You notice that? Left side, right side, 90.00 point, and then 90 point.
You're talking about the drawing with the red lines?
Yeah.
The way to read that is 90 degrees. There's a little circle above that 90, that's degrees. Then 01 with a little slash. That's 1 slash is for minutes. So that's 1 minute. And then 01 with those 2 slashes. There's 2 slashes you can kind of see there. Those are, I'm sorry, 2 apostrophe marks or whatever. That's for second. 2 apostrophe marks, like a quotation mark, is seconds. So it's 90 degrees, 1 minute, and 1 second.
But the distance on the left side is different than the distance on the right side. You notice that?
Where's the distance? I don't see it. He has 5,280 feet for 1 mile at the bottom, or kind of in the middle. I don't see a distance left or right. I see the 28-mile marker to the left and the 27-mile marker to the right, with 1 mile between them.
Look on the picture with the red lines. 190 degrees is 90.01, and the other one is 90.00.10. It's off by a factor of 100.
But you don't read it as 90.01.01 to the left and 90.00.10. That's not how you read it. It's not a decimal or anything like that. It's red.
The first
90
one
degrees.
minutes and the second one seconds?
The middle one is minutes and the last one is seconds. There's 3 sets of measurements there with 3 sets of numbers. The 90 is the degree.
But wait, look. It's 90 degrees, and then the left side is 1 minute, 1 second more, right?
Yeah.
The right side is 90 degrees, no minutes, and 10 seconds more. So you got
Yeah.
1 minute and 1 second, which is, we have 61 seconds on the left, and we have 10 seconds on the right. It's off. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, the difference between them is 1 minute and 11 seconds. So the difference between them is a total of 1 minute or 60 seconds plus 11 more seconds, 71 seconds between the two.
So let me get this straight. On a perfect sphere, wouldn't it be equal on both measurements?
Basically, they're saying that on a sphere, it would expand outward like a pie slice from the center outward. And for
Right, but
1
wouldn't
mile,
the left number and the right number be equal on a sphere? If the sphere is equal, yes or no?
on this person's implying that no, they would not be.
Okay, well, I don't get it then. I don't get why one is different than the other one.
Oh, you're asking why both of them aren't 1 minute and 1 second or whatever, why they're not the same like that? Oh, okay.
Well, the mean would be, the sum or the mean would be 90 .00 point, let's say 50, right? That would be the average of both. But one is 1 minute, 1 second. The other one is 10 seconds.
Right.
So
I
they're
think
not measured equally.
Well, I think they would chalk that up to experimental error, because anytime you do a measurement with these instruments, you're going between the inch lines in the instrument, and you're going to round up or down between the inch marks on the instrument. And so they probably chalk it up to experimental error or something like
Well, if
that.
that's the error, then how do you know it's correct?
They would bring in their assumptions, their philosophy, and try to average it out. They say, okay, well, sometimes we round up, sometimes we round down, but we're going to take the average and get within the ballpark. That's basically what they say.
Right. So they're saying it's not 89 degrees, so it must be a ball.
Pretty much. They're expecting 90 perfect degrees on both sides to go with something more square, like a flat surface.
What does the A at the bottom mean?
I think that A is delta for change. Delta in Greek is like a triangle. So I think that's actually a delta triangle to talk about the change from one measurement to the other. And that is talking about subtracting one from the other. When you subtract 90, 1 minute, 1 second from 90, 10 seconds, you get 1 minute and 11 seconds left.
But he's adding those together, and like I said, the one on the left is 6 times bigger than the one on the right. Am I right?
The one on the left is 6 times bigger?
Yeah, 90.01. The difference from 90 is 6 times more on the left than on the right.
What numbers are you using for that?
90.01 on the left and 90.0010 on the right. That's 1 minute, 1 second, and on the right is 10 seconds.
That's
so
not the way that you read.
Go ahead.
That's not the way that you read the angle. You don't read it as decimals. That's not a decimal measurement. It is 90 degrees. From 90 degrees, when you subtract that, you get 0. You have on the left 1 minute with that 0, 1, and that little apostrophe mark that symbolizes 1 minute. So you have 1 minute.
It symbolizes a distance, a measurement. That measurement is 6 times bigger on the left and on the right. The difference of 90. Am I right?
It's an angle measurement, like a triangle or a pie slice expanding supposedly from the center of the earth outward.
But if it was straight, it would be 90, correct?
Yes, that's what we would assume.
Bigger than 90, so it's not straight, correct?
Yes.
But the measurement on the left is 6 times bigger as far as the difference of 90 than the one on the left. Isn't that right?
Well, let's make sure that we're on the same page.
Because the left has, like I said, 1 minute, 1 second, and the right has 10 seconds.
Right.
So it's like they did the measurement on the slant.
They're assuming that they're doing it on a curved surface where the angles are kind of going outward and expanding.
But wouldn't they be the same or close to it?
They would expect that they would be the same on a flat Earth. That's what they would expect. They would both be 90 at that point. But if you're saying that they'd be the same on a ball, as in both of them would read 90 degrees 1 second and the other one would say 90 degrees 1 second, I guess that would be expected on a ball too. But I think they'd say that there's measurement differences in elevation, experimental error. They're chalking it up to different stuff than, that on a ball.
Yeah, well, the way I see it, 90 is 90. And I do find a problem with that measurement because it's not equal. If it's not equal, then it could be an error. If it's an error, then what's the whole point?
Well, I guess what they're assuming is you'd have 90 degrees going up from some sort of tangent to the ball. And so they're saying that, you take that red line and take a line perpendicular to that going out into space and get 90 degrees off of that tangent. And so they're basically saying that perpendicular tangent that you get when you take that red line and go 90 degrees tangent to the land is going off at a different direction than the tangent you get from the 27 marker over to the right. I think that's what they're assuming.
Yeah, what is it, 28 and 27? Those are markers? Those are real markers?
Those are mile markers, the green mile markers that you see at the side of the road.
So did he do 28 markers?
No, it went 1 mile away from the 27 marker over to the right and went a mile away to the 28 marker over to the left. And that's why they have 5,280 feet right there in the middle. When you're symbolizing feet, you can also use 1 apostrophe as well, which is a little confusing going from minutes to feet, but you can do that as well.
Do you realize these red lines angles are very exaggerated?
Yeah, it's exaggerated to get the visual effect, to get people thinking about this in the same terms.
In reality, it would be straight up and down.
If it was 90, but they're saying we're getting more than 90 because these angles are a little V'd out.
Remember, 90.00.10 is indistinguishable from straight. That's my point.
It would be hard to tell, yes, but they have these theodolites, these angles that they're measuring, and they're making
what was the equipment? What's the equipment that he's using?
It looks like a theodolite based off of what I'm seeing.
But that's not plumb lines, though, right?
We'll have to read further to see if he's got some more about this stuff. The raw measurements uncorrected for deflection of the vertical. That's when vertical isn't perfectly 90. When it's deflected or off a little bit, or seemingly off from what it should be. They are referenced to the geoid. These measurements reveal the tilt that exists between the vertical plumb directions at the ends of the line. At this latitude, the tilt is found to be approximately 1 arc minute in 1 mile, rounding off, if need be, for various specific applications that require very precise determinations of the curvature and the tilt. High precision measurement procedures can be applied to account for these differences at very exacting positional tolerances. One such example among numerous that can be examined is the case of the construction of the LIGO facilities. The closest LIGO will ever come to detecting gravity was during the construction, when the tubes were being built straight rather than following the natural curved level path linear structures such as pipelines, highways, and railroads normally follow. Whatever. In the case of LIGO, the long tubes had to be constructed straight to within very exacting tolerances. Back to New Jersey Route 206. He's got a picture of the 27-mile marker there with his theodolite over to the left by the orange pylon. High precision GNSS receivers were used to record repeated static sessions in November 2015 and again in November 2016. Carrier phase, multi-constellation, multi-frequency GNSS data was logged to produce high precision 3D vectors between mileposts 27 and 28. geodetic
I think the
latitude.
LIGO is BS. I think it's easy to fake that. I don't know how you can confirm that that's actually straight and it's supposed to be 4 feet off on one side and 4 feet off on the other side from the flat. But
I
how can
think
you
so as
confirm that?
well. I'm just trying to see what this dude's perspective is and see if there's another way to interpret this over something, say, flat.
Jason Kowalski is a big time Glober. He was debating Jeranism for a while, and I think Jaron eventually got tired of him. He has some strange, I think, some strange observations, but I think he either is a shell or he's trying to do the measurements, but he's just understanding what he's doing. And I still have a problem with it being off from the left to the right. I think it should be more equal. And if it's off by that much, by a factor of 6 times, I don't see how that can even be measuring a sphere. The difference between 90.
I mean, I think that could be chalked up to a bunch of different things. I mean, if they're talking about this idealized globe Earth over 1 mile of 24,901, let's divide 1 divided by 24,901. That gives us 0.00004. And then when we multiply that times 360 degrees to get the number of degrees that is, that's 0.01 of a degree. When we take that and make that into minutes times 60 to get the minutes, that's 0.8 minutes. And then when we multiply that out times the 60 to get the number of seconds, that's 52 seconds of arc that you would expect in 1 mile on their idealized globe Earth. But he's calculating 77 seconds. When you take 1 minute and multiply it times 60, that's 60 seconds. Plus that 11 seconds he has, that's 60 plus 11, that's 71 seconds. So on the idealized ball Earth, you'd expect 52 seconds based off of 1 divided by 24,901 at the fat part of the equator anyway. And then when you multiply that times 60 minutes, times 360, times 60 minutes times 60 seconds, you'd expect 52 seconds of arc in 1 mile of Earth curve. But he's getting like
77.
Yeah. And so the question then is how is that?
It's off by a third.
77 minus this, 24.9 seconds. Yeah.
That's not confirming the ball either.
Well, they would round from here and say that it's good enough. That it's not perfect from a flat Earth perspective, that we're not getting perfectly 90 degrees. Therefore, we're justified in saying it's a ball.
So basically, they're doing math.
Essentially.
They're doing observations.
And so at this point, we need to look at their same math and say, okay, you're interpreting it this way. Maybe it can be interpreted in a different way. I think the best thing is just to keep it basic and just, see what they're talking about. They're talking about 70.
That machine is a data light, is what you're saying.
Well, they're using some sort of GNSS. As far as I can tell, it's some sort of laser rangefinder or something like that shoots a laser or something. I need to see what a GNS is. But let me continue reading to see what else he's saying. Back to New Jersey Route 206, high precision GNSS receivers were used to record repeated static measurements in November 2015 and again in November 2016. Carrier phase multi-constellation multi-frequency GNSS data was logged to produce high precision 3D vectors between mileposts 27 and 28. Geodetic latitude, longitude, and ellipsoid heights were produced by adjusting the repeated vectors from NGS CORS continually operating reference stations, NJTW and NJCG. Tabulation of post-processed vectors, some sort of chart. From to RMS, satellites, delta X, the change in the X-axis, I assume. Delta Y, the change in the Y-axis. Delta Z, azimuth, ellipsoid distance. Delta height, vector length from height to height. Start time and duration. Tabulation of post-processed vectors, 0.27. Point latitude, longitude, height, and height precision. Adjusted state plane grid coordinates, US feet. Point, northing precision, easting precision, elevation precision. Coordinate system name, United States, state plane 1983, NAD 1983, CONUS, New Jersey 2900, geoid 12B, NAVD 88. 95% confidence, US survey feet.
Okay, I gotta go, but thank you for the conversation, Lemon.
Oh, no problem.
Talk again soon. I'll look
Keep
at
it
that
fun.
thing you sent me.
Oh, yeah. No problem.
Bye bye.
Catch you later.
Hello. Why is everybody so chatty today?
Is that your best Bob Dylan impression?
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
That's funny.
It's good, Gio.
What's good?
I don't know. It's just been a little bit boring recently, isn't it? It's like, you know, they've taken over the news from the whole COVID shit. They got some new shit to talk about now, which is the Ukraine shit. So that's all you hear about on TV. Like, what's the next new thing gonna be?
Right. You've seen those memes that say, I support the current thing?
Yeah. It's fucking annoying, dude. That's why I don't watch TV anymore. It's just fucking when they get a subject, that's all they fucking talk about.
Well, it's getting a little weird. It seems like it's part of their kind of psyop programming is to do this, like to try to get everyone. Because I feel like years ago, it wasn't quite like this. You know, yeah, you had a news thing that would take up, of course, like 9/11 took over the news for quite a while. But I feel like in the past, like you would get some things like that. But now it's just like they're really orchestrating this shit, like all together now and getting everyone to sing the same song.
And it literally is the same fucking song. And they play it 24 hours a day. That's all they talk about. Like literally, COVID has taken a back seat. Maybe this whole shit was like presented just to make people start talking about COVID.
To make people stop talking about it, you said? Or just.
Yeah, like you don't even see COVID as part of the news anymore, right?
I don't know. I mean, I haven't seen a lick of news in a long time. So,
Well, if you accidentally flip on the channel, I guarantee they're going to be talking about Ukraine.
yeah. I mean, I did see some like news clips during COVID and it seemed absolutely ridiculous. Yeah. Like it was just nonstop. So, yeah, you're just saying that now it's just nonstop Ukraine stuff?
Yeah, nonstop. It's not even like, it's not like other countries weren't doing this type of shit to other countries. Like, the only difference is that Ukraine is a white country. I hate to say that, but that's the only big difference here. That's why it's making major news.
Yeah. I guess I just try not to watch any of it.
It's the best way to be, man. Don't let the fucking media fuck you up. You know, the news itself is like the biggest propaganda network that's ever been created in America, and they've got a recognition and following behind it, where people just assume it's the absolute truth.
Yep.
It's like the weirdest shit is depending on your news network, you're gonna get two opposite stories. Like if you watch Fox and you watch CNN, they're completely opposite. Yet they have their own believers, and the people that do watch them just again assume it's whatever the fuck they speak is the truth. Whatever viewpoint they project is the viewpoint that those masses that watch that shit are gonna take. I mean, talk about running fucking elections. You know, that's how they're controlling people, is with these fucking news networks. It's kind of why I'm happy about YouTube and all these other media outlets, is because at least it takes a little bit of the power away from these major news networks to control people. You know what I mean? The new generation don't give a fuck about the news, and that's a good thing.
Yeah. Well, just as we're talking about it, I just opened an incognito window to go to CNN.com and started clicking around. And I see is here it says Pete Davidson and 5 paying customers to fly on Jeff Bezos's suborbital rocket. So now the guy that they've been pumping out, the Pete Davidson and the Kardashian, all that drama, now, oh, it just happens to be he's the guy that's going on Blue Origin's cock rocket.
It's a real shit rocket. I mean, if I was gonna go to space, I would rather go on the Richard Branson rocket. That was so much more sexy. You know what I mean? Who the fuck wants to fly to space in a fucking big ass penis? I'd rather go in that sexy ass little fucking ship that Branson created.
It's all very fake. Well, someone like Pete Davidson, I mean, he seems like a regular dude, like to some degree. He doesn't seem like a complete Illuminati shill. So if they're going to set him up on this thing, I guess that's the question. I mean, are you really seeing any curve of the Earth or whatever? Or are you just going to a high altitude and coming down, and it's not really, can't really tell what the Earth is, anyways. You know, so he thinks he's going to space or whatever just because he's high up there. But
oh my god, I had to Google who the Pete Davidson was, but he's that goofball who's on Saturday Night Live.
yeah, and he never. I mean, I didn't think he was that funny. I guess he's all right, but he's a little clever in some of the things. But honestly, on the scale of Saturday Night Live people, I'd give him about a 2 out of 10. No offense, Pete. He's just not very funny. He's not very witty. He's not very clever. I mean, I guess he was a little funny in some of the things he played, but I don't know. He's pretty.
You know, I think it may be that he represents the regular people.
I think
You
so.
know what
I
I
mean,
mean?
he seems like that. He seems like a regular type dude. Yeah.
Exactly. That's what he represents. So by putting him on the ship, they're representing a regular person going on the ship. That makes sense?
Well,
You
it
know,
looks like that's their plan. Yeah. If they're sending him on it. But what I'm saying is that if he goes up in that thing, is he really going to come back and know anything different about what the Earth is, or no? He's just going to go up at high altitude, look out the window, you see some clouds, see some shit. He thinks he's in space, and he comes back down.
yeah, it was like when that one dude went up into fucking higher orbit. Who was it? The guy from the MTV shows? From Jackass? Steve-O. Remember Steve-O went on the high orbit fucking ship and actually saw the curvature?
I mean, I remember some of that stuff, but I don't know that he saw the curve. But yeah, I remember him talking about it.
Yeah, they try to put these regular ass people up into space, man. I don't know why, but I think it's to make it feel like
When they do
like
the
it's
Blue Origin
accessible.
thing with William Shatner, do they? It's sort of like the zero G plane where they're floating around.
Shatner.
Yeah, like this one that Pete Davidson's going to do, the
No.
Jeff Bezos one.
I don't know. I mean, are they even free to walk around in that ship, or are they pretty much strapped down the whole time? I thought they were pretty much strapped down the whole time, like it's like a plane flight.
Right, but are they in like? Do they go to? Are they in quote unquote zero G?
Oh, up there, as high as they go, I mean, the effects of gravity would be super small. So pretty much.
Well, I didn't watch that William Shatner thing, but does Brendan know? Brenda's in here. One of these space.
Oh my
people.
god, that dude's with Kim Kardashian?
I know, isn't that weird?
He's such a goofball.
I mean, it could all just be orchestrated, but I guess so. Yeah, it's like they're supposed to be together.
He must have a huge peepee.
I'm eating, so in between bites, yeah, I put a link to William Shatner Marvels at the Earth's Curvature on Blue Origin. You can see the curvature in the windows.
Well, there it is.
He looks old as dirt.
He was a middle-aged man back in the 60s and 70s. So yeah, he is old.
Why isn't he wearing glasses?
Can't imagine why.
It's not like we have technology to go beyond glasses.
Well, can you think of a reason that he might be wearing glasses, Branch?
Like I said, it's not like we have technology to eradicate glasses.
Yeah, but can you think of a reason that he might be wearing glasses?
Because they need the curved lens to see the shape of the Earth.
That's not how optics works.
It is. Do you wear glasses?
Yes.
Okay, have you ever looked at a door frame with your glasses on?
Sorry, chewing right now.
Okay, well, look at a door frame with your glasses on and tell me, does it look straight or does it look curved?
A what?
Door frame.
What did you say?
A door frame.
I don't know.
A door frame.
Oh, they look straight. Okay, they look straight to me.
With your glasses on.
Yep.
Yeah, guarantee they shouldn't. Not with glasses on. Glasses do warp the world you look at.
Do you wear glasses?
Yeah.
Yeah. When you
With
look
my
at a door
contacts,
frame,
they look
does it look
straight.
curved?
With my contacts, they look straight as fuck. But if I put my glasses on,
Yeah.
that's the biggest difference I notice when I switch from glasses to contacts is that, you know, things that should be straight, like a door frame, is slightly curved. Look at your door frame right now and tell me it doesn't look curved. If you have your glasses on, you don't notice it.
It doesn't look curved. It doesn't look curved.
Okay, look at it from the side of your lens. And tell me it doesn't look curved. Well, what's your? You may have a very small prescription, or do you have a high prescription?
I have a high prescription. I've had glasses since the first grade.
So again, I think you just haven't noticed the curvature of the door.
No, I'm looking. They look straight to me.
No, it's definitely bent. And that's the way glasses work. So if
It actually isn't the way glasses work.
yes, it is. It's a fucking lens.
Isn't.
It's a fucking lens. Not. They will warp straight lines. That's the way that a fucking lens works, my man.
No, it isn't.
All right, well, I'm not going to have this conversation with you. I think that you need to actually look at that door frame and really consider if it's straight or not. Like, look at it from an angle, walk around a little
I
bit.
think, yeah, I think you need to not tell me what it is I experience.
Well,
Because
I'm
you
going
don't
to
know
tell
what I
you, I'm
experience.
telling you that you got your shit a little bit twisted. Like, glasses will make door frames look slightly curved.
That's wrong.
It's not wrong
You're
at
just
all.
wrong.
It's
It
not wrong.
is.
It's not wrong. You've got your shit fucking twisted, sweetheart.
Well, aren't the windows all angled differently as well on that thing, since it's like a little capsule? So they're not all flat, you know, they're not on like a flat wall. They're curving around. Because I mean, the curvature even looks different. Like on the window to the right, it looks like, kind of like flat, and then the left, it looks angled.
My question is, maybe going to the moon is hard, but isn't going to space easy for these motherfuckers? So why don't they take some of us up in elementary school and show us what it's like to float around in fucking space? Like, hey kids, you want to go to space? I don't think anyone would say no.
It's expensive, and it is hard.
How is it hard, man? They went to the moon in the 70s.
It's hard, and it's expensive.
Well, anything we did in the 70s is easier now than it was in the 70s.
What are you going to do when they have regular trips to space? Probably in your lifetime.
I'd be pretty stoked.
Haven't they been saying that since you were a kid?
Just don't wear
Brenda?
your glasses.
Yeah,
no,
it's
nobody
like
said
the
that.
nuclear vision.
Yeah, don't wear your
Yeah, nobody
glasses. It's
said
gonna
that.
make things look curved.
What about, I don't know, I feel like, what if they just put you in a vomit comet and say like, oh, you're going to go to space for about a minute and then we're going to bring you down. And then you feel like you're gravity-less for a minute or so, but in actuality the capsule's just free falling and you think you're in space, but you're just a doofus.
So in your lifetime, there'll be regular trips to space. There might be a hotel in Earth orbit. And we'll probably have bases on the moon and possibly some on Mars.
It's hard to believe that that's the case, though. I mean, the moon landing missions appear to have stalled and or stopped, as if they're not even a thing. So if we can't even go to the moon, how are we going to go to any of these other places?
Like Mars, yeah.
Yeah, which is way further,
You know,
supposedly.
Well, Mars
we
is, I think,
stopped
a
going.
3-year. They said Mars is like 3 years of on flight, like it'll take them 3 years, the astronauts, to get there to Mars.
Right. So the
Sometimes.
reason we stopped going into space was because Congress stopped funding it.
Well, I guess the end of funding is one thing, but how much funding do they need? $30 million a day isn't enough to cobble together some sort of way to go to space. I mean, that's a lot of money. That's more money than most people will see in their lifetimes. Throughout a lifetime of lucrative employment, you're lucky if you get $1 to $2 million, and that's for 40 years of work. That's 15 workers working 40 years, and we can't send somebody to the moon and back. Well, how much money do they freaking need?
Well, your incredulity doesn't refute anything. So, it takes a lot of money, a lot more than 34 million.
Well,
the rockets are big. The rockets are big. The fuel is expensive, right? And they were used once. Now it's bringing the price down because we're able to reuse the rockets, right?
Yeah,
so
but
it's bringing the
isn't there
cost
supposed
down.
to be like asteroids and shit with like diamonds and gold and titanium and all these rare elements and stuff? Wouldn't it kind of pay itself back? Like wouldn't the return on investment be massive if you could go mine an asteroid somewhere?
Well, I don't know about gold and diamonds, but precious metals, yes, like
Gold,
iron.
yeah. Gold, yes.
Not,
There's
we'll find
asteroids
a lot of
filled with
gold.
gold.
I don't
There's
know if they're
asteroids.
filled with
That
gold.
doesn't make any
I don't
sense.
know if
Do
there
you
are.
know how much they cry about weight? They don't want to take anything heavy up there, so.
But there's no weight in space.
Nobody's talking. They're already up. Yes, there is. There is mass in space. So.
Well, I said weight, not mass.
Yeah.
There's a
So
difference.
there is certainly people eyeing asteroids for mining, right? But we just don't have the infrastructure to do that. You need bases in orbit, probably on Mars. You need places that can go get the asteroid, mine the asteroid, and then bring the products back to wherever it's going to be used. Most likely still in space, probably not on Earth, right?
I'm gonna be honest with you.
So eventually, possibly, yeah.
I'll be honest with you. Mr. Aline, I think, is the one I'm talking to. Even if there is a space and it's real, I don't think human beings are going to be the ones to actually go out there and extract all the resources and shit. I think they're just going to send AIs and robots out there to do it. Because, I mean, let's face it, space is... This guy just dipped? Motherfucker.
That's all right. I still want to hear what you're going to say.
Okay, well, yeah, I was just saying something because he's a Glober. But anyways, from a Glober perspective, right, it would just make so much more sense to send robots and AIs out into space because sending human beings is like inefficient, everything you have to do to keep a human being alive in space from their perspective is so inefficient in all like capacities and forms. Whereas if they could just send robots and shit to do it, that would be so much better. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like, goddamn, they have robots that can drive cars and trucks now. So, like, I don't know. I just feel like space ain't no fucking. There ain't no human. Like, no human's gonna be colonizing Mars. Maybe, I don't know. But I feel like a lot of it's just gonna be robots doing fucking everything. If what these motherfuckers are saying is accurate and correct about this orbit, zero gravity, rockets flying, meteorites, and all this shit.
Exactly. Well, there's some people I know Jeranism has talked about the idea that if they have some like big accident in space, where someone dies or whatever, maybe they'll just say, okay, from now on, it's just going to be robots, so we're only sending robots to space. It's too dangerous for humans.
That's hilarious. That could be such a that's hilarious. I mean, look what they brought back from space. It could just be bullshit. I don't know. They said they were going to go back to the moon too, but then they released later like, oh no, we can't really do that. They were saying that they were going to go to the moon by 2024. And now they're saying like, oh no, we can't do that. We have to push it back to 2030. And it's like, I don't think it's gonna happen. I don't think anyone's dude. You're gonna have to somehow recreate that old fucking shitty scene that you did back in the 70s, except no one's gonna be that gullible anymore.
Yeah, they didn't have any money. They didn't want to fund it anymore.
Hard time believing that, man. Put the US in debt over any little thing. They print out money over any little thing. I have a hard time believing the reason we're not fucking doing NASA shit is because the United States of America can't produce money. You know what? You know what kind of shit they spend money on? There's no way.
Yeah, they decided that quote unquote space is a lower tier enterprise than it was half a century ago.
Yeah, I doubt that, man. I think they're gonna have a space war with China and Russia in the future. They can, I mean, imagine a space war. You could literally have no evidence for anything, bomb a couple towns in your own country, and say like, be the perfect psyop. Tell the people we're in a space war. Show them videos of bullshit happening in space. Send a couple missiles on to fucking Chicago or something, and say they came from a satellite, and then you can basically get the population to do whatever you want. Literally say, "Oh, the satellite's coming over your city. Everyone has to evacuate." Everyone would
I
do
mean,
it.
do they even need that? The populations are doing what they're told to right now, anyways.
It's a good point, actually, Branch. It's a really good point. I mean, they didn't really need to do the whole coronavirus scamdemic, but they did it anyway, right? So it seems
People
like
are,
they
people are
tailor
very.
their they tailor their uh, they tailor their, I guess, disasters or events to whatever solution they want to bring in, right?
Well, a lot of the times they use bigger events to hide the real news.
That's a very good, yeah. That's a great fucking way to put it. Actually, I take it you sobered up a bit, eh, Branch?
Oh, if they're using right now third world, imagine what the real news is.
Maybe they actually have gone to the moon and they just don't want us to see it. This is distraction. I mean, I don't deny what Brenda said is wrong. I think that we will have bases on the moon in our lifetime. Considering we got about 40 years in left on each of us, so within 40 years.
Who's got 40 years left? What you talking about?
I mean, most of us have about 40 years left, don't we?
Oh, I'm only 20, man. Oh, maybe I only have 40 left.
At least 40 left. You got a lot. You got a lot more in your
Hopefully,
lifetime.
man.
In your lifetime, they'll be on Mars too.
Hopefully. I don't know. I don't know about the whole Mars shit, but hopefully I live that long.
They also might use, war to basically make it harder. Like if there's a lot of war stuff going on, that's another way for them to shut everything down, shut down the space stuff, shut down all kinds of stuff, so they could easily delay all the space travel stuff another 10 years or whatever, just with that alone, and maybe climate change stuff.
I mean, there's not much financial gain though, right? To go to the moon. You can kind of see why it's not like the biggest thing right now, because it really gives a fuck.
I don't know.
Would you if there was commercial flights available and you could afford it, would you go? Or would you be worried about going because you think they're gonna drug you or some shit?
I don't know what you mean about it not being a big deal. I mean, okay, yeah, let's just say it's real for a second. Yeah, maybe it is just a dusty rock up there, but what more important place for scientific experiments, for observations? I mean, it's like supposed to be this little rock, like the one satellite to the Earth. So that would be like the absolute pit stop, between our Earth and the rest of the universe or whatever. So I mean, the types of things you could set up there, the observatories, the telescopes, the scientific equipment, let alone having people go there, just like they do in Antarctica, all that stuff. But instead, it's just like this weird psyop thing that they like showed us some fake video and then just like keep delaying going back there. It's very weird.
Or imagine if they go over there again, Gio. Like nobody would question it right now, right? Because you can actually set up, I don't know, some huge reflectors or some shit, I don't know, up there, to be able to see it from here.
Yeah, well, you're saying that people would verify it more, like with P900s and stuff, like be able to. Yeah.
Like have Coca-Cola signs and shit.
I mean, how big would it need to be? Like, just looking at the scale of the moon, I mean, you're talking like it's super easy to just put a big ass Coca-Cola sign up there. Like, how big would it have to be? You're talking about a Coca-Cola sign the size of America?
Aren't we able to shoot a fucking laser to a square meter? Or I don't know how small that reflector is. And some people's able to see it, Ranch?
Well, the reflectors, you don't necessarily see them, but you can reflect shit off of them. Like, those reflectors are pretty fucking small. Do you expect to be able to see that at that fucking distance?
I don't expect anything. I don't believe it's a fucking rock.
I mean, the moon is fucking huge. It's a quarter of the size of the Earth. Right? If you consider the size of America compared to the size of
Again, Branch, we're able to see a football size thing or smaller halfway to the moon, so it's not far reaching. It's possible.
It's still pretty far away though, isn't it?
I don't know.
You know, you can fit every single planet in our solar system between the distance of us and the moon.
What did you just say?
So if you used to line up every single planet in our solar system, they will fit between the distance of us and the moon. That's how far away the moon is.
Hey, Gio, when I hear shit like this, right, I don't know if he's trolling or he actually believed this. And if he actually does believe this, I mean, I don't know. Fucking taking crazy pills.
Well, I guess you'd have to add up all the diameters. I mean, they say the Jupiter one is 86,000, and that's the biggest one. So maybe they do fit into 250,000. I mean, it is crazy. I mean, yeah, in terms of the idea that like they're even balls and all that stuff, but I'm just saying like from their model.
So this ain't exactly proof, but it's a little GIF, or a meme if you want. That just shows it.
Where? Hold on. Let me see. I need to see this. The little GIF. Oh, look at that. Okay. I believe it, Branch.
Look at those CGI balls.
Look at that. Beautiful balls, man.
You got tilted balls and balls with rings around them.
Have any of you guys actually looked at Saturn through a telescope? Because like I bought my nephew a fucking, like, I think it was about like $100 telescope. It was a little bit less than $100, and we could see Saturn's fucking rings. It was fucking amazing. Just with that $100 telescope.
It looks like a little orb of light with two little wings coming off the side.
Yeah,
it doesn't look like a 3D ball with rings, but it does look like a little orb.
Yeah, you can make out the rings, right?
I was calling them wings with a W.
Wings, rings, same shit. You can see the stripes on Jupiter. I mean, that's a lot of fucking detail if they were just lights in the sky, right? It's a lot of fucking detail they put in that you can actually see that shit with a satellite. I mean, with a telescope.
Yeah, they're little circular orbs. I mean, we live in houses that have all kinds of circular lights in the ceiling, different chandeliers and different colored light bulbs and shaped light bulbs and stuff.
So you have looked at these orbs, if you want, with a satellite, right? I mean, with a telescope. Why do I keep calling satellite?
I have,
with a telescope.
Yep.
And you still thought they were just like little orbs in the sky.
Yeah, that's what they look like. They don't look like physical rocks at all.
What about the moon? With that same fucking thing, did you look at the moon?
Yeah, I've seen close-ups of the moon.
Okay, with your naked eye, right? Using a telescope.
Yeah.
Okay, did it look like a rock, or did it look like a projection? What did it look like?
Kind of looks crystalline to me.
It looks like a physical thing, doesn't it?
Not really, but I can see how people could perceive it that way.
What did it look like to you? Did it look like a projection?
Looks like a glowing crystal.
That still makes it a physical thing, though, doesn't it?
Not necessarily.
If it's a glowing crystal, that would make it a physical thing.
Well, you could sit in a planetarium, and look up, and they could have all kinds of shit on the ceiling, and it could look like a whatever, but it doesn't mean that's what it is. It's actually
right, but what I mean is when you took the telescope and looked at it with your eyes, hopefully you didn't use one of those telescopes that project onto a cell phone. You actually used one that you actually look at, right? With no technology in between, it was just basically lenses and your eyes, pieces of glass or mirrors and your eyes, and you saw the moon, and it looked like a physical thing, didn't it?
No, I said not necessarily.
So you think it could have been a hologram?
No, it looks kind of like a light, like it does look like a crystalline lattice that's emitting light.
Which would make it a physical thing, right?
I think it looks like other things that we can verify as being tangible, but that doesn't mean that it is. I mean, things on a TV screen look really real. Doesn't mean that they're real.
I know, but the difference of when you're looking at something from a television screen, when you're looking at something in reality.
Branch,
and when you look at when you looked at the moon with a telescope, it looked like a physical thing to you, didn't it?
In the Sandra Bullock movie, can you tell the difference?
From what?
That is real or not?
What are you talking about? I missed the first part of that statement.
About the space.
Well, what about space?
Never mind.
When I look at space,
I think he's talking about isn't it called Gravity? That movie, Sandra Bullock.
Mm-hmm.
It looked like a movie to me. It's very different to when you get a telescope and look at the moon. It looks very different to when you watch it on a TV show. And our brains knows the difference.
Then how come you get tricked by the ISS all the time? If you can tell the difference.
I've actually never looked at
or not.
I've actually never even given a fuck to go out and observe the ISS.
Talking about the videos from inside, Branch.
Yeah, I mean, we're not really talking about the ISS right now, are we? We're talking about the moon.
Well, we're talking about
stuff we can.
What can look.
Trying to see the ISS.
Right.
Trying to see the ISS of a telescope is almost impossible. Because it's just moving way too fast. Like even when you look at
Well, you guys got a video or picture of the ISS with the telescope, and they show even I think an astronaut outside or some shit like that. I don't know.
I guess I'm saying I've never done it though. But what I have done is I've looked at Saturn, and I've looked at the moon, and they both look like physical objects to me. They don't look like just little twinkling lights. They don't look like holograms. They look like physical objects. Have you ever looked at? Have you ever used a telescope? Silent Zero.
Just once to look at Saturn, I think it was, and the moon once.
What did it look like to you? Did it look like a physical object, or did it look like? I don't know, some type of hologram.
No, actually, Saturn it just looked like a little ball with a line going across it. That's what it looked like to me.
It doesn't really look a line, right? It looks more like wings, like what Geo said. But what about the moon?
But the Saturn looked like a white fluorescent light bulb.
It looked a little bit yellow to me. You could. It wasn't white.
I mean, I saw it through a telescope, like one of those huge, like 14-foot. There was a guy actually, like literally on the street in one of the towns I was living in, and he had it out there. It was like this 14-foot tall, huge telescope. So it only used lenses. It wasn't any digital anything, and it was pretty high zoom. And so yeah, I was able to see it pretty close up.
It was 14 a foot. So when you talk about 14 foot, you mean length or
like the height of it?
The height of it.
Yeah, he rolled it out in the street. This huge thing. Yeah.
That's pretty cool, dude. Shit must have been hella expensive.
He was from like He was from like the Astronomy Society or whatever. So he was, but he wasn't like asking for money or anything. He just did it, and I was walking by, and he's like, "Hey, do you want to see Saturn?" And I was like, "Sure."
In the middle of the day.
Oh, the day. I'd have to go back and look at my calendar. I could probably maybe get close to the month or something, but
I'm saying in the middle of the day, because that would have been at night. That
no, it was at night.
Okay.
No mames, Branch.
I'm just wondering why Gio was walking around at probably 2-3 in the morning and just happened to bump into some dude with a 14-foot telescope.
I don't think it was that late. It might have been 10 p.m. or something.
Did he shift it over to the moon at all, or that's a lot of shifting? But you probably just kept it focused on Saturn, right?
In that particular one, yeah, he was just doing Saturn.
And it moves, right, when you look at it?
It was moving, and he had to keep adjusting it, yeah.
Yeah, because of the Earth spin.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not it moving, it's us moving.
Because I was moving. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, sure. It's like when cars drive by, I know the car is not moving, but I'm flying by it somehow.
Have you ever like drove past a truck going 120 miles per hour? It's like they're standing still.
No, it looks like you're both going 100 and whatever miles an hour. I mean, if they're going 60 and you're going 70, it looks like you're going 60 and they're going 70.
Now, I was talking about going 120. It's like the truck ain't even fucking moving.
If a truck's going 50 and you're going 120?
Yeah. They almost feel like they're stationary objects because they're going so much slower than you. But in reality, they're going super fucking fast. They get pissed. They don't like it when you go past them at 120 miles per hour. For some reason.
I mean, I don't know, man. The globe stuff is just so kind of worn out, It's just like, just the whole explanation of it is just so kind of, it's just like, it's like an old worn out rag, It's just boring. Doesn't really link to reality. I get people want to believe it and people want to push it, but it's not going anywhere,
Yeah, there was one girl who came into Jim Panda's room the other day, and she was like, I just stopped giving a fuck. Like she's a flat earther, right? And then people were like, how come you haven't been on here so long? Why you don't talk about flat earth anymore? And she was like, I just stopped giving a fuck about what shape the earth is. It doesn't matter.
I do care. I just stopped giving a fuck about what you guys think about it.
I don't know. There's more important shit to talk about, right? Like, you know, who we are, why we're here, that type of fucking conversation.
Yeah, but what the Earth is at the center of all that.
Not really. The Earth could be whatever it is. It doesn't change why we're on this planet rock. You know, whether the rock is flat or not, doesn't change who we are.
It does change your state of mind. It opens to more like out there conversations with people.
I mean, you could be spiritual and believe in a globe, and you could be spiritual and believe it's flat. I don't think that.
No, I'm not talking about that branch. I'm talking about like when somebody comes with ideas, you don't shut it down right away. Like your mind is open to listening to their point of view, to what they have in their mind. And contrary to you guys listen to somebody that it doesn't fit the filter of your model that you have, and you throw it away, right? Like you don't even listen.
I mean, I get what you're saying, and people should be open to come up with new ideas and stuff. But the reason why people throw it away like that is the way it's presented. You know, just like when people do come up with these new ideas, they present them in a way which is more like, this is the way Earth is. And the reason it's shut down is because that's not the way Earth is. Whereas if it was presented in a way of saying, hey, I think the Earth might be like this, what do you think about it? Then people won't shut it down as quickly.
Well, whatever it means for you personally, you know, your own personal understanding of who you are, where you are, that's kind of your journey. But there's also this bigger situation that many of us are aware that they're lying to us. And so if there's a huge group of whatever they are, criminals, cabal, whatever, that's lying to us, then there's that factor too, you know, like not only are they lying to us and children and whatever, but then just the level of deception and then all the other stuff they're doing. So at that point, people can get into a thing of wanting to, stand up for what's right. And so kind of on a larger level, of the fact that we have people that are kind of preying on us and in those ways. So there's also that kind of larger, like the meta side of it, like the larger kind of understanding of what this means for society. And then of course, if they are trying to take something and, take it into some new world order kind of thing, then there's actually a very real threat. So it's not just a lie, but it's like the lie plays into an entire situation that could lead us into a lot more suffering.
It's kind of like the boy who cried wolf, right? Where, I mean, I'm not going to deny that the government lies to us about stuff, right? But I think when I say the boy who cried wolf, it's like they lie to you once, they lie to you twice, and you see those lies. And because of that, now you think everything's a lie. Like the boy who cried wolf scenario, right?
It's really simple, Branch. If they lie to you about something that is more simple that going to the moon or stuff like that, what makes you think that they're gonna tell you the truth about this?
I mean, even with the COVID shit, it pissed me off. Like, when they started off saying, they started saying everybody should wear a mask, right? And then when there was a big shortage of masks on the medical side, because everyone was buying them up, they were like, you know what? Actually, you don't need masks. They would actually cause issues if you wear them incorrectly, and you're probably better off not wearing a mask. And then once the medical field had enough of a mask,
Now you're okay again to wear it, huh?
yeah, now all of a sudden you should wear a mask again. You know, and it was bullshit, right? It was like, fucking get your shit straight, motherfuckers. Don't tell people mix fucking shit. As a fucking, they're not gonna respect anything you say otherwise. And that's
Well,
exactly what happened.
they want us fighting with each other, Branch. Pretty much
They
what they
definitely
want.
want that. You guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so there was like a thing basically back in the days when these Anglo-Saxon motherfuckers used to make shield walls and shit. And basically the saying goes basically 3 men in step can take down 20 men who are not in one step. And so if they can divide us, they can get a 3 to 20 ratio on how they like in battle and shit.
I mean, modern warfare has been doing that for a very long time, right? Like, you know, when they divided up India into Pakistan, India, and Bangladesh, you know, they were like, fuck it, if we divide these people, they'll fucking have internal conflicts the whole fucking time, and they
Yep.
won't come back and fight us again. They'll fight
Yep.
each other the whole time.
Exactly what they did. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Branch.
But what if the biggest tool for division is the globe Earth? Like even bigger than all the others, because like where you actually live and who you are and where you came from. Because like if the Earth is a plane or stationary surface, there's much more of a sense of like we're all on the same level. You know, like we're all under the same roof. We're all in this, you know, the same creation, and therefore we should care for each other and care for the Earth. Whereas the globe thing is like, well, we're just randomly on this globe thing, and we just evolved here, and so I just got to get what's mine and fuck my neighbor, and everyone just get what they can for themselves. So it sets up this entire like fractured dog eat dog kind of survival of the fittest thing
Right.
within humanity.
Like if you look
Right.
at what happened, if you look at what happened back in the '60s and shit, when people started looking towards peace, right? The whole hippie movement, they shut that down to a fucking quickness, and they made it look like being a hippie was a bad thing to be. And in reality, these people were just about peace, and they just wanted to live a life of peace.
Well, I guess you're right. I don't know. To be fair, I was gonna say, Branch. Well, to be fair, there was some, you know, like they were on drugs and lazy and shit. But that's what you were explaining. Maybe that's the idea that they were putting in my head, and I, you know.
Right. I mean, taking
So
drugs and stuff ain't bad. They were being free. They were using drugs to enlighten themselves.
I disagree with that.
I mean, they were using for fun too, but I mean, they weren't fighting. They weren't. You know, it was still a very peaceful thing, and I think it's fine if you're gonna use these substances, and we call them drugs, right? If you use these mushrooms that grow from the ground, right? What's wrong with that? I get it. LSD is a little bit weird because it's created in a lab and shit. But I mean, LSD wasn't a big part of the hippie movement. It was more about mushrooms and weed.
Mm.
Both things grow from the fucking ground.
Well,
But yeah,
there's a lot of
like you
things that
said,
grow
like you
from the
said,
ground or from earth and shit, and they're poisonous to your body. So I don't think it's a good how you say.
I think it for some people it's not good. But for some people it's really good. It opens their mind.
I mean, sure, I can agree with that.
There's this show on TV called, oh man, I forgot the name, but it's let me find it again. Give me a sec. But there's a show and it's about this woman who creates this retreat and she secretly drugs people. And by drugs I mean she gives them, mushrooms or ecstasy or whatever she thinks that person needs to become fulfilled, to really get help other than what a psychologist can do, right? And it's a good show, just the way that it ends and the way that she actually helps these people.
Well, if she's unwittingly giving them things, that's wrong no matter what. Even if they're medicinal, helpful substances, you should never just give something to someone like that without
Right,
telling
but
them.
then afterwards it's like they find out, and then she's like, all right, well, I'm sorry, and you guys can leave or you guys can continue. And nobody left. They were like, you know what, it did help, let's continue. But I get what you're saying, you should never do that shit without telling someone. Do you know the show I'm talking about, Gio?
What'd you say? I stepped away.
I said, did you watch that show?
What's it called?
I don't know, I forgot. I have to find it. Hold on.
I mean, I would say no, I didn't, because I don't see very many shows. Only one I've really watched in recent years is Ozark. I did watch that one.
Oh yeah, that's a good.
Yes,
Watch it.
I'm kind of looking forward to the finale of it. Aren't they releasing it? Final
I
episode.
don't know when, man, but it's. I mean, there's a couple things that I don't like, but it is okay.
Yeah. And they really stretched it out. I mean, after
Right?
all that,
Yeah.
same shit over and over. But it's still good. The acting's good, and yeah, it keeps you pretty suspenseful. Kind of keeps you wanting to know what's going to happen next.
There you go, I found it. It's Nine Perfect Strangers with Nicole Kidman.
All right. Yeah, I'll check out the trailer.
Did you check it out, Gio?
riding on eggshells. Are you there? You really live in Australia, right? Yeah, I made this.
Where's the party at? The topic today will be lunar centrism.
Nice. Be right back.
Hey, writing. You around?
What's up?
So, somebody, Dawn, presented an interesting type of debate where there's rules. You're not allowed to talk about stuff like you create a debate, but you're not allowed to use certain evidences in the debate. So you have to debate flat Earth without using, for example, stars, celestial poles. So you set out a certain set of rules for the debate. What do you think about that?
No.
What do you mean no?
I don't know. I mean,
Why
it sounds
not?
like formalizing already a attempt that many flat Earth has. Like, you know, it long used to flat refuse to discuss.
I know, but
Why would you look at the ground to?
I think it would make for interesting discussions because,
Sure.
I mean, there's obviously outlying reasons why the Earth ain't a globe. I mean, ain't flat. And if you eradicate them, then it would make for an interesting debate if you're not allowed to talk about those things.
Yeah, I do think it could be interesting because what I think it would do, there's a chance that it would do, is make people go, okay, well, I'm not able to give you flat globe Earth proofs, because you could do it with a bunch of things, right? Go, no physics experiments, no Coriolis or gyro compasses or what else? Like, yeah, just basically cut out everything. No sextants if that's stars as well.
Right.
And what it would be interesting, because it would force the globers to just go, okay, well, all we're left really being able to talk about is your beliefs. So what do you think the world is?
No, that's why I think it would be interesting.
I think it's flat.
I think that a handicap is needed in these discussions. Otherwise, they're very.
How could you not think it's flat? Like, how could you not?
Just like this.
Yeah, it's not. But I think it'll be. I think it'll make for interesting discussions. Like, imagine if we had MC Toon or someone getting a debate where he's not allowed to revert back to the ultimate proofs.
Come on, guy, you act like you have nothing. Like you just don't.
I mean, it's a handicap, right?
Yeah.
The globe has been dismissed.
What's the matter, Super Saiyan?
I was saying that the globe has been dismissed.
Has it? By who?
Everybody.
Everybody? When you say everybody, who do you mean?
Everybody. The adults, the grown-ups, the grown men.
Okay. So what is that? What category does that put me in?
I don't think you actually believe in a globe. That's like something like a 5-year-old would think. But if you wanna think that, it's okay with me.
Cool. Yeah, I think that's how the debates will go, Branch. Yeah, I think it'll be a fun strategy, because I often think that just asking questions is more fruitful. Just get stuck, as I think most people do, into
It will force globers to actually start thinking about stuff, like a little bit more, as opposed to reverting back to those proofs that can't be the irrefutable proofs. You know what I mean? And I think it would somewhat make the joy of flat Earth debates come around again.
Yeah, lots of people. There's been lots of things about talks about like making moderated or different like structured discussions.
Why don't you just make a flat Earth map?
Well, you're talking to globers, bro. Like why would a glober want to make a flat Earth map?
Glober? Why don't you try to prove your globe then?
By making a flat Earth map.
No, by making a globe.
By making a globe map.
Yeah.
And that's a good point.
What was the point? I didn't understand it.
Why don't we try to prove the globe by making a globe map?
Where's your simulation at? I want to see it.
Sure, yeah.
That's something we could try to do. Make a globe map.
Does seem useful, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Anything.
Yeah. Why is it you asking for a map, Super Saiyan Flurfer?
I'm asking for a simulation.
Right. And why are you asking for a simulation? What is it about a simulation that you want?
I don't know. But kind of like so you can visualize what's going on. It might help some people out more.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So you can
Yeah.
visualize what's going on. That's a good start. Yeah. Any other
Besides
reasons
that,
you might want to make a map or a simulation?
no,
Aside from visualizing?
they're just stories. There's nothing big about them. They're just stories.
Maps are?
Yeah, and your simulation.
Our map's pretty much useless though, because they're all fake, right?
All maps are flat.
It's North America. It's like fake.
Aren't all maps fake?
Is North America fake? How can North America be fake?
The map of the map of the North Americas is pretty fake. Oh?
Why would you say that?
Because nobody can prove it's not fake.
People have been around North America, so they kind of know what it looks like.
People have been around Australia.
Okay.
Why
If
is it that?
if they had any discretions, they would have said something then, wouldn't they?
So you're trying to say that the maps we use today are actually legit?
The continents, they look legit, yeah.
So the globe map is legit.
Continent wise, on the main continent.
You're saying for the ballpark, the maps we use on a globe are legit. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, only continent wise. That's it.
Did you make that app? It's quite cool that you've got showing on your screen.
Yeah.
Can you show me Australia on it? Interesting. So you've got it out towards the edge, but it doesn't look as squashed up like it is on the AE map.
Fixed it.
You fixed it.
I fixed it.
Are you guys DMing each other or like I don't see what you guys are talking about?
He's streaming.
Oh, okay.
So how'd you fix it?
I went into my editor and I fixed it.
Right, but when you say fixed it, I'm sort of trying to understand how did you decide what new shape to put it in?
Because of the discretions of Australia. People have been saying it doesn't look like that, so I fixed it.
Right. So the new shape. How did you decide on the new shape? After they said it doesn't look like that, did somebody tell you what it does look like, or where did you get that shape to reference it?
Got that shape off the globe.
Okay, that's interesting. So when you went to look at the A map, you found that it was less accurate, and in order to fix it, you made it more like the globe.
Continent-wise, yes.
Okay.
Why? Well, why
I've
is the
never had a
globe?
problem with continents.
Why is the globe more accurate than the AE map? Like, what was your reasoning behind it?
Just for the continents, they look the same.
Why isn't it accurate on the AE map?
Because the projection was off a little bit, or a lot, a little too much.
Does that change the latitude of Sydney or Perth? Sorry, longitude of Sydney or Perth?
No, I didn't change it. I basically put it in the same spot.
So how is this Australia different from the Australia you changed it from? What would you say is the main difference between them?
This one's a little bit more chunkier.
Chunkier. Does it measure the
Like
same
North
east to west?
America chunky.
I gotta say though, fucking mad props on
Yeah,
this.
it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Thanks, bro.
Because, like, one thing that's interesting is that looks like New Zealand over there. To the east of Australia, to the left on this screen.
Yeah. Isn't it on the other side?
Yeah, that looks like New Zealand to me. Is that New Zealand?
Don't know. It could be.
You might want to check on the position of New Zealand because I've flown there a few times and it's like a 2-hour, 3-hour flight, I think. What is the flight time, Sydney, New Zealand? Yeah, 3-hour flight. And the flight to Perth is 6 hours, I think. Five hours. So the distance to Perth should be, I would think, if flight times are anything to go by, but I've done both of those distances. I'm just not able to really verify them except by flight times. That we should be getting 5 hours to Perth, which is east to west on Australia.
So you
We
would
should be
know
getting-
if there's like an ice wall or not.
Say again?
You're like one of the very few people that would actually know if there's an ice wall or not. Look how close you are to
Yeah,
Antarctica.
you would have thought we'd spotted it.
You can't see it from your window?
I haven't spotted it yet. See, that's an interesting map. That's an A projection map starting at Antarctica.
Ooh.
You're
look at this
close.
new one.
You're close to the ice wall, man. You're the only person on Earth that actually know. Like, who else? Who else am I gonna ask?
The vlogger who uploads videos from down at whatever it is, McMurdo Station. He could be worth asking.
Hey, Riding, what part of Australia are you from?
Sydney.
Mo, is that far from where fucking Waz and all those people are at?
Many of them are Melbourne and Adelaide.
Is that far?
Yeah, Ruhif's in Sydney, and Mitchell from Australia is just about an hour from Sydney. But yeah, Melbourne is like a 10-hour drive or something.
Oh, okay, that's super far. Right. Melbourne is where Ramsey Street is, right?
Yes, that's neighbours.
New South Wales on the right-hand side of Australia. When did that? Because they started conquering Australia from the right, yeah, not the left.
Yeah, they landed in the east in Botany Bay, then later came down to Sydney Harbour and called that Sydney, and then spread out from there.
It's just like people from England and stuff like that. They would be coming the west way, yeah. So they've come later, whatever. But I'm thinking, why the east? Why the east of Australia, New South Wales, and we have a country called Wales in England?
But that's the new South Wales.
Yeah, this is saying this is like the south of Wales, so it is the new South Wales.
Yeah, exactly. But if the English didn't come from the east, surely they would have touched base on the west and been calling that South Wales.
No, they call that New England.
The Dutch landed on the west, and I think even the English landed on the west, but the west is shit.
Right, but that's they were trying to call it. They were trying to call it New England, but they fucked up the spelling and they ended up calling it New Zealand.
No, there was a place called Zealand, you silly duffer.
Yeah, the Swedish or something. The Swedish, they're Zealandians, and then they are the ones that discovered New Zealand and Australia.
Cool, fast ones.
But Wales is fucking at the moment. I mean, obviously, the weather back then would have been different, possibly. But Wales, it's dreary, mate. Sheep, fucking just countryside and shit weather.
Have you ever been to Wales? I went to Wales once, right? And fucking heard a play in Gaelic. Oh my fucking lord!
It's a weird fucking language, isn't it?
It's such a weird language. Like, I understand German better than or French. There's more commonalities in words with German and French than fucking Gaelic. It's just this weird fucking language. Like, you can't understand shit. They don't even have common words. It's just this weird fucking language.
Boyo, yeah. Gareth. But the weather's different. So I'm thinking, why call it New South Wales? It's if the weather was the same, then it means something else. Just to think that the weather has changed that much in 150, 200 years. I wouldn't have called it New South Wales if I was going from Wales. Yeah, I mean, I know they send Welsh people to Patagonia to interbreed, fit in whatever settlements, whatever. So they're in that direction there, and then you've got Welsh people ending up in Australia, and the Welsh community is not that big, so it's almost like a reversal, not reversal, but a dumbing down. The Dutch, there's not that many Dutch in comparison, but yeah, they're the forefronts of many things in our past. The Welsh, New South Wales.
We got a whole state in America called New England. There's not many British people in there.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, because I live northwest London, and the people of northwest London were the ones that established the start in America and forming that area there, the New England, the Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, all those areas there. Protestants, but this New South Wales, yeah, I'm baffled.
Like the West Indies, there's no Indians there.
Yeah, you know what? I was looking at maps last night, and the first America was South America. So they called South America because they hadn't really. But they were thinking like Japan was just there. They were thinking this land in the north was something to do with Asia. Their old maps were like that, and yeah. But obviously, something weather-wise was stopping us from accessing America at the time, 1500s. Because even after Columbus's discovery, I don't think America was really on the map. But yeah, they had the whole map South America before Magellan even. This was 1500, and then Magellan in 1519 is discovering South America. It's South America again. And it's like, no, but this is the problem with illustrations and dates. Like, it's really hard to get a date order. What happened when? Because they could have mapped all the
Hey Realm, have you seen what Super Slane's projecting? Like he's made some really good models.
Who's that?
Like, check out Super Slane's live stream.
Super Slane.
There's only one live stream right now.
Oh, in the live stream.
Hey, Super Slane, what program are you using?
Unity.
Unity.
Super Saiyan Firth. Oh, cool, man. You do models. Wicked, man. I do too, but on paper. I fold them up and I do all sorts of shit.
I think that Super Slane, I think this could be very close to the first flat Earth model.
Yeah, but your distances in the Pacific and Atlantic, in comparison to the size of the lands and stuff, it's that Pacific makes your biggest issue. And then
Always going to be discrepancies because it's all bullshit.
Yeah, the seas are made out to be are. Most probably because back in the day, when they measured the seas, the sea levels were lower, so naturally they're going to be shorter in measurements. And if you see the lands back in the day, you'll see all the lands are wider. America is very, very, very wide and stretched out. So the sea levels were different. You see all those maps there, there's less water on those maps, there's more land. So naturally, we look at their measurements and we go, this is like bollocks, we're going to do our own thing. We remeasure, and then we put the old measure of the sea and then the new measure of the land. And then
I mean, honestly though, this is like probably one of the best things I've seen a flat earther come up with as far as a model goes.
I haven't seen any of this flat earth stuff, man. I was looking at the text and everything. I can't see anything. It's this map.
I mean,
I write the distances using a Great Circle mapper. And I'm getting 1,700 to 1,100 nautical miles.
Yeah, but the parts of the planes don't curve like this. If you look up, you'll see that the Great Circle routes and stuff like that, they're hardly used. So these curves that people are putting on maps and stuff like that, it's not like it's actually happening.
Well,
I don't know, man.
What is happening? Or what should I be using?
You haven't even checked out the live stream.
Yes, but I'm on the live stream text now, and all I can see is Australia.
No. What I'm talking about is if you scroll, if you look at the live chat, the live stream chat right now, people are talking. At the top, you see Super Slim. If you click on his name, you can then click on watch, and you'll be able to watch his live stream. He's got his own private live stream of the model that he's created. That's what you need to be looking at.
Cool, man. I'll try it.
Just get high and watch the model.
You see that shit? Realm? I see you ended the live stream. This is the best model I've seen so far.
Yeah.
Thank you.
He's even got, if he scrolls upwards, he's even got the stars.
Yep, I do.
So what, out of interest, Super Saiyan, what's the, when you showed us a different realm or area there, what's, hang on a second.
It's different visualizations. Because I'm not stuck on a circle.
Settle down, family. Phone calls, really? You showed us this other realm on that flat Earth thing, which showed it looked like what I would call an A projection of the from the south, showing Antarctica in the middle of the map. And
Yeah.
do you mind just showing that again for a second? There it is, yeah. Do you think there's a chance that's reality? That in fact the ice wall is in the north and the south is the center?
Yeah. I've done all this, man. I've done all this.
That's typical of an Australian to say that.
I don't know, man.
Always gonna be on top of the
I don't know
world.
of any rational I do know of many rational reasons why it's the north.
You're
but
closer
none of them
to
are
that.
objective. They're all subjective. They're all like, well, we started exploring from the north and there's more landmass in the north. But that's sort of subjectively saying, well, landmass equals more important or something. Could it be that the south is the center?
Yeah, but
It could be
it's a lot
Africa
easier
as
to
a
get to the
center.
North Pole than the South Pole. A lot more people have gone to the North Pole.
You go and look
Really?
up.
The North Pole's just on ice. There's like research
Right,
bases
and
and
there's like you
observatories in
can
the
get
south.
you can get on boats called
No,
icebreaker
think
boats.
about Africa, man. Africa was the beginning of civilization.
Yeah, the
Everything
cradle of
started in
civilization.
Africa.
So
And
maybe
then
that's
it
the
broke
center of
off.
the earth.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Have you
saying.
seen those icebreaker boats? They're fucking amazing, bro. They'll fucking break the ice all the way up to the North Pole.
That's how they earn their name.
Yeah.
That's kind of, because the waters could continue, right? Rather than having an ice wall, you could just have the waters continuing for ages and ages and ages towards the northern wall. And then eventually there's like an edge to a bowl or a wall or a something. It seems as good as a proposition. It seems to me equally valid.
Yeah, I think this is like an Australian is trying to put Australia on top of the map.
Why not? You're calling it out for what it is, and you're right. I'm Australian, trying to put Australia at the top of the map. But,
what?
You're not responding to the substance. Yeah, it is what I'm doing. Can you argue against it? Could Australia be the middle of everything?
Australia? No. I would say the moon. The moon's the middle of everything. That's what I reckon.
The moon, not the sun. There you go.
But if you look up Brandon Fines, he done a circumpolar. And he didn't do it properly. But interesting that he clocked up quite a few miles. I done a south sensor flat Earth map about 3 years ago. 2 years ago, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, I've done that. And the Pacific always just comes out just too big.
The Pacific comes out as too big. What do you mean by that? When you say too big, in what way?
It's to make the flat Earth map in either projection, you're going to have to reduce the Pacific, because that's your biggest issue. But I just had I had these two maps, and I'm thinking, do you know what? They're both exactly doing the same thing. Why not face each other? And later start joining at the sides.
Oh shit! That's a whole new way of thinking about it.
Yeah, but it fucking ties everything up. That distances everything. But the surface area, I think, is less. I used to think it was a lot less, but I'm just trying different things out.
Hey.
But I think our maps are aligned. Our maps should be aligned to.
Well, Super Saiyan is the person to ask because he knows how to model it.
Yeah, I tried to sort the stream out. Couldn't figure anything out.
Wait, you couldn't see it? What he's
I saw the information, but I couldn't, because I'm on my phone. I couldn't highlight it and then copy and paste it somewhere else.
Yeah,
what you mean?
Yeah, he's just showing it in the screen. But if you're on your phone, if you click on his name, he's got a link to this app, which is I think you've made this app. Is that right? Super Saiyan.
Yep.
Hey, Super Saiyan, do you mind if I ask? Because you obviously got skills. Are you a globe earther trying to project a flat Earth, or are you a flat earther projecting what you think is true?
2.
I seen it was flat from up above.
Okay. Where did you learn these skills of 3D projection and modeling?
I don't know.
So you didn't go to college?
No.
Okay. I was gonna say most computer science degrees require physics. But bro, if you just pick this shit up, you did a fucking awesome job.
Thanks.
Like, this is better than what a lot of fucking globe worthers could probably create.
Yeah, I mean, it's well beyond my programming ability. Mine stopped at like Visual Basic, I think it was, in school when I went through school, and I haven't learned anything since. I keep flirting with the idea of learning programming.
I took a few classes and then
This wasn't that hard to make.
I've created a lot of programs. I just never actually made them. I just got other people to make them.
Yeah, I thought about making a like personal development app a while back that like pinged you with reminders and stuff, and then I was like, I don't know how to make an app.
It's not even that hard, really, right? Programming.
I don't know. I remember so little of it from school days.
Like, that was the only class I've ever got a 99.99%. I missed one quiz question. That was it. And I think that the fact that the professor had to put 99.99 because he just didn't want to put 100%.
To the map maker, I believe the Eastern Hemisphere. Sorry about that noise. I believe the Eastern Hemisphere, which is east of the Americas, to China. That area there, I believe, is lower than it appears in the maps, or indeed the map should be angled to the path of the sun. Something's wrong, and the magnetic equator. If you're doing maps and stuff like that, look up their magnetic equator, because that's the most accurate thing to go by. I think they've moved the Eastern Hemisphere down a bit to make it appear that the sun is moving in a straight line across, when in fact it's moving in a waveform. So I think they've had to move stuff on the maps to make it appear that it's moving in a straight line.
Maybe everything's always moving.
Oh, maybe the countries are moving around. That could work. So
I'm gonna make a figure 8 sign.
Right.
Yeah,
actually, you know what?
That could be Australia, because like 3 ports in Sydney do that Santiago flight, and heard people claim you can see ice on your way there. So maybe Australia's moving closer and further away. And they just do it.
Yeah,
like
that would actually explain a lot of shit.
But that, if I were to say there was a difference,
this is called dynamic Earth.
Yeah, dicentric.
Dynamic.
Dicentric.
Yes, mate.
Dicentric means something completely different.
Yeah, no, it's dynamic. Amicable. Yeah.
Dicentric chromosome is a abnormal chromosome with 2 centromeres, whatever that is.
It's just two spheres just pushed together, like MasterCard. The phasing of 2 spheres. But also the word global, you could also say global, as in a glowing ball.
I think we're onto something. Like if we want to make a model, hey, super slaying.
Yeah.
Guys, maybe the countries are moving.
Nah, if you were lunar-centric, then we would just basically been moving. Yeah, if you had a lunar-centric concave model, that'd be whack. That would
Well,
explain
how
a
do
lot.
we know they're not moving?
Well, the lands, but if the shell is moving, then and the center, well, the center won't move, but everything else will move around the center.
Yeah, they get closer and shorter together, and that's why they can make these trips from Santiago to.
Yeah, but I reckon that distance is only about 9,000 kilometers, and they make it. If you think
Maybe
about
the
it,
countries get closer whenever
you,
they make
you
the
know,
flight.
yeah, they make it's closer because the detour adds on that extra 2,000 kilometers. But without the detour, it only takes one person just to carry on straight instead of detouring going down south. Then might clock up only 9,000 kilometers, and you think, oh, hang on a minute. But they're not going to let people do that, are they? So this is it. And if Australia is actually 41 south, or it's different, we wouldn't know any different. But geologically speaking, then I feel definitely UK is about 41 north in reality, not 51 north. And this might stretch over to, I don't know, and maybe not as far as Australia. But even Australia's got magnetic declination starting on the right of it.
Well, I don't think England's not allowed to move around too much because they've got the Channel Tunnel, which kind of.
No, not moving. What I'm saying is that the maps are wrong. The map should actually, if you look at the world map, the map you should tilt it to the right slightly, so that it matches up with the tilt of the sun, right? So, but we're not doing that. So we think, oh, this happens and this happens, but it's not the case because if the sun's moving towards the north, it's moving at an angle. If it's moving towards the south, it's
Right,
moving.
but I'm not sure we really understand the model that writing is projecting right here. Like, it's not only that the sun is moving around us, the continents are also moving.
I'm moving them.
Constantly.
I moved them.
Yeah, but then you're just then in ways you're just saying, yeah, we're moving around it, but the continents aren't moving. The landmass isn't sludging. It's not sliding. It's the whole structure is moving, not just UK.
Exactly.
Talk about debunking plate tectonics. I don't know what you're reaching.
The tectonics.
Hypertectonics.
What's up?
Hypertectonics, I like it.
Okay, that's fine. Standard plate tectonic, the mountain wave or whatever. Nah, bro. That shit out. That shit's a done deal. It's a wrap. What's
the shapes of our land?
Geo here.
Let me shut the whole thing down because I had to just call branch out for one little thing. Like, damn.
No.
Man, never call branch out, bro. Crux, you never call branch out. That's the rule.
Everybody
I'm
calls
always
you out
right.
from time to time, Branch.
No, Crux. I'm always right. I'm never wrong.
You are. You're what hit the redheaded stepchild on the way down the tree.
I mean, name one time I was wrong.
Oh, you're right. I misassumed.
Thank you.
I misassumed, and that was me being wrong.
Just playing, man. Oh fuck! We made fucking writing leave.
I didn't leave.
We got riding up in the house. Riding. Tell me. I talked in Gems about your, some of these the drone laser things.
Yeah.
Some people feeling it, bro. Some people feeling it for real.
Right, boys. I made it.
I think I'm going to take sextant readings on my cross country motorbike trip. I will just go, I will see if I can track GPs of stars by doing things like pointing up and getting a bearing. This is a test I've thought. Pointing up and getting a bearing for a star. So rather than taking 3 fixes, I just go, what's the elevation of that star and what direction is it in? And then I use that as a rough guide of where I'm at. And that's what I want to test.
Right. You think that the sky is going to move at a slower pace than you?
I think what I'll be able to do is check the almanac. So what I can do is I can go, I want to pick stars that are 90 degrees overhead, and I don't want to take my sextant. I want to take make a plumb sextant that's only accurate to within like a degree or something. So it's pretty wobbly, but I try to point it at whatever star I can shoot that's straight up. And then if that matches with the almanac in both the direction and the bearing from where my GPS says, I'm like, well, the GPS is probably right. It's mapped to where, because I can read in the almanac, it'll give me latitude and longitude. So I think I can test that.
Do you know what? Super Saiyan Fluff, like, you've got lunar-centric concave, and that's something I've just come up with. And like, how weird is it? How weird is that? Something's that odd, and you've got that written on your thing. That's mad.
What?
On the picture, you've got lunar-centric concave model, and that's my model I'm working on at the moment. And I'm like, what, of all the people to write that, I thought that was pretty freaky. Don't you think?
I don't know, man.
Yeah, I think we should hook up, man. I want to send you a message, bruv, because I think we got a lot of fucking to talk about.
I mean, I thought about it, but I don't think concave is where it's at.
Yeah, but concavity, I mean, concavity is just saying it's within. And if you're on a flat Earth and it's in a crater or something, and then you've got a lens at the top, then you're enclosed and you're concave. You're just one-sided.
What?
A flat Earth is concave, but just one-sided, isn't it?
I thought you were calm and you're retarded.
Yeah, but like a level planar Earth surface, which is encased within some kind of a enclosement or container of some sort, is different than the Earth having concave curvature on the inside with gravity sticking you to the inside of a ball.
Yeah, but you know, does flat Earth think that it's flying in space? You know what I'm saying? If flat Earth is the Earth, that's it. The container. There's no 4,000. There's no 4,000 up high sky and shit like that. It's pretty much. It's like about 2,000 miles in height. You know what I'm saying? So do that sort of thing there. It's flat to the bottom, and then it sends. And then
if it's 2,000 miles in height, can I just check one thing? Could I, from different places, see it in the same place? Like, if air is significantly refracted, one of the things I can tell about a pool is that if I stand straight onto it, refraction is 0. The person's head and their body, you know, like a glass-walled pool, their head and their body are together. And I know the further I come from the side of that pool, the more separated their head and body will be. So is there a way that you could have stars that are 2,000 kilometers away or miles away, that from 8,000 miles away on the surface of the Earth?
No, you'll only be seeing your stars in the southern hemisphere 1,000 miles up, and then, or less than that, because naturally
but I can tell that from Sydney to Perth, right? If we're both looking up from Sydney to Perth, which is thousands and thousands of kilometers apart, that should make a short, squat little triangle. I'm looking up to that star, and it's. Do you get what I mean? Like, the distance between Sydney and Perth is like 3,000 kilometers, I think. Let me check it for you.
Oh, I've got to go, so I'll catch up.
Alrighty.
3,000 kilometers. So that's like, yeah, it's a triangle like that. Anyway, sorry. What do you think, Gio, about the idea that continents are moving?
What do you mean by that? Like actively moving, like all the time, or just over eons of time they've moved?
I could go for either, really. Like that they move rapidly without our awareness, all the way down to are they slowly creeping over time? Do they go hither and thither? Have they been different widths or shapes throughout history? Anything like that. Oh my goodness, he's moving Australia around the world. Where do you want to put Australia? He's picked up Australia and he's now showing it.
What was the name of it again? Something tectonics? Rapid tectonics.
This is your whole problem up here above you. This is your problem in the south, because you're right, there's not much landmass. What there are islands in the south where you navigate between them by boat. So it's you. Every time you try and squash things into the right shape, you'll find that Australia crashes into Indonesia, which we're about to ride through in 6 months' time, hopefully. Which should be actually quite big.
There's a scientist named Herndon who will tell you that plate tectonics is an absolute farce.
So
technically,
technically, you could get in a submarine and sail under, not sail, but submarine underneath Australia.
Really? That's interesting.
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
Well, if it's floating, right? It's not connected to the basin or the seafloor or the shelf. It's just a floating landmass.
No, it's not.
Right.
Who told you that Australia is floating?
No one.
Okay. It's a prediction. You know, you might be right.
Mm.
Maybe all the continents are floating. Because, you know, rock does float on water. Makes sense.
I can't debunk it.
Maybe there's an enormous bubble under every continent that gives it buoyancy. Maybe that's where the lizard people live. It's in that bubble. It's underneath the continents. And they are actually floating. And the lizard people live underneath. Can you model that? Super Saiyan.
No.
Top that.
Hey Mel, I have somewhat, for some reason, told Waz that the next time you meet him, you're going to give him a big old hug. You're going to fulfill that for me, alright? Please?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Well,
I'm gonna touch his penis.
you're going to give him a big old hug. Next time you see Waz in a chat room, you're going to be like, Waz, here's a big old hug from your brother Mel. Is that cool, Waz? Is that cool, Mel?
Yeah.
I think you guys need to hug it out. What do you think?
Yeah. We talked last night. He's got to stop calling flat earthers closed-minded though. He's being sneaky.
Yeah, flat earthers are not closed-minded. Like flat. You all just sat and listened and politely to Branch saying maybe the continents are floating. You guys are very open-minded. That's quite open-minded.
Like the most open-minded people in the on the flat plane.
Across the earth.
Across the earth, not around the earth. But Mel, what was is very upset that you're upset at him. I think.
No, he's not.
He actually is. He's pretty upset.
Is he?
Yeah.
I'm like he's
Like
like Uncle was.
he won't say that shit.
Yeah.
But I was DMing him and fucking, he's pretty upset that you're mad at him.
Mm.
Like you've hit his feelings.
Yeah.
That's why I was saying. That's why I told him I talked to Mel and Mel's gonna give you a big old hug. And that was before I talked to you. So now I'm telling you.
Yeah, I digitally knocked him out.
Who'd you digitally knock out, Mel?
Was.
You knocked me out a couple of days ago too. You remember that?
Did I?
Yeah, he was like, "Fuck you, Branch. You're a fucking wanker. Fucking all you do is fucking just troll all the fucking time.
I think
Why
I've
don't
got
you stop
dementia.
fucking trolling, Branch?"
Yeah.
You know the
If
great
that
thing
was
about
too-
you
yeah.
know the great thing about that is you'll find that out many times in your life.
Mm. I'm not going to say what the real reasons I knocked him out are, but yeah. It has to do with
Next time you see him though, you're gonna be like, "Was, can I give you a hug?"
No.
What about just being like, "Was, can I give you a hug, bro?"
Let me think about it. I'm getting triggered even thinking about it.
Don't want to get you triggered.
What are we airing dirty laundry? What's this shit about? Was I like share the juice or move on?
Mel did a Mel.
Oh, Mel always, not always does a Mel, but Mel does a Mel from time to time. Do a Branch. I do an eggshells.
Yeah, I do.
We all piss people off. Like I got real cranky at you.
Yeah, I remember that day.
Stage I was doing, and then just you were hammered, and I was like, "Why would you step up onto a stage like this if you're hammered?" And you just had absolutely no recollection of it, or you claimed the next
No,
time.
I remember you getting mad at me though, and then like,
and then afterwards she was like, Crux has done a Crux.
Well, he was like, "You know what,
Branch?
Branch, I'm sorry for getting mad at you,
has done a
but
rookie
it was fucking." He was like, "I'm sorry to get mad at you, Branch, but it was fucking fulfilled, you know." That was a great apology.
Branch, I mean, I just love the way you always give people space to talk, and you don't hold them back. I
Shut
love
up,
that.
bitch. I'm gonna let you talk.
Yeah, that's a really kind thing that you do.
Nope.
Your reactions are just not fast enough at this time in the morning.
Guess so. Foolish thinks that
I think
he's
Geo's a
better.
good mod and boss.
Foolish thinks that because he's a moderator now in the asylum that he's better than us.
No, I don't.
It's not hard to become a mod. It's not hard to become a mod in the asylum. It's called the asylum for a reason. Like if you interrupt a conversation, be like, that was a bit off color. People are like, fuck you, mute you, put you in a different room, then move you into a different room, then put you in timeout. Like it's weird.
I got banned from the asylum.
It's like being called the tallest midget.
I got
The
banned
weird
from the
thing
asylum.
is I wasn't the one either muting him or pushing him around. Mainly because I can't push him into a
Foolish got
different
me
room.
banned from the asylum, dude.
I got you banned from the asylum. No, you got yourself banned from the asylum by acting like a dick.
What did he do?
What I do?
Did branch to a branch?
Yeah, branch out. You know, it's almost like a life cycle. You know, it starts off nice and pleasant, comes back a few hours later, a few tins later, and then it's a bit worse. Then a few more tins, and then it just becomes, you know, arsehole branch. I will talk for 24 hours if you let me, or you have to mute me.
I do that too. I recognize that.
Unless I'm out of beer like I am today.
Yeah, I'm judgy because I don't drink, or don't drink very much.
I just
Very rare.
Just to jump back a second, if you're still here, Mr. App Maker, this app, when you fixed Australia, would you agree what you said before was that you fixed it just back to a globular
Yeah.
shape? You said you fixed it by making it more like the globe one, and that's what you did to Australia. And I think you did a really good job. Would you
Yeah, I
agree that
fixed
more
it.
people live in Indonesia, because they got all the way down through Asia there. They're all Asian looking in Indonesia. It's had more people, and the only reason you fixed Australia is because you talk to Australians. You don't talk to Indonesians much, but I think you kind of
Yeah.
need to fix Indonesia.
Yeah, I need to go back and fix them all.
What about the Philippines, bro? Did you fix the Philippines?
Right. Philippines. Vietnam. Where's Vietnam? Like we had a big old war in Vietnam. I could barely poke at it on the map here.
Vietnam's easy to find. Next to Korea.
But look
Just
at
to
the
the
one
left.
in the chat. Like where did you find it? Like, does this look like?
Oh.
See what I mean?
Hey, foolish. You know what? This is impressive. You got to check it out.
It's very cool, yeah.
Check out Super Saiyan's model. It's probably the best fucking flat Earth model I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's very cool. That's true. I
found Vietnam now. Okay, I feel better.
That is the overarching model, isn't it? 4 corners, dome, 2 lights in the sky.
Yeah, I covered it all.
Yeah, that's the standard. That's the most common one.
Foolish, you got to check it out, bro. I'm not sure why you.
That's what I want you to think.
That's the picture you posted, Ronnie.
No,
Obviously.
check out his live stream. He's got a live stream going.
I'll show you. I'll show you a picture if you're not able to see the live stream.
No, I can see the live stream.
If you guys aren't aware, obviously, Flat Earth is Russian propaganda used to expose American space hoax.
Damn, Crux.
That's quite a cool idea. I like that one. Yeah.
Crux,
Russian
why you always gonna come
propaganda,
out
they
with the
wanted to
truth,
weaken
bro?
America. I could see them funding Flat Earth. Actually, I could absolutely see Russia funding Flat Earth because it will do anything it can. It will fund any group if it can humiliate its enemies.
That's a good way to humiliate your fucking enemy too, right? Like I made these cunts believe the Earth is flat.
It's like they get to play both cards real quick. Riding, they get to play the look at how stupid Americans are card. They get to play the American. They get to play the Americans have doubt in your government card. They get to play the. They get. Oh, there's one more. They get to play the. Hey, space really is some bullshit. Be careful, real deep state America, because I'm on the edge of exposing you card. I mean, there's so many cards to play, man. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. But Crux, if you believe Crux that the whole flat Earth thing is a psyop from Russia, then why do you still think it's flat?
Why do you think that I think it's flat?
Because you don't think it's flat.
Hey, he's a glober. No, undecided, I believe, is his general position, isn't it?
Oh, my bad. I thought you was a full blown.
Nah, it's undecided, so he doesn't actually have to have an argument for anything.
No, that's not true for it. I take. I mean, come on, that wasn't fair.
That was fair. That's exactly on point. You know it.
Hang on, Foolish. Let him describe it.
Sorry.
How
No,
would
no,
you
that's
describe it? How would you describe your shape? This is something only one. Even if you're right, Foolish. Even if you're right, you're wrong. If you tell somebody what's in their heart, because they can change what's in their heart. So
That is true.
You only ask that one.
But he's going to say undecided. That's fair. But we're not. So therefore, I can't describe a shape if I'm undecided. But just to prep or to extend it with so that you don't have to take a side of the argument. That's not true because I take double sides. I'm constantly taking both sides of the argument.
I do the same thing too, but I do it as a troll.
Yeah, but that's the difference between arguing against something rather than arguing for something. Do you understand what I mean?
But
I would argue that branch
I
takes
argue
neither side.
I argue globe evidence all the time.
So this is really interesting to me, Crux. You do take a quite fair position. Why do you think there is some? Because I think I agree with you on this. What would you say is the value in being undecided?
Brotherhood.
Are there any other values to being undecided?
Evolution.
So basically, you're trying to say you do it for the pussy.
Everything.
Hell.
I don't know.
Evolution. Hang on, you said evolution. What do you mean evolution?
Science needs to grow with fair open-mindedness, with the search for the unknown unknowns. I mean, all that. We got to evolve. The knowledge evolution, truth evolution, science evolution, brotherhood evolution, all that.
Yeah, you grow. I think I agree. You grow more and you can be friends with both sides. Is that what you mean when you say brotherhood? It's like you can be friends with anybody.
Well, there's and also, you know where I get to, man. There's always this fucking cooperation, conflict, cooperation. Like, what were we arguing yesterday? The votes should be hidden, although we want to be brothers, and it's like.
I mean, I thought brotherhood was cool and shit, right? Then I was in another room with fucking foolish decisions, and he fucking flashed me.
The thing is like, I'd be like, what would you want to prove the globe? And I'd be like, yo, give me a little bit more orbit circumnavigation footage uncut. Give me the fucking Universal Studios. And instead of the Brotherhood response of, well, here you go, brother. It's A, you wouldn't believe it. B, it can't be done. C, it's stupid. You know what I mean? And it's just like, well,
I'll
really?
go for D.
Like, what if,
go for D.
Yeah, all the above. What if it's like, well, you're just wrong and they would believe it, or you're just wrong and it's not stupid, and you're just wrong and it can be done. You know what I mean?
Does Joss have a nice penis, Branch?
No, he flashed his face to me, which was just as bad. It looked like a penis.
Okay.
It looked like a penis with a beard. It was a pretty good beard, though, I gotta admit.
Pianist.
Let's face it, Branch. If we're going to go down that route, you're unique. You're a cunt nobody wants to touch.
I don't want nobody to touch me either. But listen, look, man. No, the only people that can touch me are girls that I allow to touch me.
Speaking of penises, do you think that Pete Shea likes to say that Johnny plays the piano so that he can try to say penis?
I'm sure. Either that or he's just taking the piss.
I'm sorry, man. You look like a penis with a beard, bro.
Oh, dude. Thanks, Branch.
Yeah.
It's not often I get to use that one. It is one of my favorites, but you've got to use it very occasionally.
I will say this: like, Foolish just said he looks like the what is it? That guy in his the big bamboozle, whatever the fuck that guy is called.
Grabowski.
The big Grabowski. And you kind of do, Foolish.
Yeah.
It's a compliment.
I would say I'd kind of model myself on the dude, apart from the fact that I have a job and I don't smoke weed all the time.
Well, you should give up the job and just
Branson
be like me, bro. Be retired.
I'll get bored.
Yeah,
And a bored me is not a good thing.
I do get bored, and that's probably why I drink so much.
There you go.
You ain't been drinking recently, Branch. Don't front. You've been being a good boy, haven't you?
No, I've still been drinking. Right now it's just it's like 2:00 in the morning. I can't buy no beer, so I gotta be sober. Like, trust me, if the fucking liquor stores were open right now, I would be drunk.
Wow.
Considered not drinking.
Are you drinking that much, really, Branch?
No. I'm a weird type of drink. I'm a weird type of alcoholic, right? Like,
But I mean, don't have people over. Good.
I can't do the drinking every day type of shit. I can't do that. I need to give myself like a 3 to 4 day break between every session of drinking. Like, I need to be completely sober again.
Yeah.
Like, I need to get over all fucking withdrawal symptoms of alcohol and all that shit, and then I start drinking again. It's just a weird way of being an alcoholic.
No, it's quite a normal way of being an alcoholic.
No, alcoholics generally drink like every day. I can't do that though.
No, you go on benders and then you'll feel bad about it, and then you'll be straight for a bit.
I don't feel bad about my benders.
Just depends how long. I'm not saying that everybody does. That's just my
I
observation.
enjoy having benders, bro. That's what I do. I drink. When I do drink, I drink a lot.
Yeah,
that's why, like, I hate going to like social events where I can only have 1 or 2 beers because I always want more. The complete trait of an alcoholic, but I can't limit myself in social events. I only drink when I'm alone type of motherfucker. I don't drink publicly. If I'm in social events or if I'm like chilling with fams, I don't drink.
But do you race drones competitively?
Does that? Doesn't it? Or maybe not competitively.
Only when I'm drunk.
Poor Timmy.
Timmy?
Well, how do you think he got in the wheelchair? No.
Timmy!
Y'all see them new South Parks this season were freaking good, man. A couple of the first ones.
I haven't seen them yet. I mean, I do like a bit of South Park, but tend to be about 3 or 4 seasons behind. So I think I watched season 19 or 21, somewhere in there. They're 23, 24 at the moment, aren't they?
I'm a little bit like, just it's a little distant from a couple weeks ago when the season first premiered, but I'm positive like one of the first ones, it was some space shit or like Corona shit or something. It was like some fucking major conspiracy fucking shit again. It was hilarious. Fucking hilarious. I can't remember specifically, but I remember going, oh, them boys in chat will love this. You know what I'm saying?
And they had that weed that would prevent the fucking coronas. Right?
There was that.
Was that the episode?
Great, dude. I love that they're just like Illuminati warriors.
What do you mean, Illuminati warriors?
Either one side or the other. I mean, either way, we don't know for sure, but they're definitely,
Maybe they're just satirists who take things and satirize the shit out of it. That's what I see them do.
They're the best. That's what I'm saying. They're like the best smartasses of the world. They call out the whole world, dude. It's fucking awesome. I should say they are Illuminati warriors.
I gotta say though, Rick and Morty is way better than South Park. But they just
Y'all want to talk about something? Y'all want to talk about like real deal shit?
No.
No? Okay.
What the Russians want you to think, their branch.
Oh shit! The Russians.
Rick and Morty is a psyops operation.
Come on, foolish. Y'all want to talk about?
Lick my balls.
Did you see the buzz clip of Russian drone footage of Russian convoy being attacked?
No.
Yeah, that with this. I've been binging on that. It is so incredible watching what's happening there. With like never before has there been this well a televised war, recorded war.
Yeah, drone footage of Russian convoy being attacked.
It's not really a war, though, is it?
What?
It's
A
more
country
like a big...
invaded another country with tanks and guns and shot at their military and took over their cities. What
Yeah,
the
but
fuck do you call that?
It's
a special military operation.
No, I mean a war would assume that Ukraine has a chance.
No, a war.
No, it doesn't. You can have a war that's lopsided.
This is very
Face it,
It's not a war, it's
the British Empire much preferred the enemy not to be armed, and even if they had sharpened fruit, would be slightly concerned.
Right, I mean,
We
this
still
isn't
got
a war, it's an invasion.
Which is a form of warfare.
Yeah, it's part of what you do in warfare. You invade, you bomb, you defend, you establish supply lines, do logistics.
You know what's funny though? Russia just went to China to say, "Hey, can you hook me up with some bills and shit to help fund this war?"
But is it a traditional formal war with like both sides declaring like, "Yo, bro, we're fucking, it's all out. Fuck you forever. We're warring." You know, is it like, is Ukraine formally at war with Russia?
Yes.
Okay.
And then what's funny is when fucking Russia did this shit, the president of fucking Pakistan was actually in Russia, chilling with fucking Putin while the fucking war was instigated.
Branch. If I'm on mobile and I want to play the game but still be able to press to talk on, how can I do that on the phone?
I don't use it on the phone, bro.
What you do is you go and buy a PC.
Or just don't play the game.
Bro, you guys don't want to talk about
what you do is you play the game, but just don't talk while you're playing it.
Well, that's what's about to happen.
What game is so important to play?
Any fucking thing, bro. Fucking going crazy, just sitting here doing nothing. I ain't talking about.
I'm considering getting up and doing some of my VR. VR, that's one to get. Oh my god, first-person shooters in VR is so much fun. The games are janky and blocky pieces of shit, but when you're actually crouching down behind boxes to fire back and reload,
Have you gone to the adult side of VR yet?
Writing,
no, porn's not for me.
Okay, shit, bro. Writing, you got to get the fucking the podium with the fucking circular leaning rail, dude. So you can literally fucking run and fucking. And it's got the sliding like treadmill thing.
Yeah, so that does seem fun for some games, but like, so Onward, you'll sometimes go completely prone. Like you'll be standing next to a car and you go, the best way to get him is if I lie all the way down and then shoot under the body of the car next to a tire.
Yeah,
I feet. And it's cool fun just jumping down on the ground like that. Yeah, it gets awkward. You go to lean in a window and there's nothing there. So what you would put your hand on to rest your gun, you're just holding out at arm's length. So it's kind of weird, but just being stuck in those things, there's nothing that's good yet. And I don't think anything ever will be, because there's always going to be a disconnect.
Yeah, it looks so fun being able, like, you see these guys clowning on you. This shit looks so hilarious. But yeah, I guess you still aren't getting pure motion, or what do you call it? Full range of everything.
Yeah, like I think you could do it with a body suspended in water or something, maybe, but I think it'd be hard.
No, I mean, it just would have to be a little bigger. I mean, you could want it to be softer, like more like a hollow trampoline type thing, but it wouldn't have to be. I mean, you could just accept that it's hard and drop on the ground. You know what I mean? Like, I guess it could just be a little bigger, but get a little more motion. I don't know. You still ain't gonna be flipping over fucking fences and shit. I mean, come on, man. Like, bro, like, I don't know. You could, dude. I don't know. What's your favorite game? What's your favorite game on there?
On the VR, it's probably Onward. It's a sort of tactical, like you're a SWAT team versus a team of Russians.
That's your
sometimes the Russians, right? And it'll be 6 versus 6, where you have to plant an objective or get a VIP out or something. And it's always the Americans versus the Russians. You're on either side.
Oh. Were you ever in a real army team?
I've played. Yeah, if you play with other military guys, holy shit, it's a totally different game. Yeah, if you do it with, but the problem is there's kids, so there'll be things, and because it's VR, you can tell the size of them. So there's this little person going, "Where are we going?" And you look down, and it's like a 5-year-old, and you go, "How old are you?" And they go, "I'm 5." Like 5 is a bit young, but like there's plenty of 10-year-olds and stuff. Where I'm like, you should not be playing this game. We've at it too, but they're tiny, and then you're really watching what you say because you're an adult playing games with a kid. Sounds kind of creepy, right?
I want to play VR Hubble. Not Hubble, Kerbal. I always say that. I want to play VR outer space.
That exists?
No, you know why? And you know why, Rodney, right? You know why. Merlin, can we tell him? You still here?
Tell me why.
Because
Dum 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 dum.
Space doesn't exist. Dum, 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 dum.
Actually, that would be really good in 3D. In VR, that'd be Homeworld. That would actually work in that, because it's almost impossible to play on a 2D screen.
Nah, tennis.
What?
Golf.
No, I think anything in space, enjoy that reality.
Foolish. Tell me this. Tell me why, with computers and physics, that the golf championship shouldn't be played VR or remote. Like, you know what I mean? Why people couldn't do it that way?
Because people actually like existing in the real world and not just in virtual reality. And most sports are better. You always, anytime you do an abstraction, and that's what virtual reality is, and it's an abstraction from reality, you're always losing some definition. You're always having to make compromises.
So I agree with you. Here's my idea, though. VR ends up becoming a league where, like most games will be dependent on how good you are physically. So the people who are really good at VR are like fit, nimble people. And you do lose some fidelity. You don't get what's really happening. But what you can make happen is something fantastical, right? So you can imagine fit little gymnast girls and like Olympians and like combat experts and army men facing off in VR combat, where you can film them and like, you know, the gymnast might have special moves where like the moment she gets shot at, she like does this stop, drop and roll or something where she's just like out of view in a second because, you know, she can do that in VR, and then superimposed. So you watch the game with her augmented into the game world in her cool outfit doing her moves. I think people would watch that.
They love it.
Doesn't have to be a girl,
but I get what he's saying. Like, you're gonna lose some for that. Like,
yeah, it's not going to have the stakes.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoy building PCs. It's something I actually get quite a bit of pleasure from. That's why I tend to do it for friends and family and stuff, because, you know, I build a nice PC. Not the same doing it in VR. I don't get to use my hands in the same way. I don't get to do, you know, that same type of tactile thing. The same way as I like camping. No matter what you do in VR, you're never going to have that same experience.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you lose fidelity, I suppose, to use a posh word.
Yeah, and you lose risk. There's nothing at stake. It's sort of like, what if I get home, or, you know, this is a bit itchy. Like the moment you get bored, you take it off, and real reality is still waiting for you right there. And if you do something cool with camping, you now have an experience that you can talk about and is interesting. People aren't just going to switch off into virtual reality. But could it become like a significant pastime? Sure. Particularly if it comes good.
You know, I role play a fair amount. Run a game for my kids and a game with a few friends. But I wouldn't say, oh yeah, you know, we went there and did this and it was so cool. You know, I've never talked about role playing that way. To me, it's like a story that unfolds that's kind of like live. But it's not something I'd go and retell over and say, aha, what a great experience my character had doing that. Because that's kind of such an abstraction from my reality.
Yeah.
I want to talk a little bit about it, about the differences and the pros and cons. Like, for like, let's say golf, for instance, you know, wherever you lose the resolution of some of the tinier nuance, you possibly from the real world, you possibly pick up like a balance, like a fairness or an equalizer that'll come to play in the virtual world, like the way the golf ball is turned every time, or the quality of the club, possibly, or, you know what I mean? Like all these conditions, like, can be replayed every wind. You know what I mean? So
I'm going to be harsh with you here. I'm going to say, you fucking hippie, learn from the fact that the world is not a place of equality. That people have different abilities and different characteristics.
I get it.
I'm just trying to be controversial, so don't worry about it. I'm not being that serious.
Yeah. Please make sure that, like, it's not that I desire the things that you know what I mean?
I was trying to channel my inner Nixon.
Like, I think hippie ideas are like cool, and sometimes, and it's weird when you hear people down community type of
tree hugging hippie. So yeah, I know what you mean.
No, and not even. I want to reference some other things that I commonly hear where they be like, "Yo, hippies work in small bunches, but not big groups," and all this, and I'm just like, that's such an absolute statement. It just feels too over cocky to me constantly, and I'm just like, dude, like, big groups can get along too, you know, or like, fucking, we're evolving, dude. Like, big groups can communicate more now with technology than they used to could. So how do we know that is still true, if it ever was?
Yeah,
You can take Discord as an example. I mean, Discord's a virtualization.
Stop being over cocky, foolish.
No, he's not him. I mean, you know, like forces.
I just like the word overcocky. All right, I just wanted to use it in a sentence.
I fucks with fools.
Overcocky just sounds like a cool fucking word, or conjuncture of words. Overcocky.
Overcocked. You ever been overcocked, Branch?
I've never been cocked.
Shit.
I'm the cock.
How do you clean your butt?
Anally.
Like every civilized person, I have a bidet.
I actually have a bidet, so I clean my butt with water.
Yeah, I don't know when America's going to catch. What do we think, Americans or European or whatever?
I'm in America and I have a bidet.
Get the fuck. Okay, so look. Here's what I'm talking about. Here's what I'm talking about.
If you don't wash your ass with water, you're walking around with a dirty butt. That's the two. Those are the two options. Pick one.
No, but
Wash
right,
with
do you
water
use
or
a
have
rag?
dirty butt.
Sorry. Yes. Do you use a rag? 1 and 2. Is it extra nastiness that you just water fucking splash?
No, bro. Like, listen, look, bro. So
jet that shit out and then pat it down with paper, and it's barely got any poop on it. And if you happen to need to like scratch your bum or use some toilet paper later in the day, even having not shat,
I'll tell you what. When you start using a bidet,
before you shit next time, and see if you've got any poop on the paper. And if there's any poop on the paper, that poop's in your pants. You wash your ass with water, that doesn't happen.
Right, and I'll tell you one thing. Once you start using a bidet, you stop needing to scratch your ass.
Yeah.
The trouble is,
shitty ass all day.
You know, I mean,
the
moist wipes are good if you don't have access to that. You know, that's number 2.
You don't need it.
No, look, I'm sure every woman is gonna take her.
Oh no, you can buy a bidet.
I don't have a bidet at work.
You can buy a bidet for your toilet for like $20.
Right, but here's what I'm talking about. Here's the specific. I'm gonna fucking get on the crux of the matter. You understand here? And the fucking crux of the matter is, all things aside, right? Because you're gonna make sure your shit's straight, right? On that level. So on a different level, right? Right. Listen.
Importantly, I want to make sure.
How the fuck is water not splashing around? Is it not extra dirtiness for like the room that you got ass water splashing everywhere? Occasionally.
It doesn't everywhere. It just falls straight back into the thing.
Yeah.
You don't need a full bidet for this. You can get this. I bought this as soon as I moved into my new house. I went down to the thing, $10, and it's just a T joint at the where your cistern fills up, right? Your actual toilet fills up. And then there's a hook that you hang over the top of your cistern and a hose that comes up that's just got a gun on it. And that's all the Indian toilets have, and it's fucking perfect because you just shoot yourself in the butt with a little bit of water, and then you pat down. Yeah, absolutely clean. Think about it this way. This is the way actually Will Smith put it. He said, "Let's just say weird scenario, bullshit, never happens. Man walks. I don't know. I've heard this only secondhand, so it might not be him, and I might be getting it wrong. Crazy man walks up to you in the street one day and puts shit on your arm. Right? He's just like running around with like shit in his hand for some reason, and he wipes it on you. Right? He just gets you on the arm a bit. Right? Would you take a tissue, a dry tissue, wipe that a couple of times, or maybe more than a couple of times, and call it clean? No, you wouldn't, would you? What would you do to make sure it's clean, to get this stranger's poo off you?
I would want a wet wipe.
Exactly. You want some moisture, right? Because that will get in the spots. So, like, why is a stranger's poop different to your poop? We're talking about poop stuck to your flesh. Like, suddenly, if it's like a stranger, you're like, oh yeah, wash that properly. And if it's your own poop hole, you're like, leave it hanging around. It's mine.
Look, I think I've heard like a lot of good things and all that, but I'm saying if I'm standing with the choice of like flushable wipes or that, it's like I don't know, man. The flushable wipes are great.
Nah, bro. Because you never used the bidet.
They absolutely fuck the pipes though.
Like really bad. Writing. You know, it wasn't even fucking India that got me into bidets. It was fucking Japan.
Yeah, they do it too. They shoot you with the automated ones in the butthole.
Yeah,
too. You don't even use.
I wasn't even in Japan. I just had a stopover in Japan, and that was the best shit I ever took in my life.
Ooh, he went.
It was like the best toilet whatever, bro. Like a little bit of plastic, like a condom went around the fucking seat.
Okay, wait. Did I tell y'all this one yet? I seen the best sink ever. It was the square bar that comes out from the sink, and on the left corner, it's got the sink. In the middle, it's got the water, and on the right corner, it's got the air blower. All in the sink basin, all coming off of the faucet. It's a fancy, like rectangle
Yeah,
faucet.
if it's got the air blower, that's the best type of shit.
In the faucet, bro. Over to the side, you'd be like, what? And it's strong and good.
Bro, but I'm telling you, man, a bidet is the way to go.
Nah, you be drinking out of that shit, bro.
You don't drink out your bidet, my man.
Shit.
Although I used to have a dog that used to like to fucking drink out the toilet. It's like, no, stop that. What's up, Chemical X?
What's up? Hey.
We're talking about poops.
Oh, well, maybe some other time.
Did you want to buy Flat Earth?
Not typically.
No, you see what happens here is we try to talk about Flat Earth, but somehow it always comes down to poops.
Is that so?
Yeah, that's what happens.
Well, that's awfully special.
Mm-hmm. At least we're not talking about blinds.
I mean, the whole dog drinking out of the toilet thing, they also eat out of the litter box, and that's why I don't have dogs.
You're a cat lady.
I have cats, yeah. I don't know if I qualify as a cat lady, I only have 2, but dogs will eat shit, so no. No, thank you. They're dirty.
I had a cat, but it wasn't like my cat, right? It was so when I got this house, there was a stray cat, and then it came into my garage, right?
Well, that's how it works. They decide, where they are and who thinks that they're their cat.
Yeah, and then it just started becoming my cat. Like it wasn't in my house or anything, but I'll feed it.
There you go. You gave it food.
Yeah. But we end up. Well, I didn't start off giving it food. Like it just came up and just sat in my lap.
Trying to get you to give it food.
Yeah, and then I ended up being the little bitch that I am. And I gave him food.
Yes. They know how to control you.
Yeah.
Have you guys tried that rainbow kitty litter that is like advertising on YouTube and shit?
No, I haven't seen that.
It's some brand. It's some. God, there's some celebrity with it or something, I think, but maybe not. But it's like maybe it's a cartoon celebrity. But whatever your cat poops, pees, or something, it'll change color like red or green. And
you know what?
It'll tell you what's wrong with the cat. Like red.
So like it's like a pH indicator, maybe?
Yeah. Like red will be like blood and green will be like, I mean, it gave
usually.
Yeah, it gave an example in the
We need to invent bidets for cats.
I mean, cats can use the toilet. You can do that, but I don't know about the bidet.
I like fat cats. I like when they
lick their own buttholes though. Cats like a clean butthole. Be more like cat.
Yeah. I'm sure that once one cat does it, all the cats will want to do it.
I don't suppose any human has ever accomplished licking its own butthole, though.
No, but I mean, get some water and
sure they have.
Simulate a butt lick. I mean, with all the talk of eating ass nowadays, I don't know. But
anyway. Chemical X. You know, I guarantee right now, if you Google,
there's
if you Google it, you'll find.
I don't think I want to know.
Have you never seen a girl get inside a 1 foot by 1 foot box in the circus? Like, dude, they can.
A contortionist?
Yeah, they be like bending themselves around in a spiral, dude. Like that's crazy.
Yeah, I don't know if they do that though.
I mean, I'm not. I'm just
Maybe
assuming
that's like the after hours version.
think about it either.
I kind of want to Google it, but I'm pretty sure if I find it, I'm not allowed to post it in the chat.
If you find it, nobody's going to hear from you for a couple days, right?
Damn it.
It's funny because it's true.
You see what you do to the chat, man? Like, we were talking about, very nice things. We're talking about how to clean
Very
your
nice
butthole.
things, like eating
Yeah.
shit.
Exactly. You come in the room and you take it to this next level.
Oh, well, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's all your fault. Brings out the pornography in the men.
Oh, you guys were already there. Don't even.
Nope. We were talking very civilly.
Well, you were talking about dogs eating shit and drinking out of the toilet, so I think maybe pornography might be a little bit above that.
Everybody's asleep probably anyway. Shit. We're just passed out.
And I don't think I brought up the pornography. That is actually a cat sneezing in the background right now.
Okay, I'm gonna say
And
this. about
climbing
that.
stuff. What the hell are you doing?
I love it, and I hope y'all do too. When the cats sit up, like they're like a person passed out, like they sit up, like a drunk person passed out with their back against the wall. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
They got
Not
their
a-
legs out in front of them.
Big fat cat is just plop. I love it, dude. He's got his hand on his crotch like Al Bundy. Looks like he's ready to burp.
Oh yeah, like in his belt, in his
Yeah.
waistband.
Yeah,
Sorry,
just
I had to post this GIF of a cat.
Oh. I've never seen any other animal retch like a human other than a cat.
Oh my god, poor cat.
it looks a little fake, but it is hilarious. Like I could see the cat doing half of that. The eyes look fake, to be honest.
But why is the person doing that though? That's
Imagine how much
That's
the guy's
mean.
feet stinks. Like, who the hell has stinky feet like that?
Get control of your fungus, dude. That's not nice.
He mustn't. He probably doesn't shower every day.
Ugh. So I can't stop watching it. It's not nice.
I know it's one of those gifts where it's not cool, but you can't stop looking at it.
Like psychoanalyzing the human behind the video. What a jerk. All right, I'm not watching anymore. I'm done.
What's that pillow? Fucking. It's like an anime character or some shit.
You're not gonna drag me back in there, damn it.
That's what I was trying to do.
I know. You're so predictable.
Are you trying to say all men are predictable?
No, just you in particular.
Oh, okay.
Carry on. We were talking about things. I muted when I came in the room.
Well, you started talking about porn and shit, so everybody else stopped
I
talking.
don't think I did.
You did.
Did I?
Yeah. You started talking about women licking their own buttholes.
Well, no. Okay, well, in the context of a cat licking its own asshole.
And all the men now are Googling women licking buttholes. And that's what
That's not my problem. Are you sure they all are? Is that why it's so quiet?
Oh, I'm not doing that.
I don't think Merle's doing that either.
Hey, Mel, what you doing, bro?
He's doing alchemy.
You're not Googling girls licking buttholes, are you?
No, no.
Merle, have you ever seen that movie, The Green Mile?
Yes,
Did you like it?
a lot.
Dude, I just watched it. I literally just finished it and came onto Discord. Not gonna lie, I fucking cried. And that is not that's like damn, dude.
Men are not supposed to admit that they cry during movies.
Bro, you don't understand though.
I know the movie.
Did you fucking see this movie?
Yeah, I know. And when the
Is that the
fucking
thing?
when the cunt
the
kills
guy,
the fucking
the football
mouse?
thing.
No. It's like a supernatural movie. I don't know. This dude has like
jail.
power.
Oh.
No, it's about a death row inmate who's innocent, who has the power to like take people's sicknesses away.
Oh.
And it totally caught me off guard.
And every time he does it, he gets more sick.
It's Stephen King, right?
So it's sort of like
dude,
Powder.
It's
saw Stephen
similar-ish. He's supernatural. It's kind of like a supernatural fiction thing, drama. It
Yeah, it
talks
was like
about, themes of, racism, how, people can be kind of terrible to each other. And
I think that's propaganda, though.
It's
I
got
don't think
Forrest- it's
people
got
are
Forrest
really
Gump in
terrible
it,
to
though.
each other until they're convinced that people are terrible
Forrest
to
Gump.
each other.
Forrest Gump's
Yeah.
in the movie.
It's Stephen King at his cinematic
Well, he's
best. What were you
fucking.
saying?
Come on.
Forrest Gump plays a great role in that movie.
Forrest Gump.
Life is a
You mean Tom Hanks?
Tom Hanks was in both movies.
Life is a box of chocolates.
I'm not saying like obviously Tom Hanks is like a pedo.
Thomas
Hollywood
Hanks.
is totally fucking weird.
That one actually surprised me.
What?
I like Tom Hanks. Don't call him a
I
fucking
realize now I shouldn't be surprised by that.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Don't destroy Tom Hanks for me. Come on.
No, dude,
he's totally sick, man.
Yeah, not a good
Really?
guy.
Yeah.
I mean, I did cry to one of his movies, but it was a good movie. That being
My
said,
eyeballs about fell out of my head when I saw Forrest Gump when it came out.
Yeah.
The crying.
Jenny.
Oh god.
I don't know. Forrest Gump got me early because I just felt bad for him when he was a kid, and so it wasn't like Tom Hanks's. It wasn't the actor Tom Hanks. It was like the little boy actor.
Oh yeah, they pluck all the strings in that one.
But honestly, Jenny, dude, she's just like this whore. I think Forrest Gump could have done a lot better.
Or he might have known that. But she sort of had this like dualistic, like horror creature, guardian angel role.
Well, hold on.
But that she,
Did
as
she
a
die from
human,
AIDS?
couldn't even.
Did she die from AIDS though?
Well, AIDS doesn't exist, so obviously not.
Okay. But
That's
did she die from Hollywood AIDS, like in the movie?
Yeah.
Fake AIDS. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That was
So-
implied, right?
Well, she was hanging out with communists and Black Panther people, getting punched in the face and getting AIDS. I thought Forrest for the story, I was like, all right, this is totally
Yeah,
unbelievable.
but if Forrest had fucked her from the start, then she wouldn't have gone down that road.
Yeah, but he's retarded, dude. He's not like he doesn't have.
But look at Forrest's mom. She had like the same prodigal role.
Oh shit, that's right. She was banging the teachers to keep him in
The doctor, so he
normal
could get his
school.
leg braces.
She banged the doctor too.
Yeah, so because she couldn't afford the braces for his legs.
I don't
Remember they fell off when he was running toward Jenny.
she fucked the doctor.
Yeah.
The doctor and the teacher, I guess.
Yeah, he's sitting outside the office on the bench.
Yeah, I don't remember it that well, but now that you say it, it's like kind of.
I've only seen it once, but that must have stuck out to me.
What girls take from movies?
I saw it twice. I saw it once where I remembered it, and I saw it once on the plane to Taiwan, and I was drinking, so I don't really.
You know what Jenny's house reminds me of, though? Have you seen that Reba McEntire video? Like it was like from the 90s. Fancy. And she's like rich and famous and stuff, whatever. But she goes back and sees her childhood home where she was, it was like all abusive and stuff and run down. and she goes and or where her mom. I think the song goes like like the welfare took the kids and stuff, and she was the last hope for the family kind of thing. And so she's like rich and goes and sees the house. That I don't know why, but like the whole Jenny's house with her shit dad, that reminds me of that. Thought I'd throw that out there.
I haven't seen that.
That's all I have to say about that.
Well, Forrest Gump reminds me of Joe Dirt. Have you seen Joe Dirt?
I think I've seen parts of it.
Doesn't he like bang his sister in that movie or something weird?
It's actually Joe
Isn't that
Dirt.
Borat?
Joe Dirt.
I don't know if I've seen the whole thing or maybe just clips of it. Like I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's a comedy, but it's like it's similar to his whole Jenny situation. I think they actually made it like a thing with Jenny.
Can you imagine if Forrest Gump was made today, in today's time, what the Jenny character would have looked like? That would have been a really difficult movie to make, I think.
I would envision.
I don't know if that's allowed these days.
They'd probably get the producers for slut shaming Jenny and giving her AIDS or something like that.
But she would have to be like a really butch feminist.
With like crazy hair, and she'd have to have a lesbian experience in there while she's finding herself.
I was thinking Kristen Dunst.
We could get Ryan. We got to get Ryan Gosling to play Forrest Gump.
Did you see the Kirsten Dunst I'm turning the turning Japanese video she did? It's like, come on, mama, you're like 40. Stop it. You're not a teenager.
Always be young at heart, especially when you're in Hollywood and have a bunch of money.
It's like Liz Phair, like her last videos.
Yeah, she's probably putting on some portrait and face cream, though. I mean,
inside you want to rock on, but outside the image doesn't quite match.
Well, I get it. I don't know. Kirsten Dunst is kind of eternal in her youth. It's got like, but it's like,
it's a foreskin face cream. I'm telling you. Look at Sandra Bullock.
Yeah. Well, whatever.
She's not super sexy, but she's I don't know, she's got a nice personality. She's got a nice voice.
But there's such, like in the whole Hollywood thing, once you're 16, you're irrelevant already. So it's got to be really emotionally taxing.
She did start off young though, wasn't she? In fucking
Interview with the Vampire. Yeah.
With all the NAMBLA we love that's in Hollywood, by the time you're 8, you're practically over the hill. So that's what it is.
And if you're making a movie when you're actually 8, then you don't get to make one after you're like 12.
Pretty much.
What's the name of that movie again?
Interview with the Vampire.
Yeah, that one.
She was a young girl in there. Hollywood tries to go pedo with some of its themes, like in that one, or with Pretty Baby. With
that's another movie. Interview with the Vampire would never be made today.
There was some serious homosexual undertones.
There's some serious pedo.
Oh gosh, I read the books. I loved Anne Rice in like the 90s, and that one is nothing in comparison to the other ones. It's sort of like, at this point, I'm really not finding myself having anything for me anymore. I don't know.
It's difficult because all of Hollywood's seedy underbelly is being exposed. Even with the Poltergeist actress who was probably raped to death when she was a young child. Ugh, it's just terrible.
Do you ever think about it like whenever when somebody like Harvey Weinstein is, I'm air quoting, outed, it's just to humor people that might have figured something out or noticed something, just for some complacency. But when you have, people always say the Marxist takeover of Hollywood and blah blah blah, but it was always that way. Look at fucking Shirley Temple. And Betty Boop. She was a grown woman, but she appeared like a little kid. She had a really high pitched voice, and she was itty bitty and adorable. It's always been there.
Much. I think some of it is probably enforcement, like, well, keep your secrets as long as you don't screw us over. But the moment you mess up, we're going to tell everybody about your dirt, even though we're doing the same thing. Some of it is enforcement. Some of it is just throwing a bone, stuff like that.
I mean, in American culture, that shit's out of it. But like, if you look at these Japanese fucking movies and shit, it's all about the girls in the miniskirts, the schoolgirl and shit.
That's what Shirley Temple was like. She had her skirt was so short you could see her knickers sticking out from under it.
That's the way.
And she was like a toddler. She was like 5 or 6 or something.
Oh,
she's literally a little kid.
I don't remember even seeing a little kid movie of hers. I'm not gonna go watch them now because you said that.
Right. Once you see it, you know, you don't want to see it.
All right, I'm gonna have to find a GIF. Oh my god, I've never seen a Shirley Temple movie like from when she was a kid. I thought she was an adult actress.
Not really, though. I mean, not a whole lot.
Actually, I just know her because of the
when she
drink.
was a little older.
Oh, you got to be pretty fucking famous to have a drink named after you, right?
Yeah.
Like, how many other actresses or actors can you actually say have a drink named after them?
I used to drink those when I was little. My grandparents, I lived with my grandparents more than my parents, and so like my grandpa didn't drink it, but my grandma did, and so we would go wherever, and I would always get a Shirley Temple, but it was like I wanted tons of the cherries in it.
Or is it Sprite
Thank
and
you for
lemonade?
reminding me of that.
No,
It's
what is it?
Sprite, like Sprite or 7-Up, whatever, and a little bit of like the little plastic swords with the cherries on it, and then some cherry syrup. I think grenadine is I don't know if they actually put that. That's like pomegranate flavored, isn't it? I think they just put. Well, whenever I got mine, it was just the syrup from the maraschino cherries.
Oh, okay.
Maybe that was like the cheap way of doing it. I don't know.
It's just cool to say I want a Shirley Temple, as opposed to saying I want a Sprite. See, you was
Why not?
cool. You was cool before you even fucking knew it.
Thanks. I think. I don't know. I just like maraschino cherries. They taste like amaretto. But you know, I didn't know that back then. I was a kid.
Amaretto is
Disclaimer.
delicious. It's got to be probably the best liquor, amaretto.
It's pretty good.
Definitely is.
Jamboard is pretty good. That raspberry. I love raspberry though. Can you imagine putting that in like a hot chocolate? I gotta do that.
Amaretto hot chocolate?
No, the raspberry flavored stuff.
Raspberry hot chocolate. I used to get the amaretto flavored ice cream from Baskin Robbins. Used to be the shit.
The place here makes pistachio ice cream and it has pistachios in it, but it tastes like amaretto.
Yeah, I have to see that. Pistachio ice cream is probably second best. You know what's the shit though? Sounds fucking disgusting, but not a lot of people make it. But avocado ice cream.
That sounds like some, I don't know, like you live in San Francisco and you
Oh my god, it was in San Francisco.
No. Your favorite pizza is from California Pizza Kitchen or something?
No, there's one joint in San Francisco that used to make it. It was the shit.
See, I called it.
It was so good. I never told you I lived in San Francisco. How the fuck did you? Oh,
It just sounds like something somebody there would want. An avocado ice cream? No.
it's the shit. If you never tried it, don't knock it. Doesn't it sound delicious?
No?
Oh man, have you ever had an avocado smoothie?
Well, I guess an avocado doesn't really taste like a whole lot when it's mixed in with other stuff.
You got boba places where you're at?
Yeah, but I don't like it. You mean like
So-
bubble tea?
Yeah, but they usually have avocado.
It's why is
bubble
it
tea.
so sweet?
Mm.
It's like getting the Thai, like at a Thai restaurant. It's, I don't know. It's so sweet. It's not good.
Getting the Thai at the Thai restaurant.
The whatever like signature drink at the Thai restaurants.
The Thai tea.
The Thai tea.
Yeah.
It's so sweet.
Yeah, I don't like that either. They use like what is it? Fucking condensed milk. Yeah, I don't like it. But the avocado milkshake, just the avocado boba is fucking the bomb too. I don't know. I just like avocados.
I mean, they're good on tortilla chips.
Did you put them in your tacos? Or you a no avocado taco?
I don't like avocado by itself. Something wrong with it. The texture.
Do you freak out with the coconut texture? The crunch? No. I knew this one girl. She used to fucking just hate coconuts. Like even the noise would piss her off. I don't know. It's weird. She liked the flavor, just the crunch.
Did it like squeak on her teeth or something?
Yeah, something like that. It does have a unique crunch.
I'm trying to think of every type of coconut thing I could eat that might irritate me, but I'm not finding one.
I love coconut. Coconut's delicious.
But avocado though, it's like a greasy banana, a greasy green banana if I eat it by itself. It's too fatty. I don't know.
Like with salt. Have you ever had avocado with just salt on it?
I put salt and like lemon or lime on it.
Yeah. Have you ever put salt on watermelon?
Yeah.
I
But
don't know
like
why
my
that's
family would
good.
always like put salt on watermelon and apples. So yeah, I'm used to that. It's good.
It is good. Do you ever put the whole chili stuff on it? Like the Mexican way?
No, and I don't like Mexican like hot cocoa with the cinnamon. Look, cinnamon and chocolate do not belong together ever in any way whatsoever. Don't put them together. It's wrong.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of cinnamon. In my
It's
whole
so
thing.
conflicting. Like chocolate is chocolate. They're both the number one. They're both the standout flavor. Don't put them together. They
Even
can't
with coffee, like don't
both
put
live in
cinnamon
this
in
town
coffee.
together.
Never put cinnamon on coffee. I don't know why they even have that as a thing.
Well, I've worked at a couple of coffee shops, and I did notice that the people who would order the cinnamon flavored coffees would be like smokers because they couldn't smell or taste anything else. And
I smoke. But I don't
so
like
they would get the cinnamon or the amaretto because it's really strong.
Ooh, amaretto's good though. Amaretto's good in anything. The almond fucking flavor.
Yeah.
Delicious.
Pretty good. See, I helped you stop talking about dogs eating their butt.
Yeah, but the guys in the room are still fucking Googling fucking girls eating asses.
Oh God. Well, that's you. That's all you.
That was you.
You go, girl. You do that. You were already on that before I ever got here. Don't even
Trust me, I would have posted
throw
a
your
GIF.
front away.
If it wasn't Gio's room and it wasn't live streaming the fucking chat, I would have posted a GIF already of a girl licking her ass.
That's a bit muchly. Not
If I was
necessary.
in Gem Panda's room, I would have posted it.
You're not like 12 though.
Mm,
You don't. I'm sure you got a little composure inside yourself. A little bit of scruples.
No, but the reason why I like posting shit like that is it pisses all the other people in the chat off. You know, and then
So,
then they,
Branch, are you still on the fence, bro? On the Earth?
I guess I was
You
never
guess?
really on the fence.
You weren't on the fence?
I was never on the fence.
Oh, rubbish! You've been saying you're on the fence for months.
When?
I don't know. Every time I've spoken to you, you're on the fence. Basically, you like jump and swap between being a flat earther and a globe earther.
Yeah, but I'm predominantly a globe earther.
Okay, so sometimes you're on the fence.
I sometimes like bat both ways or swing both ways.
It doesn't depend on who's talking, does it?
It just depends on my mood, really.
Mood?
Yeah.
Oh. That must be an easy kind of lie.
I like the whole flat Earth mentality. I just don't like the belief.
Where do you stand on the pandemic, bro?
No, I think it's real. I don't see any reason why they would fake something this bad.
I see.
And I've known people that have died from it, so.
Are you sure?
Mm-hmm.
Who?
So,
that one guy.
Yeah, that one guy.
What was his name? You know, the guy that lives over there.
No, I know a couple of people that have died from it.
They've died from their heart stop. What have they died from?
Just straight COVID.
Just straight this COVID. I've got COVID dead. Oh, COVID got.
Oh no.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I know people that have been unhealthy and then their body has tried to create a virus in response to the toxicity in their body, and then
Are you guys vaccinated? Did you guys get your vaccinations?
Of course not.
Why would I do that?
I wouldn't be so.
Well,
but I noticed I'm in a small town of about 30,000 people, and there's at least 15 to 20 ambulance cars being called out every single day, and it seems to be everyone that got their vaccine for some reason.
And it's only going to be the ones that got it, but
their hearts aren't beating very well.
They're going to turn it into something else.
I've not got my third dose, and that's not because I don't want to get it. It's just I'm fucking lazy.
You mean you're not quadruple poked?
No, only twice.
You better hurry.
I know, but it's like
you are such a glober, bro.
I don't really see a fucking hurry to get it. Like, that's probably
why would there be a hurry to get the first one then?
Well, but back then it was like.
Were you scared?
Yeah, I was very scared. No, it wasn't that. I was more worried about my fams. You know, I didn't want to give it to fams. Like I go to my parents' house and quite often to help them out.
Are they super duper old?
Yeah, and then my grand's with them too, and she's super duper fucking old.
And she doesn't know how to like wash her hands and.
Well, it's not that. I just didn't want to go there and cough in her face accidentally and give her COVID.
I doubt you would have done that.
I mean, you never know what happens. Well, for her, it'd probably pretty much be a death sentence if she got it. You know, she's super fragile. I think a flu would probably kill her right now.
Well, you know that. Never mind.
That's probably a good thing. Like because of the whole pandemic shit, she hasn't got the flu.
And she'll probably live longer now.
Right. Like she probably would have got the flu over these last 2 years.
For fuck's sake.
Hey, but you know what? Globus is here, right? And I got this theory that vaccinations are actually okay because like Globus is similar to me, where when I moved to America, I didn't have a vaccination card, so I had to get every vaccination again, every single one, right? Like 12 shots.
When was that? I've never heard of such a thing.
Yeah, they wouldn't let me go to school. I turned up the first day.
Oh, well, you know, they make you think that, but it's not actually true.
Well, I wasn't, I was a kid back then. I didn't really care. And I wasn't even here with my parents. I was here by myself, right? So
you're like, pump it in me.
Yeah,
Come
I was
on.
like, fuck it. If I need this shit to get to school, then I'm just gonna get it. Just give me them. But like, I personally think it may be a thing where it actually helps your immune system, because like I don't really get sick. I drink like a fucking fish, and I still don't have problems.
Well, how old are you?
I'm in my late 30s.
Oh boy, that's advanced.
Yes.
Do you know a lot of people in that age group that are getting awfully sick before the propaganda virus started going around?
No, that's kind of why I don't actually mind just
So
getting the
kind of by
virus.
default, you probably weren't really going to get sick anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's part of me that wants to get it just to fucking see what it feels like. Is that weird?
You're tired anyway.
Like I know it's not gonna kill me. I just want to feel like everybody's saying it's so bad and shit. And like,
Well, if you know it's not going to kill you, then why are you doing that?
again, like I said, I get vaccinations not for myself, but to protect the
But
elderly people.
could you explain how it protects anyone from anything?
Because if I do ever get it, then it's gonna reduce the
Reduce what?
It's gonna reduce the number of infectious things in my blood, because it's gonna be
Is that
killing me.
the official
It'll make
like
me less contagious. And
definition
it will
medical?
make me, yes.
That's like how the doc's like, it's gonna, lower your number of those things, man.
It's gonna lower the number of the bad things in your
Your
blood.
things are gonna have less things. Grandma's gonna be okay.
Grandma was. I won't cough in my grandma's face by accident
Oh
and kill her.
man. I'm sure you're just fucking around with. You've got to be joking.
Oh, I do kind of want to just get it, just to feel like what it feels like.
Well, what feels like to have the
COVID.
flu, to be sick, to get a cold,
Yeah, everybody's like making
get
us
like
a
a
big
cough
bad.
and have a sore throat or something.
Yeah, I actually enjoy being sick sometimes.
I don't even want to know.
Like I said, I don't get sick very often, and when I do get sick, it only lasts like a day or two, right?
Well, after you got all that stuff, just you wait. See, that's the shit though, is all these men, especially, it seems, if any of the data is correct, young men and boys are having, their hearts swelling and heart attacks and shit, and perfectly healthy otherwise.
Oh, after taking the shots?
Yes. But people who aren't taking it, it's not happening to them.
I heard that.
Unless you want to read like Yahoo News or something, there might be some made up things on there.
I don't know. I never got no.
It's always going to be somebody that was really super opposed to it, and then all of a sudden they just die.
Well, was you opposed?
See, there you go.
You
That's what
opposed?
happens when you're opposed. You're going to die.
But was you opposed to vaccinations before COVID?
Very shortly before that, because I just listened to the good doctor. I asked the doctor and they're like, yeah, it's all right. And I'm like, oh, well, all right then. But, then I realized that other things weren't so true. And it's like, wait a minute. I should probably look into this too.
Yeah, fuck it.
And I don't think I've ever met anybody that was saying anything even comprehensible in relation to what you're saying, that looked into it. I mean, for God's sake, most people think that it's FDA approved.
It kind of is now FDA approved.
No,
it wasn't back then.
No, it's not.
But now it is.
No, it's not.
Whatever. I think it's delicious. I can't wait to get my third one. That's why I'm putting.
Well, thank you for that waste of time.
I just find it. So you've got your vaccinations up till today, and it was only after COVID that you stopped.
No, I didn't say that.
Shortly before COVID.
Like a few years, probably.
Okay. I honestly just don't.
I stopped getting the flu shot because the flu shot papers say that if you get this shot, then you're going to be much more likely to be sick from next year's flu and much more sick.
Yeah,
Unless you
I stopped
keep
taking
getting the
the flu
shot.
I stopped taking the flu shot because the 1 year I took it,
It's kinda
I was
shady.
more sick that year than I've ever been sick in my life, right? Off the
Uh-huh.
flu.
And that doesn't clue you into something right there?
Yeah, maybe.
No, I don't really pay attention to that.
Maybe.
It doesn't fit
But
my
I stopped
argument right now.
I stopped taking the flu shot. It doesn't
So you
work
stop
for
taking
me.
the flu shot.
Yeah, but flu shots for old people and shit. Like,
No, actually, when old people go get shots, they like double the dose on them,
I know.
even though they probably should do not that.
Actually, the 1 year I did get it is because we're doing it at work. You know, they do the flu shot at work.
Let's see how fast we can get rid of Grandpa. He knows too much. He remembers things from last time.
Oh, you think the flu shot's to kill the old people off?
I think any shot is to destroy any human at any time.
These fucking old people. I'm just joking.
Why would you not want your old people?
Old people are fucking awesome, man.
Exactly. So why would you condone them being removed from you?
Yeah, but getting a shot for the flu.
Because I want to get a shot.
I don't know. It depends on how hot the
Sounds
person.
cool, man.
It actually, like, honestly, like
Makes me fit in and stuff.
like for my second dose, I was really fucking hyped to get my second dose because
Doing your part for society. Woo!
No, because the pharmacist who was giving me the shot was hot as fuck.
Oh god. Branch. I know you are you. Why are you pushing the boundaries of Branch right now?
I don't know. I'm just saying, like.
I know what it is. This is the longest you've gone without being muted.
Hmm.
And you're
Actually,
just seeing what you can roll with.
I'm pretty sober today. That's probably why I'm not getting muted. Because usually Geo would be like.
I hope you got something better than this, though. This is kind of boring.
I know, right? I kind of want to have a smoke. Mo. See, this is what happens when you... Riding? See, you made everybody not talk. You know, they're all afraid of pussy. I'm just joking. They're not.
That one person was talking.
Danielle's vagina and my penis are friends, so don't be weird, Branch.
What?
They are?
Yep.
Oh, okay. I thought you were... Okay, never mind. We're best buddies. Yeah, very
Right.
long distance. It's
So
huge.
you guys are...
It's huge.
Your naughty bits are very familiar with each other?
What bits?
All the way across the ocean.
The naughty bits.
Well, we've both got naughty bits, but we're also friends.
I mean, when you said penis, I was assuming it's your penis and not hers. Right? You're the one of the penis and she's the one of the vagina, right?
Right.
No?
What are you asking?
Well, he said that you guys is penis and vaginas are friends.
It's because we're tight, man.
See. Alright, man, I'm gonna have a smoke. Can you Can you talk about penises and... Hey, did you ever Google it?
No.
No?
He wants you to talk about your pee-pee.
Yeah.
See? Going back to this stuff again.
Oh, that's what I do.
So tonight, in just a very short period of time, we have animals eating their own butts, chicks eating their own butts, and now you're talking about Merle's pee-pee.
I didn't talk about Merle's PP. Merle talked about.
You just did.
Yeah, but Merle brought it up.
You sure?
Merle, what was the first thing you said?
He was not saying anything.
You totally missed it, didn't you?
No.
Mel, what? All right, I'm gonna go fucking
It was
smoke,
kind of
man.
funny though.
I'll be back in a second. I'm gonna go smoke.
So Chemical X, Flatty.
No, I have a woman's physique.
No, I mean, are you a flat earther or a glober? You got me.
Darn right I did. Why?
I don't know.
I would be mostly known as a flat earther. Unless you're certain people then that are heckling me saying I'm not. But, you know, I don't know. See, I have a problem. I don't have a problem with any like physical or observable evidence. I mean, I'm the one that, you know, fuck the Foucault pendulum, whatever. It's just fucking retarded. But I don't. It gets me how long people can drone on and on and on about the horizon and what you're looking at with your eyes. I mean, come on. It doesn't prove anything either way. It never has. It's not gonna. But
You don't think the black swan holds any like power?
I have absolutely no idea what that means, and I'm proud of it. I didn't
You don't
see
know
the
about-
black swan thing. No, I didn't.
You don't know about the black swan thing?
I mean, I've heard people say it 1,000 times, but I've never actually gone and looked at what that is.
Do you want me to explain it to you?
Sure, go ahead.
Well, actually, well, I don't know really that much either, but as far as I understand it, there are 2 oil rigs. So one of them is like, I can't remember the exact distance, but like 4 or 5 miles away. And the next one is like 7 miles away. And then after those 2, then there's the horizon line behind the oil rig. So
Okay.
if you were
So,
if you
like
were on a globe,
visual,
right?
like what your eyes are seeing as the horizon, like the apparent horizon is, it looks higher.
Further away than, 7
Well, further
miles.
away would be indicated visually by something either smaller or higher in altitude.
Yeah. Yeah, so
So it's at a
anyway,
higher angle. Go ahead. I'm just clarifying.
given that the horizon is, starts where, like, after the friggin' oil rigs, and if you're on a globe and you're looking at from, say, 1 meter observer height, technically the horizon should be 1.2 miles. So,
I mean, yeah. See, that's where I get that's what bothers me, because
what's so good about that?
it's going to depend on where you are, what you're looking over, water or land or ice. Ice especially. That wrecks it all. Just throw everything out the water. Out into the water, whatever, out of the bathtub. How does that shit go? But I mean,
It should be in front of the oil rigs if they're that far away. Like, shouldn't it all be wrecked together equally, like in the same way?
I mean, I am pretty confident that the horizon is going to be at or very near my pupil, no matter where my head is. So if I put my face down by the ground, I don't know if my perspective would be the same. But the farther, there's so many things that people don't add into this equation. Like the lower you are in perspective, like the angle like if you put your face really low in comparison to what you're viewing, or very high. But the lower you are, the lower your angle of view, the less you have the influence of shadow. Things become much more reflective at that point. And so that changes what you're looking at on its own. I mean, that eliminates a large proportion of shadowing on objects just by putting your head closer to the floor.
Sorry, I'm ducking out for a minute.
Huh? Oh, you're gonna go look at? Yeah, go ahead. It's like, you know, the Fresnel effect. If you want to look it up, I'll Google that.
The black swan is just a good example of how the horizon is not a fixed location.
No, it's not. Thank you. So, was there an actual swan?
No, it's
Or is that referencing the shape of the oil rig thing?
No, it's a reference to.
Yeah, sorry.
No, well, go ahead, man.
Okay, I was just going to say it's some sort of saying about how if someone says that there are all white swans, and then you see a black swan, then that eliminates
it's rare.
the fact that like the whole point of there being only white swans is deleted just by that one black swan.
Right. Okay.
I believe.
It actually got kind of fun after a while, after months of hearing people talk about it, not knowing what they were talking about, like in sticking to my guns and not going and looking. I like that. I enjoyed that.
I actually did the same shit. I didn't.
It's sort of like I don't know
clue.
what Eric DeBay says about what his clues are. I have no idea. Somebody was mean and showed me a picture of him once, but I don't remember.
So what brought you to the conclusion, that we're on a stationary plane?
I've been on a gravitron quite a few times, and I know what it does to me. And I have some qualms with the elliptical orbit and there's never a constant in the gravitational pull between the Earth and the Sun. It would be constantly changing. That would be the only constant, is that it changes constantly. And then I remember being in school, teachers saying, "Oh, you get whipped around the edge." Well, I don't feel that. But what about airplanes landing and helicopters and shit? So you're not going to convince me, really. I don't know. I guess if I sat down and studied the textbook from something, I don't know, some physics and stuff, but in college and said, okay, well, I didn't see that in, not college, that's convincing, but about how those dynamics change depending on the distance and the size. But what I was pointing to was how the Earth and then the atmosphere, is it riding with the Earth? Because it seems convenient how at one moment it's, when it's useful for a fly inside a car to do this or that, but then it not do it over here because of points of reference. And it gets really ridiculous. The technicalities that are argued over for hours and hours and hours just make me really disinterested, to be honest. But one thing that I observe myself that I don't think I've seen anyone talk about, there's a few things, and I bring them up and nobody wants to hear what I'm talking about, but whatever. So if an airplane is flying through the air and you're looking at it with a tree branch in your field of view, you can see the airplane drifting sideways with the sky. I mean, I've recorded it with my camera multiple times. I've never like posted a video about it, but I've witnessed it. Anytime I look, you can witness it daily. It always happens. If you have one coming at you from like directly in front of you, not from the side, that doesn't give as much of an effect. But well, also if you watch it go from west to east, they typically drift west to east. I don't know if I've seen one drift the other direction or any other direction. But I mean, you can watch an airplane kind of go sideways in the sky if you use some fixed point of reference to watch it. What is that? Why? I want to know why. That doesn't fit flat Earth.
Sounds like bullshit to me.
Well, you smell like bullshit, Branch.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
No, for reals though.
But I do. I tend to look at the sky anyway because I lived in Florida when the Challenger exploded. I watched it. It was kind of like in the sky while I was outside.
Is it the plane drifting or is it the clouds drifting?
They both drift.
What are your thoughts on the Challenger thing? Because haven't they all got like identical twins that are all alive?
It seems so, doesn't it? But that twins thing is a ritual in itself. Outside of that, anyway. But no, I stood there and watched it explode, and that was really traumatizing to say the least. You know, and I don't know, everything outside scared me for a while, but that did, at the very least, cause me to want to look at the sky a lot and notice what airplanes were doing and the moon and how it. I love this trick. This is something that. So I don't remember the name of the effect, but when the moon looks really big at the horizon, especially in spring and fall, your camera can't pick that up, but your eyes can. Yeah. But nobody wants to mention that. Because
perspective.
It's not just perspective. I don't think it's angular perspective. I think it's more than that.
You think the moon really is big, but the cameras are lying to you?
I mean, I've in the past read articles before I ever heard of flat Earth, which I did not hear from a flat earther about, by the way. So there's that. It was somebody making fun of it that made me want to look it up, which I think is intentional also. But
do you ever see that plane drifting at night?
I don't know that I've ever looked to see if it's drifting at night. Usually at night I'm looking for satellites. Right now I have a really good view of Orion these days.
Do you have the app on your phone where you can like hold it up and it shows you all the stars?
The star thing? I do, but I don't really use it. Because I know them. Yeah.
Cool. I mean,
hang on, I have to fix something.
Okay. So Anthony, what do you think about the whole planes drifting to the side? Anthony?
Sorry, bro. The plane drifting?
Yeah, to the side.
I have not observed that. No, I'm not. I wouldn't say that I could say I've seen that. No.
Have you looked for it?
No, I don't think so. But I do like.
Try it. You'll like it.
Okay, I'll check it out. And it's obviously you want to have like a compass or something, so you know, like.
Well, I mean, it's not hard to know where north and south is when you know where north and south is. But sure, you use a compass if you wanted to. If you're standing in your own yard, you know where north is, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, the distance in which you could see them would be so small. So how big would the drift be? Do you know what I mean? So it's got to be minuscule, doesn't it?
Well, it depends on the altitude, but that's irrelevant. If you look up and you have, I mean, right now the trees don't have leaves on them, so they're perfect. You can use a telephone pole if you want to, the top of it, or,
I gotcha.
or a wire. It doesn't matter. Just anything that's close to you in your view, and you know it's not moving.
Yeah.
You can use that reference to see how fast the clouds are moving, or you can use it to watch. You know, it's not easy to see the change in altitude in the sun when it's really high already. You know, the higher the altitude, the slower it looks like it's moving. Or stars. You know, you can watch like the parallax, but
Cool. I'm ducking out for a few minutes. Sorry, guys.
But that's an unanswered question that I have, like, which I'm not like saying it means anything in particular in any direction, but if you go outside, there's airplanes, you know, zipping about all day long. I live by an international airport. I don't know if I'm, you know, especially blessed with lots of airplanes, but I think they're kind of everywhere all the time, really. But get a tree branch in your view and watch the airplane flying. If it's going more north to south, it seems to work better. You can notice it more. Or I can anyway. Or maybe I just thought that and I only looked at the ones going north to south, whatever. But they drift sideways. They actually do.
You should make a recording of it. I would love to see it.
I don't need to make a recording. Just go outside tomorrow when the sun comes up and watch the airplanes go by.
Yeah, but planes don't fly above my house.
Well, whatever. Of course they do.
I mean, they do, but it's like the tiny planes that do that.
Well, use one of those flight tracking web pages, you know.
I could go to the airport.
You can go there and you can see where the planes are in comparison to where you are and anticipate, you know, the time and their trajectory. You can do that. It's not difficult.
So they drift to the side whenever they're flying?
Yes. They actually do. This bothers me.
What if it's just the Earth that's spinning?
That would create all kinds of problems, though. I'm still thinking an airplane landing on a runway north to south is going to have some issues.
Did you watch the whole what's it called? Fucking Brian Mullen?
I don't know who that is. Is that the Brian? I don't know people's last names. Is it like a channel name? If that's the channel name, then I don't know who that is.
Yeah, the dude was talking about the planes landing and stuff.
Probably not.
No.
So it's not the Brian like the Brian with the surveyor stuff. The really smart guy that people make fun of because he's out of breath all the time, but he's actually really fucking smart. People don't want to notice it. That
It may
Brian?
be the same person, but he quit Flat Earth, right?
Seems like a lot of people did.
Yeah, everyone just
Or
stopped giving a fuck.
died.
A lot of people died
Yeah.
from COVID.
Well, you never know. They were actors, the ones that died. They were already actors. I mean, if you think about it, that's kind of sketchy, isn't it? I don't think that's paranoia level. I think that's just kind of sketchy, isn't it?
Like Anthony?
Antonio?
Yeah, Antonio. Anthony.
He was my friend.
He was?
He was. We talked about art.
I feel bad that he's dead.
I wonder if he really is.
Do you think
I mean, it's not like we weren't besties or anything, so it's not like I'm ever going to know.
Maybe he is alive. Did you see his video, the daytime, nighttime video?
I don't know.
You've never seen daytime, nighttime?
Was it called daytime, nighttime? Like, how long ago was it?
I'm gonna have
I
to
haven't
find
used
it.
the internet a whole lot. Like I got a different job and do stuff.
Okay. So you're just a part-time flat earther on your spare time when you're not looking at planes from branches. Hold on, I'm gonna have to find this daytime nighttime video. Alright, I posted it. Don't tell me you haven't seen this. It's fucking hilarious.
I don't know. I don't really watch a lot of flat Earth videos unless I
This
wonder
isn't.
something.
It's not really a flat Earth video.
It's so gimmicky. It's either gimmicky or on either side, really, or some point being dragged on and on. I just lose interest.
They made these videos so fucking long, right? Like,
I don't mind long videos though.
no, I would rather they make a 2-minute video, just get to the fucking point, tell me what you gotta say, and then
Of
fucking
course
end it.
you would.
I don't want to sit there for like 20 minutes listening to some
Yeah, because
motherfucker.
your attention span gets all.
I know.
Whoa, man.
I'll need to start looking
Have you
at.
ever watched a video longer than that?
I actually love watching. I'm like a film buff. Not really a film buff, but I love watching movies and shit. Just not flat Earth shit.
There's probably not a lot of flat Earth movies.
No.
Well, really, if you pay attention, a lot of them are.
So when you're not working, and when you're not doing flat Earth shit, what do you do?
The hell does that matter?
I don't know. I'm asking. Changing the subject.
I'm wasting my time talking to dipshits like you.
Well,
Apparently.
why the fuck you doing that then?
I don't know.
Because you enjoy it. Are you not having fun right now?
I'm reading.
Yeah, you're reading. You need to start watching this Antonio Subarez video I posted.
I almost forgot.
You will crack the fuck up if you watch this shit.
Did he have a final video?
Like David Bowie or Chris Cornell. That would be really good if he did.
Did he have a final video?
Like Michael Jackson?
Did Michael Jackson have a final video?
What Antonio Subrat's video are we talking about, Branch?
It's in Livestream 1.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh, look at that thumbnail.
I heard he died of throat cancer. Was he a smoker?
Yeah. Okay, this is funny. Aww. Aww. Peace be with Gaddafi.
You watch that and think, oh.
What'd you say?
Did you watch it?
I'm 47 seconds through it.
Okay. I'll let you get all the way
It's
through.
really catchy. You know, it reminds me of most songs these days. Like a repetitive pattern that you can't break your mind from, so you try not to listen.
It is good.
It's not what I did not expect that.
It gets better towards the end, so.
All right, I'm gonna watch the rest. Thank you for that. The last 20 seconds were really good.
Yeah, God bless Antonio Subrat's heart. Pretty cool dude he was. That was one of the strangest videos I've ever seen in my life. Quite sad when he passed away, but I was surprised when he had the cancer. He did like chemotherapy. Just couldn't work that out.
He was super mean to
Yeah, the guy dude. Yeah,
Patrick Spear.
yeah.
What did you look at what Patrick
That was
did?
really mean. I think that he completely fucking broke her heart and shit.
Oh, bro.
Come on.
You gotta be kidding me.
That's like a big old package of grossness right there.
Oh God, Branch.
I don't know, man.
Yeah. Anyway,
I feel for the ladies sometimes, you know, like.
Well,
I
if
feel
it was
for
a lady, I could see
yeah,
that.
as well.
She was a lady. Come on, guys, don't.
Branch, you
I
always
don't
get
know.
hit mixed up, bro.
Whether it was a lady or not, look at the video where it's like, look at me, I'm such a victim. No, not breaking eye contact. Who does that? Sociopaths.
People that pretend to be a different sex. Anyway, yeah. So Antonio, I couldn't get it out because he was such a woke
This is
sort
so
of dude.
fucking
And
mean.
he's still well,
That's not mean. It's true.
True. Yeah. Come on.
Gross. I mean, who makes their cat be vegan? That's like abuse.
That is abuse. Don't make cats be vegan.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, so poor Antonio. I don't know why. I could not work it out for the life of me why you did the chemical therapy that kills you, that they profit from.
I know.
I heard that he was doing
think
that,
about that,
worried.
like, because having had a lot of vaccines with those immortalized cells, I always wonder if a cancer itself is probably not bad. It's something that does a job and then it goes away. Sort of
Correct.
like, it's fine. But when you have something introduced that doesn't allow it to go away, it's like, oh no, I'm just going to stay around forever and I'm going to get bigger and bigger and bigger and wreck you. And I think even understanding that, or at least finding that to be the most feasible situation of cancer, if I'm going to go to the doctor because I feel something's wrong and they tell me that I have it, I don't really know what my response would be. I realize that the chemicals that pretty much make me dead, they would make you a fucking zombie, barely hanging on to life. But I don't know. I can see them convincing you that you're not going to live if you don't do this. Even with the understanding that I have, I can.
Really? You can see them
Fear.
still. Yeah.
Fear is very powerful.
I wouldn't even be going to the doctor. Full stop. Never.
I mean, I go to the doctor
for
like if I'm bleeding a whole lot, like I can't fix it myself.
I feel like I'd go if my arm broke and like I needed someone.
You cut yourself real bad,
Pass it up or something.
I'm not gonna probably give myself stitches. I mean, I guess I could, but
you don't necessarily have the utensils. You don't have certain
they're not
instruments.
sterile. I don't have an autoclave like fixing this, getting it ready, and
yeah, they've got you in that regard.
I'm gonna go there if I'm bleeding out.
I mean, you can get next day delivery from Amazon. Just pinch it for one day.
Well, you're probably going to be gone by tomorrow, and you never know if they're actually going to show up. Oh God, I'm in that situation right now. I'm so pissed.
That's the most annoying shit is when you're waiting for some shit from Amazon.
Well, I ordered like 6 things that all go together that I needed to do this one job, and if I only got like 5 of them. Of course, there's one little tiny thing, and it's not going to work if I don't have that piece.
Yeah. Do you like do you keep checking on the website? Keep checking the tracking like it's gonna change?
No.
I do that. I'm waiting for some shit. For some reason, I just keep fucking checking the tracking like it's gonna change.
I mean, it'll get here when it gets here. Why would I spend my time looking to see if it's gonna get here?
I don't know. I'm a weirdo like that.
It's not gonna change when it gets there.
I know it's not gonna change, but I still do it.
I don't know, maybe. I suppose you could do like a samadhi sort of approach to it.
Like will it? to your house.
Then it might get there a little faster.
Make a prayer.
Or there might be like, because these fuckers, they leave half the packages at the warehouse. They're like, I don't feel like it. Maybe they might be like, well, I guess I could just do it. Maybe you could cause that. I don't know.
Fuck Amazon.
I got to try that next time.
Or pray. Pray to the Amazon God.
Well, it's all the same thing. Praying or willing or meditating. It's all the same thing.
I think it works. It comes a little bit faster.
Does your water boil faster when you want your macaroni and cheese?
Yeah, if I pray on him. Pray makes everything better.
You're like a mascot. You know that?
For God?
You.
A mascot for God.
That's a little too deep.
Alright, who am I mascot for then?
Oh gosh, look at the time.
Mm-hmm. I think I might go to Jams and start fucking around with them for a little bit. So I am unmuted in Jams for some weird reason.
Oh, you're unmuted? Because last night it was about mini blinds, and
you want to go there and just totally fuck with them?
Not really.
Okay, I'll chill her then. With you, and keep pissing you off instead.
Well, I'm gonna mute because I'm reading something.
Okay, then I will go to Gems.
Arrivederci.
Goodbye.
I know what that was. That was the Ides of March. Are you muted again, Branch?
No, they're talking about Cheetos or some shit. It wasn't people I really felt like talking to.
I thought it was a joke when they were talking about mini blinds last night. It wasn't a joke though.
No, that's funny though, because like I told you, they're gonna start. You're lucky they ain't talking about fucking blinds.
Oh. And so I thought he was trying to trap this lady person that was being excessively affirming for whatever.
No, she's like Gem's fucking buddy and shit.
Oh well. Yeah. So I thought he was joking.
Gem doesn't.
He wasn't joking.
Gem doesn't go that layer of deep.
I thought he was like reeling her in,
Yeah, no, he doesn't get that.
I mean, I would expect that there.
He doesn't plan shit, he just speaks.
Like he's really interior decorating.
I know, he just got a place and fucking.
Which is fine, whatever. Like, we all like our aesthetics, but I don't know. I was getting heckled in the chat for not talking about flat Earth, and I'm like, yo, buddy, channel owners talking about mini blinds, what? And then she's like, Do you see what this girl's saying? She's talking about what you're talking about, mini blinds. Like, do you read what I said? That was weird. That was weird. But not unexpected, I guess.
I would say this.
It's a
though.
really sad place.
I do like making Jem mad.
I don't know. What's with like the pushing bad vibes thing? Why would you do that? Because it harms you.
Well, the thing is that the whole room has so many bad vibes that like
Yeah.
when you get in there, you automatically become bad.
I agree with that. I've had some really psychopathic nights in there.
A psychopathic what?
Like I've turned into a psychopath like the rest of them. You know?
Yeah, you can't be nice in that room.
It's really weird. Tough room. Evil room.
Like I've known there used to be this one moderator called Lottie, and he always used to have my back. He always used to unmute me, right? But he left because he was the most toxic motherfucker. Like he was the most trolly motherfucker, right?
Unmuted
But
you
he left
before.
because it was too toxic for him. It's a very toxic place.
Not there. I don't have powers of the unmute.
It's always
there.
fun. It's always fun when Witsit goes in there and then like it just becomes an absolute circus. Witsit versus 20 like screaming babies.
It is funny, man. Like I do like it when Witsit goes in the room. I don't like it when Witsit comes in this room, but I love it when he goes in Jem's room.
That's a boy.
Is it a boy?
Is that what you said?
Who?
Witsit comes into this room?
Witsit comes here.
Well, you said he.
Witsit's a boy.
Oh, I just assumed it was not a boy because of the picture. It looks like a girl to me. I never clicked on the, going to their channel thing.
Witsit's funny,
if somebody
man.
doesn't tell me that they make videos, it doesn't really. Gosh, that's I beat myself up over that because I miss like great stuff from people that are awesome and stuff. But tell me if you make videos so I can watch. I'm not gonna go probably click it.
You just
Don't
want to
tell
know.
me.
You want to be in the loop.
Well, no, I want to be appreciative of people's efforts.
Witsit does a lot of he just goes around America doing street activism.
Oh, about what?
About Flat Earth.
About that it is or that it's not?
That it is Flat Earth.
Okay. I don't suppose I've had a conversation with them. I mean, I've seen the person in at Ranty Brandon's.
I personally think that he's got a good gig going on. Like,
is Brandon alive?
Brandon,
does anybody know?
I'm pretty sure he's alive.
Probably. This is my take, and I don't know anybody's take because I've not heard it, but he was just like, this is fucking stupid. He was really reserved, didn't cuss. And then rapidly, this rapid progression toward oh my god, this is so fucking stupid. I could feel his mind thinking that, just shut the fuck up, Rumpus,
Yeah, well, not even that, but he started.
But it wasn't toward the end of a stream where he's saying the F word once or twice. It was right off the bat.
He was getting super frustrated. Honestly, I think that it's good that Gio created this place because I think that he needed a break from the whole Flat Earth shit. I don't think he was really as much into Flat Earth as much as he wanted to be. And I think just having that server forced him.
I think he didn't seem like he wasn't sincere to me. I thought he was.
No, I'm not saying that he wasn't sincere. I'm thinking he didn't want to devote as much time as he had to devote by having a server.
Well, it's a waste of time when you're talking about one little detail week after week after week. And I think, people would bring up a point like that to heckle you just to be a dick. But when you see that that's actually intentionally occurring, somebody arguing the same stupid shit forever and ever and ever, and not pretending to not grasp the concept so the point can't move forward, so the conversation can't go anywhere. That's just, predictable, but sickeningly real.
Yeah. I wish he would come in this room. I don't think I've seen him here ever.
He probably realized that it's not gonna go anywhere. It hadn't gone yet.
Yeah.
I don't know. I tend to take a positive outlook on things for people.
I think he was a little bit hurt too, because his room did kind of hit a real low, right?
Not really.
I mean, nobody really goes there anymore.
What? Do you mean since he doesn't go there anymore? I haven't even checked it for a long time.
Yeah.
I mean, why would anybody else go there if he's not going there? And that's the point.
I don't know, a lot of people came to this room.
Clearly, because they want to
the
continue.
The crowd that
discussing.
normally hanged out in that room came to this room.
Well, right, because it's active.
Yeah, because it's active. Yeah,
That's
and I
logical.
don't think he gave a fuck. And I think that he's probably better off not giving a fuck.
I don't know. I think if he didn't, it wouldn't have lasted that long.
Yeah.
I mean, he was clearly irritated. You could tell.
I think he was kind of also irritated with the whole flat Earth thing too a little bit. Because
No.
when I used to bring up some global...
Nah, now you're just making shit up.
No, for reals. He would be super interested
reals.
in global points.
For realsies.
For reals. For realsies. He would be super, interested. I think one of them was, pendulums. He was super interested in pendulums.
You're gonna bring up pendulums now.
I do.
Are we gonna go there? You're gonna go there? Is that gonna happen right now?
Yes, we're gonna talk about
You're gonna
pendulums.
try to come at my shtick. That's my shtick. In case you didn't know.
What? Pendulums is your stick?
That's my shtick, yes. Or it was.
Why
but again,
now I want to know.
Big,
now I want to know
ego
why.
heads come in there and have to argue with people, and just I don't care. I don't want to hear. I don't want to make a place for your ego to be stroked because you think you're some amazing gift to flat Earth. Whatever.
I usually just come here just for fucking chit chat. I don't really.
Not here. I'm talking about a particular stream where I was talking about the pendulums, and this is before the whole baloney walrus pandemic thing happened.
Pendulums is really your stick.
Yeah.
I love pendulums. That's actually kind of my thing too.
Yeah, all right.
For reals.
Yeah, I bet.
For reals,
for realsies.
For realsies. I always bring up the way that pendulums, they work differently on different sides of the Earth.
That's cute.
And then on the equator, they don't drift at all.
Oh, for the love of God! And you've gone
and I've gone and tested
experienced this yourself.
Yes, I have.
You have.
Mm-hmm.
You made a video.
Well,
you documented this.
Well, we can have Merle swing a pendulum.
Merle doesn't live at the fucking equator.
Yeah, but he lives in Australia.
So?
Or riding. And then you can swing it where you are at. And they'll swing in different directions.
You do realize that pendulums switch direction frequently.
They do?
Yes, they do.
Nuh-uh.
Nuh-uh.
Okay. I think we need to get Mo to test that. Do they switch directions in Australia too?
It's sort of like a figure 8 kind of thing. It actually does this really neat, like north, south, east, west, north, south, east, west. And like it switches rapidly too. It's not like a transition, like a precession. It like just changes. Especially the ones where like they make for kindergarten kids, where they take like a 2-liter bottle and they fill it with sand.
Yeah, those are cool as fuck.
I know, but if you watch it every few seconds, it changes like 180-degree kind of change. It still does the whole like.
Have you ever seen them do that on like a treadmill type of thing?
No, but my chandelier did that this morning.
Did the figure 8 thing?
No, the fan. My fan tipped over and it was blowing at the ceiling, and I was like, "Oh my god, the Earth just started spinning." It was great. Not really.
See,
it was fun to watch though, like to time, the switch between, because it does like a really proper like 90-degree sort of thing, like a squares itself.
So why do you love pendulums so much?
That was a stupid question.
I know it was. And hopefully you give me back a stupid answer.
I'm not a dum-dum, so no.
Well, seriously though, like what is it about the pendulums that makes it your thing? Do they prove flat Earth?
Yeah, I want to know too. What is it with the pendulums?
I know.
Well, my favorite thing about the pendulums when I was doing the videos was, hang on, I'm gonna get some water.
She doesn't like that question.
It's a big build up.
No, I really need water. Like I've been talking, and my bottle of water is almost empty, and like I need water. So when you talk, anyway.
Absolutely.
You done talking to BioDuel about whatever stupid shit you guys were talking about? I stepped in, heard you and BioDuel talking about some absolute bollocks. I had to step back out.
Oh yeah, testing RFI, just cell phone radiation versus Wi-Fi radiation on different videos, trying to debunk some.
Oh yeah, there was a GPS person that would come at me with that shit, and I wrecked his head on it one day. And I don't say that lightly. Like I don't think I wreck people, but this one day, because if your name is GPS, and your life's goal is to attain the direct outward hate of anyone that suggests the Earth is flat, you might want to know about GPS, And so I didn't know shit about GPS. And I was talking about how, okay, well, I live in an urban area with over 1 million people. The population here is kind of big. And we have lots of cell towers, and my phone just won't work in a lot of places. But there's no obstruction. It's flat in those areas. There's no, I live in foothills of mountains, but in the places where my phone goes out, there's surprisingly, it's much more prairie-like on the outskirts of the city. The foothills aren't there blocking anything, and why does my phone not work there? And so I started looking into the different types of, cellular, satellite, GPS, blah, blah, and there's 2 different types of signals, and it took about, like, a couple hours to so the best place to find shit like this is, like, hacker websites. And they will tell you, how to. So he swore that you can't use a cell tower to access information from a satellite. I don't know. I'm like, sort of ad-libbing here, or whatever they call it, because it's been a while.
We
But
know they use a lot of cell phone towers to give you your GPS data, and they tell you it's GPS data.
well, this I don't. Gosh, the dude's name I don't remember, but the hacker guy, whatever, he figured out how to convert the code from one type of signal to the other and was like, oh, contraire mon frere, indeed, this cell tower does read this satellite signature and blah, 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 and that they do communicate with each other, and it's not just the cell tower telling you where you are. It's not just a satellite giving you this or that. They kind of both work together, but you don't see that visually on your phone.
You just think it's coming from the satellite, right?
Right, but so I have a new tower near me, like the 5G tower, whatever. I guess I would assume because it's got the thing on it. I can look out my front window and see it. It's right there. I'm in a valley, but not at the very bottom of it. But still, I can see the damn thing. I have a direct line. I can't get shit for reception here. So shouldn't some satellite or the ionosphere or something pick this up for me? Because nobody can fucking hear me if I call them from my house. Why?
Because you got a shit phone?
I have a really good phone.
Have you tried sticking your head out the window?
Like a dog?
Yeah, that might help.
I'm not biting the air.
Okay. I don't know. But you know what? I kind of have that issue too. Like, in my house, I have shit signal. But everywhere else in the Dallas area, I've got great fucking signal. It's just my house. That sucks.
Do you have lead paint?
No,
How do you know?
because it's a fairly new house.
The question is your house a brick house? Do you
Yeah,
have?
it is a brick
'cause-
house. That's fine.
Yeah, I mean that definitely doesn't help Wi-Fi
It doesn't
signals.
help.
Plus, people, certain buildings, different types of buildings. I've worked on a lot of them coming up, but they'll have like shielding material. It's like heavy duty foil on the exterior.
Oh
Part
yeah,
of the
for the
insulation.
insulation, right?
Yeah, that also blocks.
Thank you for putting Rick James in my head for the next 2 days.
It's a
But in other
celebration.
people's
This is
houses, my phone works fine. It's just my house.
Are you in one of those gravity pockets?
Yeah, I think it's
Ooh.
it's the FBI. They're hacking my signals and shit. You know, they're piggybacking off of it.
I don't.
No, I'm just joking.
That sounds like a reach to me.
I know. I'm just fucking around. It's literally because of where I'm located. I'm in the middle of the street. So you know the signals have, doesn't help being in the middle of the street. And it is a brick house, and the walls are insulated. But maybe that's why.
But it's your couch.
Maybe it's my couch.
It's probably
You have asbestos or something.
Fuck your couch.
Maybe it's the clothes I'm wearing. Maybe I should be naked. Then it might work. No.
Don't make me nauseous.
Is that too far?
That's his way of pretending like he's not already naked.
Yeah, I know, right?
We know what's up, Branch.
I mean, he's talking about looking at porn while everybody else is talking about flat Earth. So
No. That wasn't me. That was you talking about.
Don't
even make me tell Grim what type of shit you.
I'm not going to judge you. I mean, but I like the way
honey.
You don't even know, man. Grim, she took some wild ass porn, bro.
I'm not allowed to have this discussion.
Yeah, well, Grim probably knows better, but
yeah,
I think, Branch, you kind of turn everything into pornography. Just
That's-
saying.
that
Well,
is
his
kind of
middle
good.
name is Crass, right? So, you know.
GPS isn't going to remind me of that kind of thing.
Oh,
But
not
you
me.
do you know.
Okay.
That's probably what you're going to do, right?
What?
You.
Have you
think I'm
ever
gonna-
looked into Ronald Hatch? You're talking about GPS. He's the guy
No.
who augmented the algorithm to get the GPS down to the centimeter. And he wrote a book called Escaping Einstein. And he said he did it because the way he did the algorithm, they relied heavily on the relativity, special relativity. And he said it had more to do with the gravitational well of Earth, and that's how he augmented it. And so he said there was no time dilation, and so
Is there really time, though?
right. Well, yeah, it's time a thing, or is it something that do you measure clicks, moments,
Succession of events.
right? Chemical reactions, shit like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I thought that might be interesting if you're looking for ways to different alternatives to the standard narrative, so to speak.
I think the standard narrative has thrown itself out the window. It's
Yeah,
pretty fucking
I
retarded.
agree. Neutron stars, black holes, Big Bang, dark matter, dark energy.
You
Just
know, though,
goofer.
they keep like suggesting that Betelgeuse is going to go supernova any day now. It's overdue. So whenever I can see Betelgeuse, I want to kind of like, well, maybe I feel like they're saying that in anticipation of an expected like sort of like shift in Betelgeuse.
There's a lot of weird shit that's been going on, but it's not. They're acting like they already know supernova and shit. That's not really a thing. I mean, they've been watching these.
Sure,
Because
but
they've been watching reoccurring nova over and over again happen on the same
right,
star.
like a cyclical
And it's
thing.
supposed to have blown that shit up already. And we can explain it in the laboratory with plasmoids,
And
which is
and
it's
pens and
literally
paper,
plasma.
math.
No. In a laboratory, experimental physics with plasmoids as an electric universe proponent, not the standard narrative. I'm an electric universe, not the standard narrative stuff, right? But
Yeah,
we can
well,
repeat this thing in a laboratory.
it would be
That's the cool
electricity
part about it.
and
Yeah, it's
magnetism.
in a plasma, exactly. And it has nothing to do with gravity and all this other, dark matter, dark energy, all this other nonsense. I mean, they've got experiments that reproduce the galactic rotation issue, spiral. I might want to start by saying that the plasma physics is scalable. It's like 10 to the 36th order or 39th order. So like whatever you can do in a little laboratory experiment, you can also expect to see in larger than galaxy sizes these same shapes.
No matter what the size is, it's going to follow the same pattern. It's going to have the same
Right.
spiral.
Right. So these magnetic fields presented in certain ways on their own will shape themselves. And so it's not. That's where they go wrong. They're trying to force these magnetic fields onto the plasma to make it do a thing, and instead of letting it do its own thing, and like it does in space, if all that's real, right?
I don't know. I mean,
Surely it does seem like it is. Like when you start looking at it through like the plasma lens, because with the plasma physics, you can see it. Like you can see them manipulate plasma to create these shapes that look exactly like, and they're not
that's
really
not hard to
manipulating it.
do.
Well, no, it is because it's not hard to do. I mean, you're right, but it seemed like it should have been
It should
because they
be.
hadn't figured it out for so many years and they ignored
Right.
it.
Well, actually, it was figured out. They just didn't tell anyone. They didn't let you know that
Like
they
sweep
knew
it
that
under
a
the
long
rug
time.
kind of shit. Yeah. Well, we
Yeah.
know we got Winston Bostic in the 1800s, 1890s and shit. Like
That's
doing
that's full on propaganda era, though. That's
no, Winston Bostic. These guys are the ones that they wouldn't allow them to publish in the
But if you
journals. They
know
were
about the
crazy.
person's name, then It was allowed.
No. This was in history that he wasn't allowed.
Just like
Hannes Alfvén had to publish
Tesla.
in Russian journals, yeah, because they would not allow him to publish here.
But wasn't
Because they said he
Tesla
was
in
wrong.
the military?
I'm not talking about Tesla. I'm talking about
But just as an
Hannes
example,
Alfvén.
I don't know. I think
I don't think so. I don't think so in any standing capacity.
it was the Navy. Let me look. I forgot. Yeah, he was in the Navy.
Damn it! Did I miss the plasma talk? What happened? Grim, I missed the plasma talk. Can you repeat it, please? Come on, Grim. What did I miss? I must have missed something really good. Fuck it. I'm just gonna Google women licking buttholes. Women licking their own buttholes. Let's see where that goes. And Geo, I will post it. And if I find a good GIF, I will post it.
Hello. I'm gonna stream a lecture about neo-feminism agenda. If anyone wants to watch.